Okay. Hello, everybody. Uh, uh, we welcome in, Elise. We haven't started yet. We haven't started yet, so you're not gonna miss anything important. This is just the usual introductions, Elise. You'll be fine. But as I was as as my normal introduction goes, hello everyone. Jr. here. Uh, Today we will be going through the our continuing journey down the Life is Strange franchise here. With the conclusion of the Max and Chloe comic series, which was very emotional and amazing. Can't sing those praises enough between Emma Vicelli's writing and the main art by Claudia Leonardi. Cannot sing those praises enough. Um, but with um, with that, also we have a precedent that was set. Because as amazing as the comics were, um, you know, these comics right here, as amazing as this series of comics was, Emma, when she was making this, one of the main things that she wanted was telling Square Enix my story, my story that I'm going to be writing for the comic books, I do not want it to be the 100% canon story, because that would defeat the whole purpose of the original game with the multiple endings, the different choices, and the multiple choices and all that stuff. So she established that the whole like like the multiverse type of thing, the multiple timelines thing of the comics is just one path that you can go from the original game. So, from that point, every other Life is Strange person that comes in to do any of like the multimedia stuff, like whether it's more, if it's more comics down the road, or whether it's like other books, like some novels or the game or whatever the games do and all that stuff. It's establishing that, like, okay, you can pick whatever choices you're gonna pick from what your beginning point is gonna be, and then from there, you can go with whatever the story is that you're gonna go with. So, for instance, if your story is gonna have, I don't know, for example, I don't know, Max and Warren as a couple being the like the main point of the story and stuff, and then you're gonna continue on from that point. Then you pretty much like establish like what are the choices that you're following, and then you move the story on from there. So, uh, so that is where we're gonna be, and specifically what we're doing is uh we are now delving into the true colors side, the true colors side of uh of the Life is Strange, I guess you could say like universe at this point. So uh so but to true colors proper before we get to true colors proper, there is a little bitty thing of the comics did set it up a little bit with Steph's cameo in the last couple of chapters of the Max and Chloe comics run. So, what we're going to do is, where is it? It should be. Let me put this over here, and then grab this. So, since Steph is going to be a major character in True Colors, there's a little bit of a gap on what's been going on with Steph from where Before the Storm ended and where True Colors is. So, we are going to be tackling this little baby right here. And this is Life is Strange Steph's story, which is a nice novel that is written by Rosie Thor, but obviously it's a novel, so it's not like the comics where there's a bunch of pictures. But I am not going to be the one that's going to be reading this to you. I'm not going to be the one reading it. Because I have the audiobook for this. And to be even more of a really fun thing that they did with the audiobook for this is they actually got Katie Benz herself, Steph Gingrich herself, to read the novel. So so she she is going to be reading this instead of me, and we're going to, as things go on throughout the book, we're obviously gonna like, pause and stuff and this, that, and the third, and discuss, the events like as they're happening through the book and stuff. Um, so it is going to be it's gonna be very interesting. Also, to goes to show how fun the audiobook for this is. Katie isn't just reading it. She's actually like acting in it. So she's acting like Steph and whatnot through the thing. And obviously trying to act like the different like characters and stuff that are in the book, which is pretty funny. Her trying to do some like impressions of certain characters and things like that, which is pretty funny. Uh, so yeah, that's this is where gonna be a nice little easy little sit down here. And ooh, excuse me. And specifically, this novel came out. What was it? March 21st of 2023. So that's when this novel came out. Um, so where is it? So there are, how many chapters are there? Um, it says 40. No, not 40. What the hell am I thinking? It says 34 chapters. It says there are 34 chapters in this. But to be fair, some of these chapters are ridiculously short. Like some of these chapters are like less than like 10 minutes long and stuff like that. So there's like chapters that are way longer than others. So it's kind of a matter of like whatever. Like I honestly think they could have truncated some of the chapter numbers, because it's like, bro, you could go through a chapter in like a blink of an eye sometimes, and it's like, why? He was like, why is that a chapter? Also, there are technically a little bit of visuals in the novel. For example, good. You could see it immediately on the first page of chapter one. Um, since Steph is a drummer, because the comics hinted that Pixie was the one that taught Steph how to play drums, because Steph wanted to play drums. We have drumsticks in the corner of the opening chapters, and we have when they do text messages. When they do text messages, they actually have like the little text boxes and stuff, like text messages. So they like simulate like texting on the page. Is there any other like little visual things that they do? I think it was just yeah, it was just the drumsticks at the beginning of every chapter and and the text is anytime there's text within the thing. So, just like the comics that were made by that were published by Titan Comics, this was published by Titan Books. So obviously, Titan Books is for the like the normal novel side of the publishing. But yeah. Um, so to give a little bit of an idea of of what this novel is going to be about, I will at least read the the synopsis in the back of the book at the very least, because Katie is not going to read that part. She ain't reading the little summary in the back. All right. So the back of the book says, Steph Gingrich has finally run out of couches to surf. Now she's back at her dad's place in Seattle to figure out what she wants to do with the rest of her life. Steph fills her time working at the local gamer cafe during the day and running RPG sessions at night. That is until Izzy whirls into Steph's existence, clutching a crumpled stack of band posters. Izzy is electric, a punk, a girl who likes girls, and a hella good guitarist. Turns out the punk life is exactly what Steph needs. She loves the music, the art, and the fashion, but most of all, she likes the girl. Um, Entranced, she offers to drum for Izzy, forming the band Drugstore Makeup. A hit in more ways than one, Drugstore Makeup compete in a battle of the bands before deciding to tour the offbeat punk venues of America. But Steph and Izzy soon find themselves on different wavelengths, unable to communicate, and needing different things. I see what they did there with the wavelengths interjection there. They think they're sneaky. I'm on to you. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. You ain't sneaky. Alright, so we're going to put this right here. And as you all are going to follow along with the time and everything, so that will be right here. So the time and episode and everything will be right there. So that way, everyone can hopefully see like how much time we're having. So it says the book itself is about in total about 8 hours and 34 minutes, but some of that I kind of skipped around because some of that is like the usual like introductory stuff, and then you have like the ending like credit stuff. So that stuff is kind of like shaves off some of the time. So it's not like we're going to be doing that full amount of time. But um, is Steph glaring over there? There you go. There you go. Okay. Yeah, cause the cover of the book is like glossy, so sometimes you won't even be able to see Steph cause there's like glare and stuff on her. Um. Anyway, so let's let's see if we can uh you know what, we'll just put the mouse, or I can just do it this way. Let me see.
Life is Strange, Steph's Story by Rosie
Yeah,
Thor.
there you go.
This book is read by Katie Bintz. For everyone who marches to the beat of their own drum, and for those who can't yet, but still want to. The timeline, author's note. Life is Strange is a world of choices. Some are small and others are downright cosmic. None are inconsequential. Though Steph's life exists outside Arcadia Bay and Haven Springs, she is greatly impacted by events in both. Steph's story occurs in a timeline where Arcadia Bay was destroyed, but Chloe Price was not. One of many possibilities in the vast multiverse. Whether your choices mirrored these or not, I hope you choose to read Steph's story with an open mind and continue to bring your creativity to the infinite universes of Life is Strange.
Okay, since they established that real quick, hold on. Here we go. There we go. Since they established the timeline. Here we go. Since they established the timeline of another Bays Before Bays story, I gotta whoop out the shirt now. All right, Rosie. I see what you're doing there, Rosie. All right. Let's let's jump let's continue. Hey guy, how's it going, guy? Welcome on in, welcome on in, welcome.
Spring 1.
Going good. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Just a nice little easy stream today. Pretty laid back, chill and easy. Just sit down and do and have a nice little audiobook read to everyone, and we're going to be doing some pausing here and there and some commentary as we're going through.
They say home is where the heart is, but I've never been in love. Sure, I've had my crushes, some attainable and others, not so much. My childhood bedroom used to be covered in posters of Kristen Stewart and Avril Lavigne.
Ah, okay. Guys, nice to hear everything's going good, guy. Uh, been trying to plan out how you're gonna wire up your little workshop shed. Yeah, yeah. That definitely does need some planning. Definitely, definitely, especially when you're dealing with wiring, you definitely have to make sure you're planning that out real well. You don't want any faulty wiring and stuff, because that will lead to a whole mess of even bigger problems that you do not want to deal with.
Not anymore. I stand before the plain wooden door to my bedroom, or what will become my bedroom the second I walk across the threshold. Changed my mind. You think Leah will notice if I sleep in her studio? I tap out a text to Jordy, fingers too jittery to spell anything right. Luckily, autocorrect has my back. He replies almost immediately. I bet all the yarn in there would make a good nest. Right? Cozy. So, that bad being back at your dad's? My chest clenches and my throat closes up a bit. Dad's cleared a room for me in his new house. It's not really new. He's lived here since we moved to Seattle 5 years ago. I've managed to stay away as long as I can, between college dorms and couch surfing, but it's time to say goodbye to mooching off friends and hello to mooching off my father, since I've got my diploma and a knot the size of a small country under my shoulder blade. Maybe I'll hang that on the wall. The diploma, not my shoulder knot. No, I'm just being a baby. Well, grow up and then get down here. I'm bored out of my skull. I tuck my phone into my back pocket and take a deep breath before turning the knob and letting the door swing open. Dad's put in his best effort to make it feel like a real room. There's a plaid duvet covering the bed, and it's not even an ugly color. Blue and yellow, my favorites. Plus, he's built an IKEA dresser and some shelves all by himself. Like he doesn't realize I'm a lesbian. You got everything, Steph? Dad calls up the stairs. It's strange, hearing his voice. We've lived in the same city all this time, but I can count on one hand the number of times we've actually been in the same space. Mostly we email. It's not that we don't get along, it's just that we thrive in text format. Guess it would be weird to email him my response to such a simple question, though. Yep, I'm all set. I glance down at my belongings. It's a meager showing. Just my trusty purple suitcase and backpack. Commence the great unpacking. It should take me a grand total of 10 minutes to unload my clothes and toiletries and so on. I cut way back on all my stuff when I graduated. It just wasn't practical to be lugging around full-sized shampoo bottles or my boxes full of vinyl. Only the essentials for me. The one exception I made was my art supplies. They're the first thing I unpack. A sketchbook with a tattered cover and a plastic bag full of colored pencils at various lengths.
I wonder, I don't remember specifically if this book specifically states when exactly it's supposed to take place in. Because technically this book goes through, like, in all about 2 years. So I think it's about 2 years before True. No, not 2 years. About 3 years before True Colors. So it's gonna do 2 years, and then Wavelengths does another year. So this is about like starting about 3 years before, I believe, if I remember this correctly. Because I don't believe they state an exact year. Welcome back, Elise. Welcome, welcome.
My favorite color is near the end of its life. R.I.P. on Mellow Yellow. So I'll need to scrounge up some more before starting the next issue of my zine. For now, I stow them in the top drawer of the desk and turn back to the rest of the room. The walls are bare in this sanitized way that makes me nostalgic for DigiPen. Back in my dorm room, there wasn't an inch of wall to be seen there behind all my posters. Concert tickets and concept art for my senior project. A fully realized tabletop RPG set underwater that culminated in a battle between mecha mermaids and an undead legion of shipwrecked sailors. It got a little overwhelming near the end there. But now I actually miss those drawings of zombie pirates. Organized chaos. That's my jam. This room is huge. Jordy's reply takes a few seconds. He must have customers at the shop. Yippee! No, like too huge. Cry me a fucking river. I groan. He's right, of course. Never thought I'd complain about having too much space, but it feels like this bedroom was put here specifically to mock me with its white walls. Clean.
Okay, hold on. Um, uh, before we continue, I will say, as a little bit of a surprise, there are a couple of surprises that will happen during the course of this. There are some cameos from the original game and some comic cameos. So it's another reason why we do, like, it's also a good idea to kind of know the comic books, because now in the expanded universe there is gonna be like some crossover going on. So I will leave the surprise of what comic book characters and who from the original game are going to be showing up uh, in this story.
Floor and empty surfaces. What am I even gonna fill this place with? I don't have any stuff. OMG, girl, buy some with your adult money. LOL, what adult money? Even if I had cash to burn, I'm not sure what I'd want to display. My life these days is mostly working at the board game cafe and figuring out whose couch I'll be crashing on. Now that I don't have to worry about the latter, it's like there's this void to fill. Like if I don't figure out who I am, I'll disappear against a backdrop of eggshell paint. My gaze snags on some loose papers on the dresser by the window. On top is a brochure for a coding boot camp. Snore. If I wanted to sit behind a desk all day, I'd have actually applied for jobs in the video game industry with that fancy game design degree of mine. Maybe someday I'll see the appeal.
That's actually really cool. Tidbit that Steph actually has a degree in game design. That's actually really cool. That means Steph can actually potentially actually work on a game if she actually wants to. That'd be fun. Maybe she could call her game Life is Stranger.
But for now, I want to be on my feet in the world, not staring at a screen. Underneath the brochure is a flyer for the Oregon Shakespeare Festival down in Ashland. I know it's famous and a tech job might be fun, but I can't see myself going back to Oregon. Besides, I lost my taste for the Bard after doing The Tempest back in high school. Turns out storms really aren't my thing. My phone buzzes, but it's not Jordy. I have a new email. From Dad.
So we got a little bit of potential uh you could say like some PTSD from the tornado from the original game. Cuz Steph did live in Arcadia Bay as far as the events of Before the Storm goes. Obviously, in the original game she wasn't there because she wasn't even a character that was even created at that point. Um, but there is an explanation as to why she's not in the original game, as far as like in universe why she wasn't in the original game.
Huh. I roll my eyes. But it's not like I have room to judge since I considered doing the same thing just a few minutes ago. We really are hopeless at communication. Maybe we'll get better now that we're cohabitating. The email is a forwarded job listing for an IT position at his work. Thought of you, sweetie. Let me know if you apply and I'll put in a good word. I sigh and type out a quick reply. Thanks, Dad. What I don't say is I'd rather eat my own hand than have him get me a job, especially one I don't want. You couldn't pay me to exchange the freedom of my hourly barista job for corporate IT. Not for all the health insurance and 401ks in the world. I'd much rather be slinging coffee beans on my feet all day than repeatedly telling people my dad's age to stop using Internet Explorer.
I will say, Steph's dad is probably the best dad since William. So such a cool dad.
I check the time. Still a few hours before I need to be at my actual job. The one I got all by myself. Thank you very much. But one more glance around this room that feels more hotel than home sends me out the door. I can always unpack later. It takes me 30 minutes of fast walking downhill, across the Ballard Bridge, then through a sketchy parking lot to reach Save Point from my dad's house in Queen Anne. Not a bad commute to the board game cafe I've worked at for the past 6 months. I shove open the door with my shoulder, and the electronic bell announces my arrival with the victory music from Final Fantasy. Jordi Abdullah's round brown face covered in fresh black stubble pops up over the counter.
So, uh, since they didn't have the sound effect there. Plus, I see what you did there, Square Enix, putting in the Final Fantasy mention in the book again. Another Final Fantasy nod. But there you go. Since they didn't put the sound effect in there, I will. Since they didn't put the little Final Fantasy jingle there, I'll add it in myself. Also, so 6 months. So she's been at this cafe for 6 months. Well, working at the cafe for 6 months. So establishing how long that she knows her coworkers that we're about to be introduced to, and some of the regular customers, also like any regulars that show up.
He's wearing a rumpled button-up with a purple Morning Glory print under his apron and a pained expression. Steph, oh my God, I could kiss you. Yeah, but you won't. I amble over and lean my elbows on the laminated menu. Ollie didn't show, and Amy couldn't find anyone else to take the shift, so I've been working a double. Wow. So we hate Ollie today, yeah? I slip around the counter and grab an extra apron. Nah, he's out sick. Time of the month. Jordy sighs and wrinkles his nose. Can you cover for a sec? It's tea time, plus I have to pee. Release the river, I shout in the deepest tree beard impression I can manage as Jordy does a little skip over to the bathroom. It's afternoon, so the shop isn't very crowded. A guy in a flat cap sits by himself, sipping a house coffee, or home brew, as we call it at Save Point, while typing furiously on a laptop with a proudly displayed Plant Dad sticker in the corner. And over by the window, a small group of teenagers are playing code names. There will be a rush any minute with school letting out at 3, so I set up the grinder and unload the dishwasher while I wait for Jordy. A John Mayer song plays over the speakers, and I eye the store's tablet plugged into the wall. I may not be technically scheduled, but if I'm working, at least the music isn't going to suck. I sneak over and swipe to a different playlist. Cherry Lips by Garbage blares from the speakers, and I shimmy my shoulders to the beat. The techno intro is punctuated by a single rendition of victory music as the cafe door swings open and closed, and I turn to greet our new customer. And there she is, a wind-blown white girl with long black hair, blunt-cut bangs, and an ear full of gold rings and studs stands opposite me, clutching a stack of loose papers to her chest. I extract myself from my one-woman dance party and meet her at the counter. Welcome to Save Point. What can I do you for? The girl's gaze sweeps over and past me, her brown eyes lined with sharp black and purple liner. Is Jordy in? She asks. He's on break. I jam my thumb behind me toward the back of the store. Jordy hasn't been gone long, but I know it can be a bit of an ordeal to take his testosterone at work, and I'm not about to be the asshole who interrupts his legally mandated 15 minutes. It'll probably be a bit if you want to wait. She nods, glancing over at the empty tables, but doesn't move to sit. Can I make you something? I gesture toward the espresso machine. Her eyes find the menu on the counter. I'll have a cinnamon roll for initiative and, I guess, an Eldritch Baja Blast. Long or short rest? I say, pointing to the ceramic mug and to-go cup on display. At the lost look on her face, I add, for here to go. Here. On it. I give her my best smile and turn to make her drink. A pineapple and mango smoothie topped with blackberry cream. My gaze drifts from the blender full of fruit chunks to follow her movement as she sits on a stool at the bar, carefully guarding her papers like a windstorm might come along and blow them all into the air, which, to be fair, isn't outside the scope of normal for Seattle. What you got there? I ask, nudging the papers with my pinky as I slide her cinnamon roll across the counter. What? Oh. She looks down at the stack in her arms as though she's only just remembered she's carrying them. Flyers. I start up the blender, letting the loud sound fill the space between us. Working here, I see all types of people. Shy, loud, weird, rude. But I've never encountered this exact combination of nervous and cool. I can't tell if she's blowing me off because I'm obviously a nerd or if there's something else distracting her.
Okay, so that obviously has to be Izzy, for one. Um, Also, Steph, you've been working at this gaming cafe for like, you said like 6 months. You should already know how, definitely know how stressful a dealing with customers, especially in person, is gonna be, especially in the environment that you're in. Like you could imagine, especially if people are playing games and then certain people like start roughhousing or something and getting impatient or whatnot. That is definitely probably because especially if you have like competitive games in there, people could be pretty rowdy, pretty rowdy.
It's strange to see someone so clearly confident in who they are be so uncomfortable in a space as normal as a coffee shop. Therefore, my band. She offers after the blender whirs to a stop and she holds up a flyer for me to see. We're playing at Bar None this weekend. The page is filled with Art Deco lettering on a black background spelling out the words vinyl resting place. Beneath is a drawing of a drum kit with records instead of cymbals and a dark gold sound wave.
Okay, that was the name of the band. Because I was wondering, I was like, wait, what's the name of Izzy's band that she's in at the beginning of the story? And I was like, oh, okay, Vinyl Resting Place was the name of her original band. Okay.
Jordy said I could stick one of these in the window. Definitely. I rustle in one of the drawers and pull out a roll of tape. That's rad. I love music. This your playlist? She asks, pointing to the speakers while I make room by tearing down a poster for a haunted corn maze that definitely isn't still going in April. Oh, yeah, just threw something fun on to liven up the place. I press a line of tape to her flyer and stick it to the window before turning back to find her gaze on me. I catch her eye and hold it for a beat too long. They're bright and brown like a whole planet lives inside her irises. Maybe I won't bother unpacking at Dad's house. I'll just move to whatever solar system she's hiding in there. At that moment, the song changes and Rebel Girl by Bikini Kill fills the room. I like it. Old school. Relief knocks my shoulders down a solid inch. I'm an equal opportunist when it comes to music, so it just as easily could have been Weird Al or the Wicked soundtrack. I don't get embarrassed by my taste in music as a rule. I like what I like, and if someone has a problem with it, that says more about them than me.
Exactly, Steph. I like how Steph thinks. That's also like my philosophy too. Hey, I like the stuff I like. If you if you don't, if you like it, also cool. If you don't like it, that's fine too, as long as you're not a dick about it. That's pretty much how I see it.
But for some reason, I really want this girl to think I have good taste. Whatever good taste is, anyway. Izzy! Jordy returns quicker than expected. You made it! Glad to see you found the place. He gestures to our surroundings with a flourish. The girl's, Izzy's, demeanor changes immediately. Her shoulders straighten and her eyes brighten. Jordy reaches out to hug her, and for a second I wonder if there's something he forgot to tell me. Like that he's suddenly into girls? I give him a look, but all his focus is on Izzy. It's like a 2-minute walk from my place. I'd have to be decapitated to get lost, says Izzy, pulling back. Could be cool though, right? You could carry your head around under your arm and freak people out, headless horseman style. I return to the counter and throw a mint sprig on Izzy's drink before sliding it over to her. Izzy, this is Steph. Steph, Izzy. She was the coolest French tutor I ever had. Did you have more than one French tutor?
Okay, so obviously, Steph is already interested in Izzy because she said earlier for some reason she wanted Izzy to think she has good taste and stuff like that. So clearly she's very interested already. And uh, that Izzy also knows French. Because if she's gonna be teaching French, if she's gonna be a French tutor, then she must be very fluent in French herself. Then, so good to know. Maybe we'll be hearing Izzy spout some French like pickup lines or something at Steph later. At least that's the hope. I'm pretty sure that's what Steph's thinking.
Izzy's voice has lost some of its restraint, and her lips upturn in a smile. Nope, doesn't make you less cool. Jordy tears a piece off Izzy's cinnamon roll, then says through a mouthful of pastry, "You two have that in common." He's right, I say, tipping my head just a bit closer to Izzy's and sliding forward on my elbows. We are exceptionally cool. Jordy leans in conspiratorially, a twinkle in his warm brown eyes that almost always precedes some mischief. You're also both lesbians. Discuss. He hops up and ducks behind the counter to clean the blender, leaving me face to face with Izzy.
Oh, he just trying to play matchmaker over here. Look at that. He just literally it was like, okay, I introduce you, give you a little bit, of information about yourselves, and then I just say peace and dip and be like, all right, now you two talk to each other. You're trying to play matchmaker. I see what you're doing.
Lizzie glances up at me, expression entirely unreadable. Jordy! I swear, he is the worst wingman in the history of wingmen. Honestly, for a fellow queer person, Jordy should know better. Being into girls is the bare minimum requirement for my dating pool. And as much as I'm all about is
Okay, so because I was trying to remember, I was like, which one was Steph's gay friend? I'm like, okay, Jordy. I had a feeling it was Jordy, but thank you for. I was waiting for some confirmation before I said anything. I was like, oh, okay. Because I remember one of her friends, the one of the more recurring supporting character was a gay friend of hers. So
Izzy's vibe. If she's accepting girlfriend applications, it probably won't be from the barista at the game cafe. I know I should say something else to save Izzy from having to reject me here and now, but before I can think of a joke to cut the tension, she raises one eyebrow, the hint of a smirk on her lips. "So, what kind of lesbian are you?" she asks. "The kind that likes girls?" She nods and sips her smoothie. "Same. Izzy's the rock star kind of lesbian," Jordy supplies helpfully. "Her band rocks. Pun not intended." "Liar," I say at the exact same time Izzy says, "Yeah, right." I catch her eye and scrunch my face in a way that is absolutely the least attractive I've ever looked, not counting the year I dressed up as a mayonnaise packet for Halloween. Jordy just shrugs. What can I say? I'm a pun gay. He
a mayonnaise pack, for Halloween. Wow, Steph. I don't know if that's supposed to be funny or sad. uh,
turns his glittering gaze on me. And Steph's a gamer gay. A gamer, if you will. I absolutely will not, I mutter.
that was a bad pun, Steph. That was a bad pun. But then again, considering the franchise we're in, it's not the worst cringy dialogue I've heard. And also, welcome in, Jaquette. and welcome to Steph's story. since you since you're a big Steph fan, I figured this would be pretty enjoyable for you.
Oh, come on. You're an amazing GM. Jordy elbows me, mistaking my objection to his pun for self-deprecation. Really, you should see Steph in action. Last week, she had us fighting these giant gargoyles in dense fog with an acid pit on one side of the battlefield and a steep cliff on the other. Sounds harrowing, Izzy says. I'm not in a judgment from anyone as far as my hobbies go. If people think I'm a nerd because of it, well, they're right.
All right, hold on. We got ads coming in. Ads about to start. So let's take a little pause. So that way ads and stuff can play. But yeah, hopefully this has also been getting a nice feel for for how Katie has been acting in this. Ew. That's disgusting, Elise. That is nasty. That was a little bit of TMI, Elise. What you? what you do in the bathroom? Your the bowel movements that you take in the bathroom are definitely TMI. TMI. Elise said Chloe is worse. I do not want to think. I do not want to think of my daughter's shits. Thank you. I would rather not have those images in my head, please. Thank you. uh, you got me tearing now. You got me tearing, but in a good way. You got me tearing in a good way for once. Cause Lord knows this franchise so far has been making me tear and cry, mostly in a very sad way. So if I could get some good tears going, that would definitely help balance things out. Lee said, "Listen, Max's farts probably smell like dust." Yet again, I don't need to be having images of Elisa because she can rewind time. I don't need these images of my other daughter, because I treat all of, as I said, Max, Chloe, and Rachel are like my daughters, and we don't need to. And anyone that wants to get to them, they have to go through me. Lee said, and she holds in farts for 30 minutes ago. Okay. That is disgusting. That is a very irresponsible use of those powers, by the way. That is not great. All right, let's continue cuz ads are already done.
I am a nerd and proud of it. Still, something about Izzy has me checking her expression for signs of disdain. Thankfully, I don't find any. Harrowing is right. Steph's got a gift. Really makes you feel like you're there. Jordy taps a laminated copy of our events calendar on the bar. We play every Friday night if you want to check it out. Oh, I don't really know how to play. Hey, newcomers are always welcome at my table. I fish for a copy of the calendar behind the counter and pass it over. Plus, it's really not that hard. Rolling dice, a little basic math, a vivid imagination. I bet you'd have fun. Think about it.
Ew, Elise. Ew. Elise, Elise said, "Hey, Chloe, by the way," and then farts. Ew. Ew.
Trade you. Izzy slides one of her own flyers into my hand, smooth as can be. Gigs on Saturday. Maybe you can add something new to that playlist of yours. I fold the flyer and tuck it into my pocket, but all through the evening rush it lurks at the back of my mind. I don't forget, even as a classic Seattle spring rain pelts my face on the way home. And when I get there, I don't bother to finish unpacking. The last thing I do before flopping into bed is jam a thumbtack through the top of the flyer and pin it to my wall. I knew it wouldn't stay empty for long.
I will say, one of the biggest things that I really, really like, oh, excuse me, really like about this story is the whole band aspect of it. The whole thing with like with music and the band and bands and things like that. I love that whole that aspect of this story is really fun for me. Like I really like that stuff.
2. In the magical realm of Windmire, I am the king of the castle. I'm also the evil advisor, the barmaid with a dark secret, the shopkeeper desperate to offload a cursed dagger, and the ice blue dragon atop the mountain watching over it all. From behind my GM screen, I have total control.
See, Elise. Elise said if Chloe was a real person, I'd eat that, no hesitation. uh, see, see, the reason why I say, the reason why I say that Chloe, Rachel, and Max are like my daughters is because the strong leaning for them is the lesbian thing. Is the lesbian thing. But if we really think about it, technically all three of them are technically bi. So if they were open to it, then I also myself would be all up in that. But respecting their leanings, I would uh I would treat them more like my own children in that case. Because if they're gonna lean more towards the lesbian side, then I'm gonna respect their decisions and treat them accordingly. Also, welcome in, Charlie. Enjoy meowdy to you, Charlie, and enjoy your lurking. Enjoy your lurking. And of course, Elise, I know you're not gay because you've said that plenty of times. Plus, you brought up your boyfriend like several times. So I know that. But it is good to know though that apparently if any girl was gonna turn you is gonna was gonna make you a lesbian, apparently Chloe is that girl for you if she was real. So good to know. Elise said, imagine you can hit Chloe with a frying pan because she's being so sassy. Oh, Jesus. Oh, now Elise is using full names here. She going full names on Chloe. Chloe Elizabeth Price. Yeah. That's how you know Elise is getting serious. Is when we start using full names.
Except when I don't. Natural 20. Jordy pumps his fist in the air. With only 2 hit points left, the beholder they're fighting really doesn't stand a chance. But I'm not one to spoil the fun. Besides, I love the clickety-clackety of a satisfying dice roll. The beholder turns its massive eye on the great wizard Strive. You see yourself reflected in its iris.
Elise said, I mean business. I don't play about my girl Chloe. Neither do I. Neither do I. I wear this shirt loud and proud for a reason. Okay? I don't play either.
The same cerulean color of your skin. Your robes billow out behind you as you reach for the dagger at your waist and press the flat of the blade to your lips. Your whispered spell becomes a mote of flame that engulfs the monster before you. I point to Jordy's carefully organized dice tray, replete with colorful hand-poured resin dice made for him by our friend Leah. Roll your damage.
Oh shit, we got ourselves a D&D session going on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where's where's Jaquette at? We got a D&D session happening right now. Where's where's Jaquette at? He'd be all over this. uh exactly. Charlie knows. Charlie knows. That's funny. Uh, Elise said, "Now hear me out, Mikey. What about Mikey? Are you gonna go after Mikey, Elise? Is that what you're getting at? You're gonna go after Mikey? Step douche. What are you bringing up David for, Elise? What about David? What about David? What does David have to do with anything? Except being the definition of step douche. Elise said David in Life is Strange 2 is so fine. I guess in a hobo kind of way. Cause that's kind of what he looks like. He looks like a hippie hobo. I do like his personality in Life is Strange 2. Like, for once, he's actually very calm, understanding, and he actually listens. Elise, Elise said that it needs a haircut. Yeah, well, yeah, he does. Probably his hair is okay. I do like his I do like his little ponytail and stuff that he has going on. I do like that. As far as his beard and stuff goes, he might want to at least like trim it up and like shape it up cuz his beard is a little scruffy though. At least that personality greater than everything else. Yeah, that is true. Like I'm also a big I'm also a big personalities person. Like like I don't need my girlfriend to be like the hottest thing since sliced bread. Like if I can get if I could get along with someone in their like as far as like personality and stuff goes, then that's perfectly fine with me. That's pretty much how that goes. Like you know the old saying, looks aren't everything. Um Elise said Karen though, my girl Karen Diaz. What about Karen Diaz? What about Karen? What about her? You better you Elise, you better be careful with Karen though. She's probably gonna call your manager on you.
Jordy grabs a clear D10 with swirls of red and orange and flips it onto the table. It lands with a gold number 3 facing up, and Jordy's expression falters.
Mm, Elise said Karen's a MILF. Hmm. See now I'm thinking here. Uh maybe if she was a little younger, maybe? Like in the pictures where she's like younger, like yeah, but how she is when we see her in the game, she kind of looks like a meth head. Like she looks like a homeless like meth addict. Especially her messed up like her hair and everything. Like she looks like she's been tweaking. Which is kind of funny because Rachel's mother, uh Sarah, she looks better. like if it like if anyone was a MILF, Rachel's mom Sarah would probably be the one. Especially so far. Like if we're comparing like all of the mothers in Life is Strange up until this point, then Sarah is probably the one that's probably the hottest.
Hey, you critted though, so double the dice. Faye, one of our regular game night attendees, nudges Jordy with an encouraging smile uncharacteristic of her stoic and stabby character, a rogue of many knives and few words. Okay, so 6 points of damage. Jordy says. As the flames dissipate, you feel a vibration through the chamber. The beholder falls to the ground, unmoving. Yes! There's a resounding cry of victory from the players, and several of them leap out of their seats. Jordy's grin is so wide it's in danger of falling off his face, and Faye is hugging Steven, a new player who just started tonight. His character, a little bard girl named Osana, fell in battle only moments before, but he's taking it like a champ. This is the good stuff. This is why I play this game. Friends and strangers joining together to triumph over evil.
Did you bring back Durgaron? Are they fighting Durgaron again, Steph? Because that would be kind of mean. You could bring back Durgaron and have him lay waste to the to your new little party here. Also, at the very least, if you have a new person in the campaign, at least don't make things so hard for them. Like, at least have them stay around for a while. Like, come on. Don't have them die too quickly. Also, considering that Sarah is Rachel's mom, Sarah being the hot mom is pretty poetic considering what her daughter does. Hey, Try, how's it going? Welcome on in, Try. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're listening to a little bit of Steph today. A little of Steph today.
Spellcasters aren't the only ones wielding magic in the cafe tonight. It's the people. As if on cue, the Final Fantasy victory theme plays as the door to save point swings open. My heart jumps into my throat, eyes darting up to look for a flash of black hair. But it's not Izzy. I try not to let my disappointment show on my face as Pixie rushes in. Sorry I'm late. Pixie crosses over to the table and pulls out a chair. Small and sprightly, Pixie's name fits her perfectly. She's even wearing a t-shirt with a cartoon ghost holding a magic wand that says bippity boppity boo in curly purple letters that match her violet hijab.
Try said going good, making dinner and gonna eat, so I'll be lurking. But I saw it was a Steph stream, so I had to come through and listen. Exactly. See, I knew, because several people in the audience, some of our regulars, are big Steph fans. So I kind of figured this would be a nice little treat for all of you. Because I also count myself as a big Steph fan, so. And I hope your dinner comes out great and delicious. Also, if anyone didn't catch that, the person that showed up late for the D&D campaign was Pixie. So remember what I said, that there would be some surprises, some surprise cameos and crossovers in this story. That is the first one. So we actually get a crossover with the comics. because as the end of the comics did establish, Steph and Pixie know each other because they play D&D together. So this novel is carrying that through line forward. So we get a nice little little Pixie cameo here. So that is sweet that even though the comics finished, because technically this book was released in 2023 like I said earlier, and the Max and Chloe comic run ended in 2022. So even though that run of comics is done, at least the high C's, in this case Pixie, kind of keep going forward, as far as this novel goes at the very least. So that's sweet. Plus, it also makes sense because if this story is going to be dealing with bands, with like making bands and band competitions and all that stuff, it only makes sense that Pixie and the High C's would logically be involved in some way, since they are also a band. So it's a very natural way of bringing them in without it feeling like gratuitous fan service, pretty much. So fan service done right. So kudos to Rosie on that one. For writing in logical ways of having these cameos here.
Band practice ran along. Pixie's without a doubt one of my coolest friends. She plays Dungeons and Dragons almost as well as she plays drums. We met during my sophomore year of college when I helped tech her graduation. Pixie's band, the High C's, played a set, and it was the most piratey fun I've ever had. I've gone to every one of their gigs since, and Pixie comes out for game night whenever she can. Even when the High C's are on tour, we play an adventure over video chat so she can still get her RPG fix.
Because that is what Pixie said when she was talking to Rachel, Max, and Chloe about her friend and whatnot. So she did say they met with some that Steph would come to their gigs and stuff, and that's how they kind of got to know each other. And we also read that nice little free comic book day one shot of Pixie and Steph doing a D&D session through video chats. So yet again, nice that they're keeping all of that established stuff that they put that the comics put forth, and they're keeping that within the canon here. Even though, like what was established earlier, you don't technically have to, because we already established different timelines and stuff. So you don't necessarily have to have it fit in as much as Rosie is doing, but it is appreciated that Rosie is trying to link it a lot more closely to the comics. So you didn't have to do it, but it is appreciated that she's going through the trouble of doing it.
I'd say no worries, but Osana's down and we could use a healer, Faye says, jabbing her thumb at Steven. Womp womp. Steven's face splits into a goofy grin. Can't believe I died my first time playing. Pixie shoots me an appraising look. I can. Steph, you've got to stop scaring off new players. Hey, I just do what the dice tell me.
See, look at that. Even Pixie's on my side. I mentioned it earlier that Steph needs to take it easy on the new people. Just like Pixie said, if you're going at 100 from new people who probably have no idea how to play, then you're going to do nothing but scare people off. And probably make them hate Dungeons and Dragons, to be honest. So you might wanna ease it up and make things more fun and inviting for them, so that way they enjoy playing D&D. See, nice to know Pixie has my back on this.
I raise my hands and shrug. Besides, she's not like fully dead. Pixie plops a dice bag as big as her head onto the table and fishes out a couple d8s. Mauser does a second level cure wounds. Exactly as I'd hoped. I rub my hands together and set the scene. Mauser, you burst through the door just as the battle ends, red hair tangled with twigs and leaves in your rush to catch up, seeing Osana motionless on the ground, and the crestfallen faces of your companions. You fall to your knees and grasp the bard's hand. A few whispered words pass your lips, and light travels up Osana's arm into her chest. Pixie rolls her dice, and I turn to Steven, gesturing at the numbers face up on the table. Osana, you feel warmth spread through your body. A weightlessness that had passed over you fizzles, and you feel yourself falling into your own body. With a jolt, you return to life, and the first thing you see is a smiling half-orc in plate armor with a giant shimmering axe by her side. Steven's eyes shoot open, and he turns to Pixie. I sit up slowly and say, "Thank you, thank you." He's adopted a slight German accent for Osana, talking quickly. Don't mention it. Pixie waves him off, her own character voice for Mauser fairly low and even. Not at all her usual buoyant way of speaking. I shall write about your greatness in my book, Steven says in his Osana voice. I am a storyteller, you see, and it would be a shame not to make a record of your heroic deeds. Pixie just shrugs and grunts. Jordy leans across the table to murmur, That's a lovely sentiment, Osana, but Mauser can't read. Pixie winks, and her voice returns to normal. Intelligence is my dump stat. Technically, there's not a mechanic for literacy, but I thought it made sense for my character. I help Osana to her feet and give her back her violin bow, Faye says. But I sort of twirl it like I'm doing a knife trick, she adds as an afterthought. Make a dexterity check. Faye rolls a d20. It clacks across the table to land face up on a natural 1. Yeah, you break it. Well, I guess that's as good a quest as any. Jordy turns to Steven with a glint in his eye. What do you say? Shall we venture out to find you a new instrument? Steven nods eagerly. Sure, but first, I have this mending spell. Would that do anything? As Faye and Pixie lean in to look at Steven's character sheet, I get up to stretch my legs. We've been playing for about an hour, so a break is in order. Plus, I'm starving. I duck behind the counter to grab a couple of day-old pastries for the group. We're lucky that our store manager, Amy, lets us use the space like this. Technically, Jordy and I are both working this evening, but no one comes in besides the usual crew and the occasional newbie.
Kind of a missed opportunity for Steph to say that they've only been playing for like 20 minutes. just just like in Before the Storm. Because Before the Storm, the D&D session was like about 20 minutes, depending on how quick you could get through everything. So it does really add up to about 20 minutes. So would have been nice if she actually said 20 minutes as a nice little reference to Before the Storm on that one.
Still, they're all good sports about it, and usually buy a drink or two so we can keep justifying it. As I whip together a hot chocolate for Pixie and refills for the others, my eyes keep drifting toward the front door. It stays resolutely shut. Waiting for Goth Godot? Jordy sidles up next to me, eyes following my gaze to the door. I shrug with my best effort to appear nonchalant. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, come on. Jordy grabs the plate of pastries and passes it across the counter to Pixie. I may be useless at flirting, but I know chemistry when I see it. I don't know. I kind of thought she'd come, like maybe we had a connection or something. I lean back against the sink.
Steph is already feeling it real bad already. Look at that. She's just staring at doors the whole time, waiting for Izzy to come strolling right through the door. Like, come on. uh, she got it down bad already.
Cool metal bites into my skin where my t-shirt has ridden up, shocking me back to reality. But it's a Friday night. Probably she had something better to do. Better than fighting a beholder? I don't know, seems fake. It's fine, I say, the words bitter on my tongue. The truth is, as much as I love playing this game, it's been a long time since I've had much to do on a Friday night besides this. I thought when I graduated from college my life would really kickstart. But classes and homework have just been replaced by working at the cafe and now a weekly routine of dinners with Dad.
Welcome to adult life, Steph. Nobody, nobody educated this girl on how adult life was gonna be. Maybe I take back what I said about Steph's dad. He really needed to educate her on how adult life was gonna be.
Even on the nights I hang with friends, we just do the same thing. On Sundays, we chill at Leah's and watch Game of Thrones. On Thursdays, we go to Geordie's for Critical Role, this awesome live stream where voice actors play Dungeons and Dragons.
Uh-oh, we got a Critical Role mention. Oh boy. be careful. Be careful, Try. They mentioned Critical Role. uh, gonna gonna have some more crossovers over here. uh.
And then on Fridays, we're here in the shop to play ourselves.
Try said natural 20. Let's go, critters. Well, we do know that Steph is definitely a critter. So, well, technically, who's let's not kid ourselves. We're all critters here. Yeah.
I like all that stuff. I do. I just thought my life would have a little more adventure in it. Real adventure. Not only the kind in my imagination. Maybe it wasn't meant to be, I say. Bad roll on the dice, you know? Now that's some bullshit. Jordy whips around, planting the tip of his finger against my sternum. You're the game master, Steph. You make the rules. In Windmire, yeah. Not in real life. Why not? I swallow hard, thinking of all the things in the world I haven't been able to control. My parents' divorce, my mom running out of cash to keep me at Blackwell Academy, a literal storm ripping through my life and changing everything. But it's silly to compare Izzy to all those things. She's just a girl. She's not going to wreck me. Fuck it. I push off from the counter and land on the opposite side beside Jordy. I'll just go to her gig tomorrow. Now that's the stuff I know. But you have to come with me, I say quickly. I don't want to look desperate. Jordy's expression falters for a split second.
Oh, we got another Storm reference and some a little bit of Steph backstory of Steph coming from a divorced household. So that is interesting tidbit of information for Steph there. Uh, will we get any expansion on that point? We shall see. Also, well, we'll probably get a little bit of an expansion on the whole Arcadia Bay storm thing, because that's another mention that Steph made about the tornado. So clearly something going on there.
But he recovers quickly. Yeah, okay. I was already planning to go with Ollie. Even better, you could be my entourage. Jordy makes a guttural retching noise. Please never call us that again. Fair enough. I grab Jordy by the arm and lead him back out to the table where Pixie, Faye, and Steven are already munching on muffins and croissants. I settle in behind the GM screen and glance down at my notes. I've prepared an adventure for them through a haunted crypt, where they'll eventually fight a lich. But suddenly, I'm not feeling the dark and dreary labyrinth I've planned. Instead, I close my notebook and look up at my players. All right, I believe you wanted to look for a new instrument for Osana. Stephen nods vigorously, putting on his character voice as he replies, Oh yes, the violin has such a lovely sound, but I think I'd like something a little louder for battle. A grin spreads across my face, and the words flow like a wish. You're familiar with fables of a nearby mountain where thunder caps its peak. A 6-stringed instrument is rumored to be the cause, lightning sparking with every note. As you approach the trailhead, echoing down the rocky path, you hear the striking minor chord of an electric guitar.
Electric
3.
guitar.
There's this energy in the air at an indie concert, like waiting for lightning to strike in a storm.
Oh my goodness, another storm reference. Nice. Because there was lightning in that storm too. So, uh, yeah, yeah. Where is uh uh finally going to the what was it, the concert, the gig or whatnot that of Izzy's that she mentioned. So that's gonna be sweet. Let's see how well that works out for her.
It's not the same as the big stadium shows, where every single person there is the biggest fan ever and no one can afford seats within a mile of the stage. Here at Bar None, people are packed along the walls, drinks in hand. Conversation fills the space as the audience buzzes with anticipation, cast in a purple glow from the stage lights. It feels like being underwater. It feels like standing at the top of the Space Needle.
No worries, try. No worries, no worries. We're probably, depending on how far the grocery store is from you, we're most likely still gonna be here for like a while. So I'm pretty sure you'll be like I highly doubt you're gonna be that long. So depending on how far away, we'll most likely still be here.
Feels like something great is about to happen. So, of course, after about 12 seconds of being there, I spill the completely full drink Ollie just handed me down my shirt. Shit! Are you kidding me? I groan. R.I.P., pear cider. You would have been delicious. It'll dry, I guess, Jordy offers. Want me to get you another? Nah, don't bother. I hold the front of my Fleetwood Mac t-shirt away from my body, fanning it in a ludicrous attempt to dry it faster. Absolutely outstanding. Top-notch Steph content. Ollie brings his hand down on my shoulder, a smile creasing his face. Oh my god, remember in school when I was there. Oliver, I grumble. Ollie's not even bothering to hide his obvious glee at my misfortune, blue eyes twinkling. He has this deceptive innocence to him. It's probably his dimples. Round face with curly hair and freckles. Ollie looks like a farm boy who's just found out he has magic powers pretty much all the time. It's deeply annoying and also adorable. Already, he's turned to Jordy to regale him with my many embarrassing exploits from our college days. That's the problem with working alongside your old roommate. They know all your secrets. But maybe that's a perk too, because as Jordy nods along eagerly, eyes fixed on Ollie, I can see the way Ollie leans in, the way his elbow brushes Jordy's. I stifle a laugh. This diabolical genius made me spill my drink on purpose to get rid of me. I think I saw a merch vendor over by the stage. Maybe they have t-shirts. But neither of them are listening to me.
See, Steph, you're not the only one trying to get lucky uh tonight now, are you? Like your friend needs to get lucky too, you know. He he needs to have some fun too. Like, come on. You can't you can't be the only one to monopolize uh all the fun, right?
Too wrapped up in each other's company for little old Steph and her t-shirt emergency. I squeeze through the crowd, pulling out my phone to shoot Ollie a few quick texts. Is this a date? Am I third wheeling your date? If you two wanted to be alone so badly, you could have told me to fuck off, OMG. It's hilarious and a little sad that even after all these years, Ollie and I are still so bad at this. In the 2 years we roomed together, before he came out and switched to the boys' dorms, I walked in on him clearly making a move in our room too many times to count. Those memories are etched into my brain forever. At least this time they're both wearing clothes. Thankfully, the merch booth in the far corner does, in fact, have t-shirts.
That would be so embarrassing. Walking in, having a roommate and literally walking in on them when they're either getting ready to do the deed or they're in the middle of doing the deed. So, yeah, that is uh I thankfully I haven't been in that position, but I could imagine how embarrassing that would be for Steph walking in on a situation like that. Be embarrassing for everyone involved.
They're sold out of my size, so I get a large with the same logo from the flyer and hand over a 20. Is there somewhere I can change? I ask, looking around for a bathroom. Steph? Izzy's voice is feather soft.
See, if Steph was a rebel like Chloe, she'd try to come up with a way to steal that T-shirt instead of paying the $20 for the ticket for the T-shirt. Moral of the story, though, don't uh don't steal though. It's not great.
Like sinking into a gigantic pillow. She stands off to the side, dark red electric guitar slung over her shoulder, wearing a leather jacket and black lipstick. Meanwhile, I'm wearing a pint of fermented fruit. Great. Hey, Izzy. Cool venue, very wet drinks. I manage, totally normal, nothing weird to see here. Her lips twist into a smile, a little peak of red popping through as she catches her tongue between her teeth in a laugh. I can see that. Yeah, about that. I hold up my new vinyl resting place t-shirt. Follow me. You can change backstage. Izzy's hand closes around my wrist to pull me forward, and my brain stutters to a stop, and all I can think about is her fingers on me. Can she feel my pulse jump beneath my skin? We wind through a dark hallway into a back room that's more garage than green room. The walls are lined with boxes and kegs, and the floor is cracked cement. 3 other girls are clustered near the door. One carries an electric bass by the neck, and another twirls drumsticks between her fingers. There you are, we're about to go on, says the third, a redhead with a short bob and a tight tank top. Just a sec, okay? Steph needs to place a change. I give them a little wave, but the rest of Vinyl Resting Place doesn't seem all that interested in me. That's fair. Here, for privacy.
Okay, so we're gonna meeting the rest of Izzy's bandmates from what was it, Vinyl Resting Place. There you go, because they just said it. I was about to say, I was like, wow, I'm gonna blank on the band name even though they just said it like a second ago. but uh but yeah, I do remember that I think there's only one member of Vinyl Resting Place that is even important to actually remember. So so I highly doubt I'm gonna remember any of their names. uh so so just word of warning on that one.
Izzy guides me around the back of a dark blue van, parked in the green room. Its bumper adorned with a dozen stickers, toting various messages, from a rainbow steer queer to I break for Bigfoot. I give her a thumbs up, and when she turns her back, I quickly strip out of my wet t-shirt and into the new one. Okay, all set, I say, a little breathless. Izzy
Steph having a wet Steph having a wet T-shirt, and this isn't even a contest. Supposed to, if you're gonna have wet T-shirts, at least have it be for a concert, well, a contest, at the very least. But in all seriousness, at the very least, having the wet T-shirt gave her some quality time with Izzy as a result of that. So kind of a win-win situation on that one.
Izzy turns and looks me up and down. Bit big. I just shrug. That's okay, I'll just wear it as pajamas. Dope. Izzy grins wide and genuine. Maybe I'll dream of rock and roll. Izzy, calls one of her bandmates. Ditch the groupie and let's go. Coming, she shouts back, but doesn't make a move to leave. Instead, she slides the guitar around so the strap holds it on like a backpack and takes a step toward me. My breath hitches, and for a moment I think she's going to kiss me, which is wild. Cool rocker girls don't just take Steph Gingrich backstage to make out. And
Somebody is definitely jumping the gun very quickly. And someone is also very thirsty. Steph, I think someone needs to. I think they need to pour some more drinks on you to cool you off right now.
even if they did, Ollie and Jordy would never believe me. But then, Izzy takes a fistful of my t-shirt and twists a hairband around it so the fabric cinches in at my waist. Her fingers lightly brush my stomach as she tucks the knot up under the shirt. There, she says when she's done, stepping back to examine her handiwork. Very cute. As she joins her bandmates and heads toward the stage, I follow at a distance, absently brushing my hand against the hem of my shirt where her fingers ghosted against my skin. I don't even care when I can't find Jordy and Ollie in the crowd. The lead singer's voice crackles over the speakers. We're Vinyl Resting Place. Who's ready to rock and roll over in their graves? A cheer ripples out over the audience. I plant myself beside the stage, just a few feet from Izzy as her fingers fly across the strings to play the opening notes to their first song. I can't see the lead singer, or any of the undoubtedly cool lighting. But that's okay. The view's better from here anyway. Live music is the closest thing to magic I've ever experienced. When IGM, magic can be destructive or illusory or even healing. But in the real world, music is everything. I bounce on my feet, dancing in my little scrap of space near the stage as Vinyl Resting Place play their set. Notes lighting me up like fire. If songs are spell work, then Izzy is a sorceress. Her fingers dance across the strings, a mesmerizing melody spinning from her instrument. I am entranced, a willing victim of her witchcraft. It isn't until my phone buzzes in my pocket for what must be the 9th time in a row that I finally tear my eyes away to check the stream of texts from the group chat. Jordy. Steph, where are you? Seriously, you okay? Did you get abducted by aliens? Ollie. If so, bring us back a souvenir. Also, are the aliens hot? Jordy. Ollie's knee is hurting, so I'm gonna take him home. Do you want a ride or are you good? Ollie. Wow, you're not gonna offer me a ride? Jordy. I literally said I was driving you home. Never mind, I just got it. Oblivious Ace strikes again. Ollie. You misspelled adorable. I bite back a grin. It's about time Jordy and Ollie found each other, and I can't help but feel overcome with hope at their relationship finally blossoming. Maybe it's a sign. Get a room! But really, I'll be fine.
Well, it seems like somebody's getting lucky from this little concert, huh? Go Jordy and Ollie on that one.
You kids have fun. I tuck my phone away and turn back to the stage as the song ends with an explosive chord and a cymbal crash. Thank you, shouts the lead singer. We're Vinyl Resting Place, and we've been great. There's a collective chuckle from the audience as 3 of the 4 band members unplug their instruments and head my way. Izzy stands alone, looking over her shoulder, eyes wide and brow pinched. For a second, I think she's about to play a solo or something, but then she unplugs her guitar and follows the others. You were amazing! I shout over the noise of the crowd dispersing. Izzy catches my eye and smiles weakly. Hey, thanks. Her gaze bounces from me to the rest of her band, disappearing into the shadowy hallway toward the green room. I have to take care of something first, but don't go anywhere, okay? Meet me in like 15? I nod vigorously. Way too much, like my neck hurts from all the nodding.
Uh, okay, so ads are gonna be playing in a few seconds, in a couple of seconds. So I'll take a little break, and then we will continue listening. But yeah, nice little thing so far. So far, got to meet what was it, the rest of Vinyl Resting Place, cause that's going to be a recurring thing. That's gonna be going through. I wouldn't say the whole book, but for a good amount of it, like Vinyl Resting Place is going to be an important aspect of the book. And that's besides the fact that Izzy is just a member of the band. So that will be kind of interesting how this all develops as we continue on through. But most importantly though, also see how long it'll take Steph and Izzy to potentially get together. Because obviously, Steph is very interested. Um, Izzy seems like she might be interested. Because there are some signals being sent, but Steph is obviously extremely like smitten at this point. So obviously Steph is hoping to make things to get some official standing for them and starting a little bit of a relationship there. So we'll see how well this works out for her. And potentially for them. So, alright. So we should be coming back. Here we go.
Cool. She flashes me a smile before vanishing too. I lean against the wall to wait and scroll social media, but I'm barely looking. A few texts from Jordy trickle in and I do my best to answer, but all my attention is on that hallway, waiting for Izzy to reappear. Did you know Oliver liked me? Steph, what do I do if he kisses me? LOL, kiss him back. Right, but I mean, how? Like, with your mouth? How am I supposed to breathe? I don't know if you know this, Jordy, but when you have your first kiss, you actually grow gills. Okay, so like, through my nose? I'm so stupid. Why does he like me? Because you're stupid.
Apparently, I'm Gonna have to take back Ollie and Jordy being lucky apparently because now Jordy's like freaking out like he's well, by his own admission, he's never really kissed anyone apparently. So it was like, dude, like all of y'all are like what, college age? Like, shouldn't y'all have like already kind of had your first like kiss moment at this point? Just saying. Talk about being a late bloomer, Jesus. I kid, I kid. It's a, it's sweetly adorable. It's fine.
It's gonna be okay, man. Just talk to Ollie about it. He knows you're ace, and he's not a dick. You can figure it out together. Thanks, Steph. There's
He's not, he's not a dick, but he does have one, and that's the most important thing.
movement down the hall, and I stand up straighter. Then I remember I'm the furthest thing from straight, so I contort my body into a casual lean that hopefully conveys that Steph Gingrich is a lesbian dreamboat, available for post-gig smooching, but the voice that carries up the hall toward me isn't Izzy's.
How are you gonna make that extremely noticeable? Are you gonna plant a sign on yourself? just put, just dangle a sign from your neck. Just have in neon lights on a sign dangling from your neck. Just say available. uh, make it as clear as you can be.
The song just isn't our sound. If she doesn't get that, then she's not right for Vinyl Resting Place. It's the lead singer, sporting short copper hair and a leather vest. The bassist and drummer flank her, nodding. Maybe it was harsh, but honestly, she needed to hear it. It wasn't that harsh. We've been thinking it for weeks, the bassist says. I'm just surprised she didn't see it coming. I push off the wall. The drummer's shoulder bumps mine, and she doesn't even bother to apologize. My mind races, but not as fast as my feet, which carry me back to the green room. Izzy sits on the floor, guitar laid across her legs, shoulders slumped. She stares at a point across the room with unfocused eyes. I want to sit down beside her, tell her she was brilliant, hold her hand through whatever she's dealing with. I remind myself I'm just Steph, some girl she met at a cafe. I'm not anyone to her. I'm not anyone to a lot of people.
That may be true right now, Steph. But you can be someone to her. And isn't that technically what you want? So you gotta step up, Steph.
But then she says my name, and I forget about everyone else. Steph? Shit, I forgot. I'll get my stuff. Don't worry about it. I glance over my shoulder to check we're alone. Are you okay? Yeah, totally fine. Her voice is too high, her smile too wide. Her eyes swim with unshed tears and she sniffles. Damn it. I shrug and lean against the doorframe. Look, if you want to be fine, then we can do that. We can get a drink and celebrate an awesome gig, and maybe you give me your number? Yeah? Yeah. I push off the wall and cross to her, sinking onto my knees. But if you're not fine, we can also do this. I roll onto my hip and sit beside her. elbows knocking. "What's this?" she asks. We sit here and you tell me what happened. I tell you your bandmates are assholes and you're the real star, and then you still give me your number. A laugh breaks through her chest, harsh and a little raw. I think I'd like that. The second option, I mean.
Smooth, Steph. Smooth. Look at her just diving right in. Exactly. Stepped up and got some results. There you go. Smooth. And also very respectful too. Because just because Steph is thirsty does not mean that she's an inappropriate asshole though. So time and place. And she was still able to slyly get those digits though. So there you go.
Great. Because I have some choice expletives in mind, and I'd really hate for them to go to waste. Izzy is a pretty crier. Not in the way actresses are, where their face stays the same and they just shed a couple tears.
And to be fair, the other members of Vinyl Wrestling Place are pretty big assholes. So definitely gonna be learning a lot more of the assholery from them. Well, about them, I mean.
Izzy is pretty when she cries because she really cries. Maybe it's the crying that's beautiful because she's not afraid to show how she feels. Or maybe it's the girl underneath the tears. Maybe I'd think Izzy was pretty no matter how red her face gets. She's hurt and she's angry and I don't know how to fix it. But then she's not asking me to. They just don't get it, Izzy says through a sigh. They want our original music to be like, I don't know, chill vibes only? What does that even mean? I make a face. You're a rock band. That's not exactly easy listening. I think they mean they want our songs to feel positive. So, no singing about your recent breakup or how much it sucks to be a hot single rock star? Are you trying to ask if I'm single? Izzy elbows me in the ribs, but there's a smile on her lips that wasn't there before.
Look at how so Steph is pretty sneaky with the trying to be supportive and what's the word? Empathetic with her with what Izzy's going through. And then slipping in the whole single comment, which to Izzy's credit did not slip by her at all. So just because Izzy is in the headspace that she's in doesn't necessarily mean those lines can get past her. So good catch.
Then she leans back against her van, and her eyes flutter closed. Here's the thing. They don't understand that my life isn't just rainbows and iced coffee, you know? I've seen some shit. And I don't just want to sing about love and partying. I want to sing about stuff that makes me angry and stuff that makes me sad, too. And they don't like that. She shakes her head. We were supposed to debut my new song tonight. We've been practicing it for weeks and I thought it was good.
Is he talking about all those emotions? Is she sure she's not talking about the franchise that she occupies? Because all of those emotions sound like sound like the Life is Strange franchise in a nutshell. uh,
But I guess they all decided without me that Vinyl Resting Place doesn't need Izzy Margolis. That sucks. My eyes fall to her hand, palm up on her dark wash jeans. It would be so easy to just put mine in hers. Her skin looks soft, and I want to trace my fingertip along the creases of her lifeline. And maybe that would make her feel better. Or maybe it would just make me feel better. So instead, I look up at her face, at the smeared mascara along her cheekbones, and the lipstick flaking off her lips. And I lean in to say, "Can I hear it?" Izzy's chin dips to her chest and she rolls her lip between her teeth. I mean, how? It's just me. Izzy unplugged. I wave my hand before us, as if pointing to her name in lights, and she giggles. I could probably do some bucket drumming, get a beat going. I'm not really a singer. So, I rise to my feet and hold out my hand. I'm not really a drummer. It's been years since I've picked up a set of drumsticks. But for Izzy, I'm willing to put my muscle memory to the test. We're both liars, as it turns out. The acoustics in the green room suck, but Izzy's voice carries anyway. Her song is raw and wounded, rising like a treacherous tide. I'm pulled under, breath catching in my throat as she sings. Chew me up and spit me out. You'll still hear me scream and shout. I reject your hetero cis pool. The closet's full. We must come out. I keep time, positioned behind the drum kit in Izzy's van. The drumsticks feel weighty in my hand, like each beat matters, just like each word. Don't eat that. Pose. Be quiet. You can't make this body diet. They won't teach you this in school. The first Pride was a riot. When she finishes, the last note tearing from her throat, she looks up. Her eyes are storms, cloudy and chaotic. Hell yes, I say in a soft exhale. That was so good. Like, so good. I'm almost shaking with the adrenaline, electric current spiking through my limbs. Yeah? A blush creeps across Izzy's face. I mean, yeah, I thought so too. No offense or anything, but why are you playing literally anything else? I extract myself from the drum kit, accidentally crashing into the hi-hat on my way. And also, why aren't you the lead singer? Because Astrid doesn't matter. She does if I want to stay in the band, Izzy grumbles. I hop down from the van and clap a hand on Izzy's shoulder. And why the hell would you want to do that? They clearly don't get you. You're
okay, that's who. Okay, Astrid was the main the main member of Vinyl Resting Place. That's the most important one to make note of, because she's the most important well, other member of the band, obviously, besides Izzy at the moment. But yeah. Also, Steph's narration of when it comes to Izzy kind of comes off as a erotic novel at times, and it's like, okay, I don't think anyone signed up for an erotic novel. Steph Steph might need to tone down her thirstiness a little bit. Well, probably more than a little bit. Uh,
your talent or your sound. They're just dragging you down. Is this your way of doing the you're better off without them thing to make me feel better? She narrows her eyes. Is it working? I don't know. Izzy sets her guitar down on the bed of the van and turns to face me, hands on her hips. Maybe you should try a little harder. I cut my hands to my mouth and mimic the sounds of a rabid crowd. Izzy, encore, encore, you're the best rock star in the world! Izzy grins and beckons with her hands for more. Yeah, let's go, Izzy, your sound is on fire! Can I have your autograph? I travel around her in a circle, bowing and fanning her with my hands as if to say, we are not worthy. The hottest one-woman band around! Yeah, okay. Izzy waves me off, but she's grinning now too. It's a nice dream, I guess. Why does it have to be a dream? Well, I can't actually play all the instruments myself. What? I deadpan. Do you mean to tell me you don't have 6 extra arms ready to go? I don't know if I'd need 6, she says almost thoughtfully. Could go for a simpler sound. Guitar, vocals, and drums at least. That's not too bad. All you need is a drummer. I nudge her with my elbow, hoping she'll look my way again so I can drown in her big brown eyes. And she does. Wide and full of mischief. Her gaze catches mine, and she says, No, I don't. Already have one.
Ooh, that was that was sly. Yeah, Izzy immediately with the rebound pickup lines. Look at that. Yeah. You got a 2-girl band. Just them two. I wonder what they're gonna call the name of the band. It couldn't have anything to do with some cosmetic makeup or anything, could it?
4. Dad's garage is a lawless land, a graveyard for hobbies gone sour. There's a shelf full of action figures he started and stopped, collecting the year I went to college, and an old motorcycle he's definitely never ridden. I nearly trip over a literal bow and arrow on my way to the drum kit in the corner. I swipe my finger through a thick layer of dust on the cymbals. Dad gave me this drum set for my 14th birthday. I can count on one hand the number of times I've practiced since then. Such a noisy hobby. The last time I sat behind this drum set, I was in Arcadia Bay, in a house that isn't there anymore. Mom told me to keep it down, and I was only too happy to oblige. The gift was always more for Dad than for me, and he wasn't around to enjoy it. I plop down on the seat and ghost my drumstick across the snare, eliciting a soft hiss. I know that I know how to do this, but without Izzy's eager face urging me on, I feel small and insignificant behind this mountain of rhythm I'm meant to climb.
Okay, so Steph gave us a little bit of information because obviously Steph has been living with her dad at the beginning of this story, and then with that information that we just got with Steph with the drums, reminiscing on the drums, her drum set. She used to live with her mother, obviously in Arcadia Bay, like she said, but obviously can't live in Arcadia Bay when the town has been wrecked. So connecting the dots why Steph is in was is living with her dad in Seattle. So, well, was living in with her dad in Seattle. Anyway, so little pieces are coming together slowly but surely.
I set the sticks down on the floor, Tom, and dig my phone from my pocket. There's only one person I trust to help me with this particular problem. Hey, little drummer girl. Pixie. Hey. Pixie's reply comes immediately, and I sigh in relief.
Hey, Pixie, welcome back. Welcome back into the story again. At least at least the D&D session wasn't her only cameo. I kind of forget how many times Pixie shows up during the course of this book.
I snap a picture of the drum set and send it to Pixie along with a caption. SOS. Have you never heard of a dust rag? Step 1, cleaning. Got it. But for real, what do I do? I haven't played in ages. Okay. For a start, you should tune the toms and your snare. You have to tune drums? Steph, teach me. Tradesies? I want to learn to be a game master. You've got yourself a deal. I take Pixie's advice and clean the drum set first. It's grueling work, but when I finish, the drums are a shiny electric blue. Hey, sweetie, find anything good? Dad pokes his head into the garage, wearing a beanie and holding a green juice.
That would actually be kind of fun to see see what her dad looks like actually, dressed up in that description. But anyway, uh, so we're actually going to get the whole little teaching lessons that I mentioned earlier, and also that Pixie mentioned within the comic books. So, we're kind of getting a little bit of a prequel story to even to certain aspects within the comic book itself, kind of. So, because if this is about 3 years before True Colors, then technically this would be also 2016, because I believe True Colors takes place in 2019. I believe so. That would make sense, because the main uh story of the comics take place in 2016 also. So that kind of lines up there.
Thought I might take her out of retirement, I say, clicking the hi-hat open and closed. I used to be in a band, you know. He descends the stairs and comes to stand in front of the drum kit, eyes a little glazed over behind his glasses. 2, actually. The kazoo keepers don't count. We were very popular at office parties, I'll have you know. Dad crosses his arms and pouts, the corners of his mouth still turned up a bit, just like mine. All the years we spent apart after the divorce, and I'm still more like him inside and out than I ever was like Mom. Okay, well, outside the office parties. That's more like it. So, what's the plan here? Please tell me you're not going to sell it.
Kind of cool to know that her dad was in 2 bands. That's actually pretty sweet. And very convenient that considering the situation that Steph finds herself in. Um, and a bit of a similarity between Steph and Chloe is both of them being more alike to their fathers than they are to their mothers. So, so nice, a little bit of a similarity there between the two of them. Maybe that's why Chloe and Steph got along so well. Hmm. One might wonder.
Nah, had something a little more exciting in mind. With a snap of my wrist, I start a drum roll. The snare rattles and whines. Maybe I do have to tune these things. I've joined a band. That's great, sweetie. Your turn. I point to the glass in his hand, side stained green with spinach or kale. What's up with the health potion? Ah. He looks from the glass to me and back again. You know, antioxidants are. I shake my head. Forget I asked. Oh, come on, it's not that bad. You want to try one? Absolutely not. More for me. He takes a sip, and the twitch in his jaw says all too clearly he'd rather be drinking anything else. You sticking around for dinner? I've got a colleague coming over I want you to meet. Is this a job interview? I narrow my eyes and push off the stool. It wouldn't be the first time he's tried to lure me into something career-related. Brochures left casually on my bookshelf and near weekly job listing emails. Dad shakes his head. No, nothing like that. She's... Sorry, Dad. I can't tonight. I tuck the drumsticks into my back pocket and make for the garage door. I've got band practice. Izzy lives a few minutes away from Save Point in a light blue one-story house with a worn fence and overgrown hedges. She meets me on the porch stairs, barefoot and sporting a long-sleeve shirt made of sheer black lace over a tank top and big silver earrings in the shape of stars. She's holding a green notebook and an open can of root beer. Steph! She waves me forward, leading me toward the front door. What are you, a vampire waiting for an invitation? It takes me a second to follow, my body lagging behind my brain as I take in the space. Her space. The walls are hung with all kinds of art. A grayscale oil painting of a sunflower. An old-school Rosie the Riveter poster that says, "We can do it, we just don't want to." And abstract pink and blue blobs with the word gender cut out from what looks like a bunch of different magazines pasted upside down over the top. On the far side is a double-stacked bookshelf full of tomes with cracked, unreadable spines, bookended by a couple of glass whiskey bottles filled with swirling purple sparkles, like a grown-up snow globe. So this is my crib. Izzy poses with her hand on her hip, an over-wide smile plastered on her face like she's performing for a camera. Damn. I peer around the corner into the kitchen, where matching dishware is stacked in cabinets with glass doors. There's a breakfast nook in the corner with a little potted rosemary and 2 candlesticks in the window. This is totally cute. Izzy grimaces, eyes drifting to her phone. Sorry. My fingers worry the skin of my elbow. First time over and already I've found a way to accidentally insult her. Absolutely killing it. Cute probably isn't what you were going for, huh? What? Oh, no, cute is fine. It's a shared space, but my housemates have decent taste. She shrugs. Besides, I can think of plenty of worse adjectives. I raise my eyebrows. She has vocab. I contain multitudes. She lifts her phone and the sour expression returns. Astrid just texted. She and the others are coming by to pick up their stuff later this afternoon. If we want to get any practice in before they whisk the drums away, we should do it now. I nod and follow her through the kitchen and out a side door into the garage. Immediately, I can feel the izziness here. Power cords make a maze of the ground, leading from the wall to amps, speakers, and other electronics I don't know the names for. A dark red drum kit is nestled in the corner next to a large gold divider. It's pushed back to reveal the other half of the room. A queen-size bed against the wall with a purple bedspread and pillows that don't quite match. A desk littered with notebooks and gum wrappers folded into neat chains, and a large oak dresser with brass handles. Izzy hurries to roll the divider back out. Sorry, it's kind of a mess. Even if it was, I wouldn't mind. But it's clear Izzy does. She's already picking up stray clutter, a water bottle, a guitar pick, a sports bra. I want to tell her to leave it. I like her mess. I want to see any part of her she'll show me. Instead, I climb behind the drum set and test the tension of the snare. Bouncy, I say, my drumstick ricocheting off the drum with a satisfying thump.
Considering she literally has all of her stuff just sitting, her bed and everything just in the garage. Talk about never being away from your work, right? Izzy might be a little bit of a workaholic when it comes to the band stuff. If you're gonna literally put your bed right there. Well, at the very least, when you're done with work, you don't have far to go to get to bed, right?
Way better than mine. I have to get it fixed up. Bring it over. Once these are gone, we can tune yours. It'll be easier to have them here for practice anyway. My heart jumps a little in my chest. We've only played together once and already Izzy's planning to do it again? Good. I'm glad she hasn't changed her mind. I adjust my grip on my sticks, determined to earn the faith she's placed in me. There's a loud crackle as Izzy plugs her guitar into the amp, followed by a melodious chord. She plays a couple more, testing each string and wiggling the tuning pins a bit, before hitting the strings with the flat of her hand and looking back to me, brown eyes smiling. Okay, let's rock. And we do, sort of. Izzy is even more magnetic with an electric guitar at full volume. Sunshine filters in through the garage door, bathing her in dappled light as she sings, and I'm mesmerized. It shows in my playing for sure. I miss the hi-hat entirely a few times, and my right foot pedals the kick drum shakily. Still, it's the most fun I've had in a long time. And when the song ends, I can't wait to play it again. Okay, Izzy says after the last chord has faded. That's a start. I'm just stoked you said start and not end. I let out a nervous laugh and wipe a trickle of sweat already beating at my hairline. I'm super out of practice. Anxiety rockets through me and my other foot jiggles, rattling the hi-hat. Izzy slides her guitar onto its stand before closing the distance between us. With me sitting behind the drums, she towers over me, impressive, intimidating, intimate. Her gaze is steady, unlike my drumming, but as she catches my eye, I feel the energy inside me quiet. Her fingers close around the hi-hat, and she silences the cymbals with a pinch. Slow down, Roadrunner. It's a marathon, not a sprint, she says, leaning in. Her eyes sparkle with reflections of the twinkle lights hung up around the garage. Every cell in my body screams that I should touch her. I could just reach out. Lace our fingers together, run my thumb across her knuckles atop the hi-hat. There's a loud rumble as the garage door lurches to life, and I tip back, spilling off my stool onto the hard cement. Oh, hey, Izzy's voice goes small and quiet. Hey yourself, a voice I recognize. The singer from Vinyl Resting Place, Astrid. When I recover, clambering over the knocked-over stool, I'm met by an army of scowls. 3 girls stand at the lip of the garage. A blonde, a brunette, and a redhead walk into band practice. I don't know the rest of the joke, but the setup sure slaps. You look good, Astrid, the redhead, says to Izzy. Better than you sound, at least. A chuckle in three-part harmony echoes through the garage, and I realize it's me. I'm the punchline. Izzy doesn't join in. Steph, do you mind running to the kitchen to grab some sodas? Her eyes meet mine, imploringly.
So we could add some passive aggressive into that into that Astrid assholishness. Okay. Oh boy. Oh, this is good. This is gonna be fun.
I don't want to leave her with the mean girls. I fight the urge to stand my ground. Instead, I round my shoulders and bob my head. Sure thing, I say, and head for the door, not because I want to escape, but because she asked me to. The second I close the garage door, their voices become unintelligible. For all I know, they could be performing Shakespeare or reciting the digits of pi or shitting on my drumming. It doesn't really matter anyway. It's not their opinions I care about.
Why does it have to be one of them? It could be all of the above. They could be doing all of that in there, for all you know. Let's not limit ourselves, Steph. They could multitask.
I trace my steps back to the kitchen to grab sodas from the fridge. There's a box of root beer on the bottom shelf with a sticky note that says, Izzy, in Sharpie. The whole fridge is organized that way, with stacks of Tupperware labeled Mariana, a carton of lactose-free milk labeled Bruce, and a bowl with some kind of quinoa-based salad labeled Free to Good Home Turns Out I Hate Quinoa, Saturn. Hi. A voice startles the root beers out of my hands. They tumble to the ground, bouncing and rolling across the hardwood. Hi, I say, looking up to see the owner of the voice is a short, rainbow-haired white person with dangly earrings spelling out they and them, who, if I had to guess based on vibe alone, is probably Saturn. Hi, says probably Saturn again. I'm tempted to say hi one more time, just to complete the greeting do-si-do we found ourselves in, but instead, I tuck my hair behind my ear and give a little wave. Izzy asked me to grab sodas. I swear I'm not just some random girl raiding your fridge. Oh, their face relaxes immediately. You're Steph. Guilty as charged. Saturn, Izzy's told us all about you. Good things, I hope. Saturn's lip curve into a grin. Oh, very good things. They bend to pick up a couple of cans that have rolled to a stop at their feet and set them on the counter. Might as well grab new ones. These will probably explode. They cross over to the fridge, grabbing two for me and one for themselves. Thanks. I motion to the fridge, balancing the cans in one hand. Can you pass me 3 more? Saturn's eyebrows shoot up. Thirsty? My cheeks flame and I shake my head. Astrid and the others are here to pick up their stuff. Oh shit. Saturn's gaze bounces over to the garage door and back. Give them the time bombs. They deserve it. They grab one of the cans from the counter and shake it more for good measure.
Clearly, Saturn knows how much of an asshole uh, the rest of the bandmates are. That they're like, you know what? Give them the ones that's gonna shoot up into your face as soon as you open those cans. It's gonna spill everywhere as soon as you open it. So at least they know. Like, oh, you mean those assholes? Yeah, give them the fucked up sodas.
I grin, emboldened by Saturn's clearly correct opinion. Yeah, they kind of suck, huh? Honestly, I'd never say it to Izzy's face, but we're all pretty stoked to see the last of them. Their music is great, but their personalities? Saturn makes a retching noise. I thought they were annoying before Izzy and Astrid broke up, but the past few months have been hell. Oh, I say. Because what else is there to say? I guess intra-band dating can get messy. Sure, but this was definitely not your run-of-the-mill drama. Astrid is mean and she's not quiet about it.
Yeah, she is pretty bitchy, to say the least. But nice tidbit of information that some of that bitchiness is whatever the reason was for Izzy and Astrid to break up. We'll see if we get a any elaboration on that. We'll see. More so from Izzy's side, because I highly doubt Steph is going to be getting any private details from Astrid on that subject.
Girl likes to yell and not in a fun way. Saturn plops into a chair at the breakfast nook and opens their root beer with a crackle. I think Bruce was almost ready to tell them they had to practice somewhere else. He doesn't like to pull landlord on us. Such a weird dynamic since we all suffered through college together. But now he's got this fancy tech job and makes more money than God, but like, it's his house. My eyes travel back to the garage door, and I swallow with difficulty. Maybe I should get back in there. Here. Saturn pushes the jostled root beer cans into my arms. Go armed. I only catch the tail end of the Astrid show. They made quick work of taking the drum set apart and loading the amps into Astrid's car, so by the time I return, everything's pretty much done. Well, see you around, Izzy, Astrid says, twirling her keys around her finger. Good luck with, you know. She gestures vaguely at the empty space left behind. Her eyes flit to me once more before she piles into the car with her bandmates and speeds away. Izzy looks deflated. Her shoulders concave, eyes hollow. You okay? I ask.
Yeah, pretty deflating feeling, especially when when pretty much your ex walks in with her new well, not new because they were all in a band together, but walks in with her friends and literally comes and comes over and is like, "All right, I'm taking the rest of my shit." And just literally takes everything and then just leaves you with like nothing there. Can kind of be a pretty deflating feeling, especially when it's the actual like band equipment, which you kind of need. Lucky for you, Steph, at least you have a drum set in your garage that you could, fix up and use. So at least you have your own instrument that you can actually use. So at least there's a bright side there.
Nudging her with my elbow. My hands are still laden with root beer cans, otherwise I might be braver than I have reason to be and hold her hand. Izzy straightens up and clears her throat. Guess that puts an end to today. Says who? Izzy turns a bemused expression on me and says, I don't know about you, but without a drum set, what's the point? Well, for starters, drumming isn't the only thing I can do. I nod toward the open garage. The sun is still in the sky. It's maybe 4 in the afternoon. And we've got a lot of hours left in the day. Pity to waste them. I'm listening, Izzy says. What do you have in mind? How do you feel about pizza and nerds? The people or the candy? Izzy takes a can of root beer from my arms. Never mind. I love both. She pulls the metal tab before I can stop her, and brown fizzy soda shoots up in a geyser directly into her face. Yeah, I meant to warn you. Izzy wipes her sleeve across her face and blinks rapidly. I sure wish you had. Shit. Let me change first, okay?
She got the wrong can. Not great. Come on, quickly, Steph. You gotta turn this negative into a positive. You're losing points. You need to gain some points back. Come on.
Don't want to be all gross. Yep, take your time, I say. But they're not the words inside me, thundering against my ribs. I want to tell her she could never be gross. I want to tell her she's beautiful, even when she's covered in sticky carbonated sugar water. I want to tell her to never change because I like her the way she is. A shocked Jordy meets us at the door. A full 2 hours early for Critical Role night. It's our weekly nerd night where we crowd around Jordy's TV, since he has the biggest one, and watch the live stream. Jordy always makes geeky snacks, and we play a custom sort of bingo with silly in-jokes and the names of spells in each square.
Awesome. Sit down, watch some Critical Role live. Look at that. Look at that. This is why Steph is definitely the crittiest critter. Look at that. She knows. She knows.
We bring an offering, I proclaim as I charge into his apartment, dual-wielding bags of barbecue potato chips. Damn right you do. Jordy tilts his head curiously as Izzy follows me inside. Don't mind me, had an exploding soda can situation. Izzy gestures to her wet hair. Hope it's okay that I'm crashing the party. Steph said you do this every week. Jordy and I face each other, finger guns at the ready, and say the show's tagline in unison. Is it Thursday yet? I'll take that as a yes. We only play once a week, so we have to get our fix somehow, am I right? Jordy leads us into the kitchen, where he pops open the chips and begins pouring them into large metal bowls. You really should play with us sometime. My gaze snaps to Izzy, looking for a reaction, but she just reaches for a chip and shrugs evasively. Maybe she'd make a good rogue. Every Friday at the shop, invites open. I try not to want it too much, to bring Izzy into my world the way she's let me into hers. I know tabletop RPGs are cool, and I don't need her to think so too. But needing something isn't the same as wanting something. Izzy gives me a thin smile. Wish I could, but I've got something else on Fridays. I steel myself for the disappointment that comes with a brush off like that, and try on a smile like an ill-fitting pair of jeans. Oh, of course, Jordy smacks his forehead. You've got Shabbat, I forgot. Yeah, it's the one time I video call my parents every week, so I can't really skip it. Sort of an every Friday at sundown kind of thing. And why would you want to? Jordy turns to me, gesticulating enthusiastically as he explains. I got the invite a couple times when we were still in college. You would not believe the challah Izzy's dad bakes. I still dream about the fluffy texture sometimes. It's like a cloud made of carbs. Okay, first of all, extremely rude of you to describe delicious bread without having any to offer me. I give Jordy a look of betrayal. And second of all, the beauty of tabletop RPGs is you can play them on any day ending in Y. If you want to give it a go, we can play a short one-shot now before the show. Oh, yes, please. I'll text Ollie. I bet he'd join in. Jordy snatches his phone from the counter, fingers flying across the screen. I glance at Izzy. What do you say? Izzy nods. Yeah, okay, why not? I set her up with a character sheet at the coffee table in the living room and immediately see the overwhelm in her eyes. Oh no, I'm having math homework flashbacks. Why is this so complicated? Steph, bless your heart, no! Ollie exclaims from the entryway, where he's just arrived, carrying an entire watermelon. You're going to scare her off. He hands the watermelon unceremoniously to Jordy and crosses over to sit next to Izzy. Okay, we're going to do this right. What's your star sign, favorite color, and your most played hype song? Also, hi, I'm Ollie. I'll be your cruise director this evening. Cap
Jesus, Ollie just came in and just like took over everything. He just rolled on in and was like, "I'm gonna run this shit." Gee. Uh, I think we know. I think we know who's gonna be the dominant one in Ollie's relationship with Jordy. There, I think that's pretty obvious. There, who's gonna run this relationship?
Capricorn, Purple, Ever Fallen in Love by Buzzcocks, and I'm Izzy. Along for the ride, I guess. Ollie looks Izzy up and down, eyes narrowed in concentration. Okay, definitely a spellcaster then. Warlock, I say confidently. Really? I figured Bard, says Jordy. Oh, come on, Izzy's way too badass for Bard. Plus, isn't purple like the warlock color? Yeah, but she slays on guitar. You two, kitchen. Ollie points forcefully at the door. Izzy can make her own decision without your commentary. Jordy and I grumble as we get to our feet. But once we're safely in the kitchen, Jordy says, $20 says she picks Bard. You're on. We're both wrong. After much consideration, Izzy decides to be a cleric. There's no reason a healer can't be cool, she says with a shrug. Can I buy a shield in the shape of a skull or something? You can have a shield in whatever shape you want. I settle at the head of the coffee table and do what I do best. Improvise. You leave the temple in the dead of night. No one wakes to herald your departure. It's only you and your faith, a flickering warmth at your chest like a purring kitten held close. You take one look back at the place you've called home all this time, before taking your first step on the path to adventure. I offer Izzy a set of dice. She takes them and her lips curve into a nervous smile. Maybe if the dice roll in my favor, there will be room for me to come along on her adventure.
At least it's nice that we didn't have to have somebody break an arm to get another D&D session this time. So that is definitely a plus.
5. I practice all weekend with Pixie. She runs me ragged doing drills over and over again, teaching me the names of different rhythms my body remembers better than my brain. It isn't exactly like riding a bike, but the longer I practice, the more muscle memory from teenhood returns. When Pixie goes home, I let the metronome be my teacher, drumming to its incessant steady ticking late into the night. The next morning, there's a pair of noise-canceling headphones sitting on the snare with a sticky note pasted to the outside of the box. Don't permanently damage your hearing. Love, Dad. Once I start, I can't seem to stop. The rhythm lives in my bones even when I'm not behind the drums. At work, I drum on the counters with plastic forks, practicing along with whatever music's playing. And when I walk home at the end of the day, I move to an imaginary beat, thriving on the applause of an imaginary crowd. Izzy gives me homework. She sends me playlists of artists I need to know, and playlists of songs she thinks we should cover, and playlists of songs that remind her of me. I listen to them all. But that last one is on repeat in my head, even in silence. I try to dissect the meaning behind her choices. Does Girls Like Girls by Haley Kiyoko remind her of me because I'm a lesbian, or because she's a girl who likes me, also a girl?
Yet again, Steph. Does it have to be one thing? It could be all of those things. You don't have to limit yourself to just one thing.
After running through the songs for the umpteenth time at work, Jordy tells me I have to play something else or he's going on strike. I love to stim to a song on repeat as much as the next person, but this is getting ridiculous, he says. It's okay, babe. I'll make you a playlist too. Ollie presses his forehead to Jordy's, and they both crack a grin. Oh, come on, I protest. Just because you two found each other doesn't mean the rest of us aren't allowed to have a moment of gay panic. But as Jordy and Ollie are quick to point out, it isn't just a momentary fixation. I spend my days waiting to spend my evenings with Izzy. I live for the hours spent in her garage learning about music theory and structure.
Okay, so we got ads are going to be starting in a couple of seconds. So we'll take a little break and then we'll continue after. But yeah, so we got another quick cameo from Pixie where she literally where Steph just narrated Pixie in and then pretty much like narrated her out, so Pixie didn't get any speaking lines this time, but hey, she's still made an appearance, so I'll still count it as another cameo appearance, so and carrying on the giving an update to the whole Pixie giving Steph drum lessons. So makes sense. Plus, I don't think I wouldn't see why you would, but no, Pixie is not gonna be using her powers in this in this story. At least not from anything I remember. Cause if there was a situation where Pixie was using her powers in this, I believe I would have remembered that. Because that definitely sounds like the type of thing that would be very noteworthy. But yeah, because I wouldn't see why. Uh, but then again, maybe I did forget it, but I don't believe I did. So I wouldn't put any hopes of any pixie powers demonstrations happening in this story. uh, we still haven't gotten our other big cameos yet. I forget what chapter do they that they show up in, because I know it's not very deep into the book. Like I know it's relatively early on in the book that they're supposed to show up. Probably once Izzy and Steph actually start performing together, I think. Then they'll make their cameos, I believe. We'll see. All right, so let's continue.
Puzzling through lyrics together, flat on our backs with a notepad between us. That's where we are when she says it. We need a name. I roll onto my side, face squishing into my arm. What you mean, Izzy and Steph's family good time band isn't good enough? She hits my knee with hers playfully. Very funny, but I think we might get sued by the creators of Arrested Development. What, scared of a little lawsuit action? We need something that says queer punk band. And I'm guessing queer punk band is off the table? Steph, Izzy groans, but she's smiling. I narrow my eyes in thought, trying not to stare at her lips or think about how soft they look. Instead, I throw myself into brainstorm mode. Slam punk. Punky Cole Medina. On Wednesdays, we wear punk. Izzy groans. Okay, puns are not allowed. Punk intended? Izzy throws a pillow at me. Okay, maybe if I understood the punk vibe a little better, that would help, I say. Don't get me wrong, I love the music, but I'm pretty new to the scene. Izzy hoists herself up partway so she's leaning back on her elbows, long dark hair cascading down her back. It's just that punk is so much more than a vibe, you know? I follow her lead, sitting up and crossing my legs. Tell me, I say. I've spent days listening to every punk band she recommends. I know what the genre sounds like, I know the rhythms and foundations of the music, but none of that matters compared with what it means to Izzy. Punk isn't just a sound, it's an attitude, a lived experience. It's about being pushed around and oppressed, and rising up anyway. It's about being on the outside, about seeing injustice and doing something about it. It's about being angry and frightened and shouting to be heard anyway. I can't look away from this girl who feels like an epiphany. Izzy's eyes are glassy as she speaks. I want to reach out to her, a grounding touch to let her know I'm here, that I'm listening. My hand inches toward hers. It would be so easy to slot my fingers between hers and lace them together. All I have to do is be brave. I chicken out at the last minute, instead bumping my pinky against hers. Plus the black nail polish. Izzy looks down at our hands, so close together. And for a breathless moment, I think she's about to show me up, courage-wise. Her fingers curl toward mine, just slightly. But then she nods and pushes up to her feet. Yeah, we really need to get your look sorted out. What? You don't like the beanie? I stand too. Izzy steps closer, and closer, and even closer, snaking her hand behind my head. The moment catches and snags, and I think if something doesn't happen soon, I'm going to pass out. I love the beanie, she says, then tugs it from my head. But maybe not for gigs. Gigs? I raise my eyebrows. Yeah, if you want to. I talked to some people I know who own a venue. It's not as big as Bar None, but we can start small, work our way up. Small or not, I'm absolutely gonna need a new look for when we play.
It's a little funny that that Steph goes through all of this and is a little surprised when Izzy starts bringing up yeah, you might need to come up with a look or something when we're doing shows when we got actual performances to do in front of people. like like Steph, did you not think that Izzy wasn't gonna take this seriously enough to be like, we're gonna be performing in front of people? Like, come on. She was already in a band before this. Clearly that was gonna be an end goal for her. Kind of a little late to reconsider maybe being stage fright. No, 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 no. Welcome, 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 Swag. Don't worry about it. You're good. You're good, Swag. All right, let's continue.
Yeah? She catches my eye and holds it. Yeah. I lead her past the room divider into the bedroom half of the garage and toward the dresser. Make me over, Izzy Margolis. Izzy has a lot of clothes, way more than me, though that's not a very high bar, as I've been living out of my suitcase since graduation. It's nice not to have too many choices, but the high rate of laundry is less than ideal. I run my fingers along the fabrics, stalling on a leather skirt. I hold it up to my body and show Izzy. What do you think? Oh, definitely not. What? Don't think I'd look good in a mini? I strike a model pose. You'd look good in anything. She snatches the skirt from me, fingers brushing mine. She stills at the contact for a beat, eyes skating over my body. And do I detect a little wistful note in her tone? I let the hope blossom in my chest, and probably in my cheeks too. It's just that you'll be behind the drum set with your legs. What about my legs? I take a step closer, unable to keep the smile off my face. They're good legs, I'm sure. I mean, I would assume. Izzy turns her back to me and rifles through a few drawers in the dresser. It's just you might flash the audience. Okay, yeah, let's not expose ourselves on stage. Good call. So, got any leather pants? Izzy laughs at that. What's with you and leather? I don't know. Feels punky.
Hey, hey, Steph. We got, don't worry. We got some. Maybe the girl likes the kinks. Maybe she likes the leather stuff. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Hey, no judging. Whatever works for you works for you. And yes, swag. We are li- listening to the wonderful Katie Benz read to us. uh, reading to us our Steph story here.
There are definitely some vegan punks who would disagree. Izzy eyes me carefully, her gaze practically leaving scorch marks along my skin in its wake. Besides, we don't want you to look like you're wearing a costume. It should feel natural, like an extension of your style, not an erasure. Okay, so what would you suggest?
Translation stuff. Try not to be a tryhard. That's pretty much what Izzy is getting at. Don't and that is a lesson. That is an important lesson to everyone. Don't try to be a tryhard. Generally, people can definitely tell when you're trying way too hard, especially when you're trying to be something or somebody that you are not. So,
Izzy dresses me in ripped black jeans, a graphic tank, and a flannel tied around my waist. As a finishing touch, she fastens a couple of leather, or maybe pleather, bracelets around my wrist. Her fingers whisper over my pulse point, lingering. What do you think? Izzy asks, turning me around to face the standing mirror in the corner. I like it, I say. Her hands drift to my hips, and I try and fail to stop myself from leaning into her touch. Comfy. Feels like me. Good. That's the whole point of punk, really. Being yourself in the face of compulsory conformity. I grin at our reflections.
yeah, swag. Yeah, swag, you got it. Cause swag said, "Ah, I see." So technically, we're listening to Life is Strange before True Colors. yeah, pretty much. You could you could almost say you could almost say it's Life is Strange before the colors.
Izzy's wearing red and black plaid pants with gold zippers and a black long sleeve boat neck top that hugs her body. A tattoo snakes up over her exposed collarbone. Something viney. I wonder if it hurt like mine did. Ollie had to hold my hand the whole time. But by the end, I had a black line swallow over my chest. I got it in college after I decided I would never go home to Arcadia Bay again. The wings of the swallow carrying me wherever I needed to go. They've carried me here to Izzy's garage. Maybe they'll carry me further. We look cool together, huh? I ask. Like a real girl band.
More Arcadia Bay mention. Hmm. Seems to be a recurring theme. Clearly, there's more to that story there. Hmm.
Yeah. Something flicks across her gaze, unreadable and cloudy, and her eyes drift away from mine. I feel the moment slipping away, just like her touch, and I cling to it for dear life. What about, like, eyeliner and stuff? I ask. You want? She gestures to her own meticulous cat eyeliner. I shrug. I've never really done much with makeup before, but it would be neat to try. You can. I swallow. You can maybe put it on me so I don't fuck it up? Izzy motions for me to sit, then pulls a basket of cosmetics from the top drawer and places it between us on the floor. The thought of Izzy's hands on my face sends a shiver up my spine. And then her hands really are on my face. I freeze, afraid to so much as breathe the wrong way in case she stops. She rests the side of her pinky on my cheekbone as she swipes a brush across my face. My eyes flutter closed, and I lean into the touch.
Hey, Steph, count yourself lucky. Count yourself lucky that Izzy is putting makeup on you just for a normal thing, as opposed to, I don't know, someone putting makeup on you because you have a black eye. To try to cover up a black eye that you have. If you know what I'm saying.
I don't even care about the makeup. If we could stay like this forever, I would give up life's essentials like oxygen and coffee. What color do you want? Izzy's question is a feathered light breeze across my nose. She's so close. My heart hammers in my chest, a beat far steadier than my drumming. But I open my eyes and follow her gaze to the basket full of colorful eyeshadow palettes. I swallow and do my best to sound normal, like I haven't been thinking about anything but eyeshadow. Oh, so many to choose from. I reach for the basket, sifting through the different options. You've really got a whole rainbow here, huh? What is this, Target during June? Izzy rewards me with a laugh, a little guffaw that feeds my soul. I don't need more than a few seconds to choose. I know what color I want. It's
Uh, to answer your, uh, to answer part of your question, Swag, uh, you do, uh, well, you can see a picture of Izzy in, not in the main story of True Colors. I believe in the Wavelengths DLC. There is a picture of Izzy that you could actually see. So,
the same as the liner she wore the first time I met her, when she came into Save Point looking like a storm. Purple. I hold up the palette, a small plastic one with half a price tag still clinging to the back. Izzy's expression falters. Her cheeks go slack, and her eyes drift to the palette in my hand. No, she says quietly. Not purple? I glance back at the basket, looking for another option. Is it not my color or something? No, purple's fine, just not that one. She plucks the palette for me and smooths the thumb over the price sticker, slowly, reverently. It's really old, she says weakly. She tears her eyes from it and places it on the nearby dresser before selecting a different purple. I want to ask, I want to know, what's so special about a cheap little drugstore eyeshadow palette? But the words drown in my throat as Izzy instructs me to close my eyes, and her hands return to my face. She swipes a thin brush over my eyelids, lingering on the corners. I wonder what she looks like when she's this focused. I wonder what she looks like when she's this focused on me. The cool shock of liquid eyeliner hits my skin, and I do my best to stay still as Izzy meticulously paints my skin. Finally, she says, "Open," and holds a hand mirror up for me to see. I look like an alternate reality version of myself, with sleek black and purple angles lining my eyes. On the left side, she's drawn a little black star outlined in silver halfway between my lash line and my eyebrow. I look totally punk concert ready. I cheat a glance at Izzy to find she's looking at me too. Her eyes are dark. The little flecks of gold in the irises hypnotic, like I'll be pulled in if I stare too long. And I do. I do. I do. There's a hitch in her breath as she inhales, and before my brain can catch up, before my silly little thoughts can stop me, I lean in and touch my lips to hers. Kissing Izzy Margolis isn't like fireworks or lightning. It's quiet and calm and warm, like falling into a soft pillow. And I am falling so fast and hard. My hand finds her knee and I press up toward her, eager to touch her anywhere, everywhere. I want to run my fingers through her hair, brush my knuckles down her spine, press my forehead to hers, and drown in the magnetic pull of her gaze. I never want this to end. Izzy pulls away and my mind catches up. I've made a terrible error in judgment. I've misread the situation and ruined whatever good thing we had. I can probably kiss being in a band goodbye, and I definitely can't kiss anything else.
She is she, I told I told y'all that Steph was extremely thirsty. I warned her that she needed to slow down a little bit. She's going way too fast. So, oh boy. Uh, I think that's another thing that Steph and Chloe have in common. uh, go going way too fast into a relationship with somebody. uh, uh, swag, swag is swag said. Izzy sounds just as uh, badass as Chloe from my recollection. Uh, kind of. She is a well. Well, she was part of a band before, so she is kind of a a rock a punk rock girl. So that's pretty badass in my book. Um, Swag said, "Whoa, this is news to me that Izzy and Steph were an item. I did not know that." Um, in True Colors, if you did get the collectibles, the emotional collectibles, There is one where Izzy is in the emotional memory, and you hear Steph and Izzy talking to each other, and in that conversation you very easily can tell that they were in a relationship before. So what this one of the main things that this novel is showing is how that relationship started and what went on within that relationship before we get to that little moment in True Colors, because you are gonna see like everything leading up to that moment. That moment itself they're going to repeat again, and then you're gonna see the immediate fallout of that whole moment. So you're gonna get a full picture of everything around that. That's pretty much how that goes. And yes, swag, that is awesome. Yes, especially being a part of a punk girl band. Yeah.
But then her eyes flutter open, and her hand falls to mine on her knee. She doesn't push it away. She doesn't push me away. She just repositions, reaching up to brush my hair behind my ear, and says, "Thanks." At the same time, I rush to say, "Sorry." We both laugh awkwardly, and I rock back, clipping my shoulder on the corner of the dresser. I shouldn't have just. I begin, but she cuts me off. "No, I wanted you to." "Oh, okay. Good. 'Cause I wanted to, too." I. She hesitates, giving a one-arm shrug.
Oh, good, Steph. You didn't fuck it up by going in for that kiss too fast. Count count yourself lucky. You dodged a bullet there. Now we can just roll with it.
"Do you remember at the cafe when I asked you what kind of lesbian you were?" I nod. "Yeah." And I said the kind that likes girls. "Right." She doesn't say anything else for a moment. Fingers picking at the corner of the price sticker on that little purple eyeshadow palette. "Well, I'm." I think for a moment she's about to tell me she's not a lesbian at all, that she was just kidding or experimenting, or the word lesbian is actually French for one of those very yummy pastries with the flaky bits and the custard filling. "I'm the kind that's trans," she says finally. Her eyes slide away from mine, down to the palette in her hands. She peels a strip of the sticker off, worrying the residue away with her fingernails. It's probably silly to keep it, but this was the first eyeshadow palette I ever bought.
Okay. Now, that was also something in True Colors that we also already knew about Izzy, is that Izzy was a trans woman. We do know that from True Colors, from that conversation, that emotional memory collectible that you could find. We do know that from that, which when this novel was announced and when they said what the novel was going to be about, that was a interest that I did have, which was Steph is a Steph is a is a lesbian, a non transitioned like woman, right? And she's going into a relationship with a a trans woman. So my immediate interest was, okay, how does that relationship work? How would that go? So that was a big like interest point for me for this novel. But besides the fact that the novel's about Steph to begin with, so I was already interested. But once they solidified like this is the story that we're gonna tell, I was like, oh, because I am interested in like, okay, how did that relationship work? How did that all happen and stuff? Would that type of thing be a concern? Like that would naturally be a thing for me. To a thing that I would be interested to see. Like to read in this case, or listen to technically in this case because we have an audiobook. Uh but obviously because I'm not in like obviously I'm not a trans person, nor am I a woman, let alone a lesbian. So, seeing like reading or listening to like a story like about that is in this case is interesting to see like how that perspective and stuff, and see uh how that would go. um Swag said, are these graphic novels? No, these are not graphic novels. These are regular novels. Nothing but words. It is just words. Well, swag said, yeah, you don't identify as trans or a woman. Well, it's it's also not so much of what I identify with. It's so much as physically that's literally what I am. So so it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I have a I do not have the lady parts. So physically that ain't me. uh no, obviously not to say that I can't like identify with uh or relate to like obviously like a trans person, or like a woman or whatnot, in certain aspects, like as far as maybe certain situations that they're going through, and this, that, and the third. Just like I said with certain aspects, with what Chloe goes through, with what Max goes through, Rachel to a certain extent also. So So there are aspects that I can relate to. um, Swag said, "Man, it would be cooler if it was a graphic novel where it's Claudio when you need her." I know, right? I know. To be fair, to be fair, at the very least, we do have the audiobook and we do have Steph herself, Katie Benz, reading the novel to us. So they really gave us a bunch of extra to not only give us an audiobook, but to actually make sure that Katie Benz was the one to read it. So they didn't have to do that. They could have just hired any Joe Schmo to just do the audiobook if they really wanted. But they really put in the extra effort to actually get Katie to do the audiobook. They technically didn't have to do it. But I really appreciate that they went the extra mile to actually do that. Oh no, swag. I'm not saying. I'm not saying shots fired or anything. You're good. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Obviously you're joking, but at the very least they did give you they did give us a nice surprise with this with the audiobook. They gave us a very nice surprise out of it.
I was 12 and my dad needed to pick up a few things at the store. He asked me if I wanted anything, and I picked this. She slaps the palette against her open palm, the sound hard and dull. Drugstore makeup. It was $2.99. Dad didn't even blink. Just bought it for me. I know better than to interrupt. Not while Izzy is letting me in like this. It's raw. I can tell. Like she hasn't told this story a lot. It was the first time, you know? The first time someone accepted me for who I am. I didn't even use it. A laugh breaks from her throat, part joy, part heartache. But it showed me it was safe to tell him when I was ready. It showed me maybe it would be safe to tell others too. I hope it's okay that I'm telling you. Her eyes find mine again, bright and full of trust. I remember, then, something my mother told me. The truth is like a prayer. When you're honest with someone, you're asking for their grace and their integrity. And when they're honest with you, that's what you owe them in return. I'd brushed her off back then. I wasn't much for prayer anyway. Mom never made me go to church. She said faith was a choice I could make for myself. And I did. I decided it wasn't for me. But now, years after her death, knowing she died counting her rosary, I feel the weight of her words, like she's standing just behind me, reminding me how important it is to catch Izzy in her vulnerability and hold her close. Drugstore makeup, I say slowly, has a nice ring to it.
Okay, so pretty much Steph is a atheist. Either either that or she just has a different religion that she follows. But from what she said there, I believe the implication is supposed to be that she's an atheist. Because if she's talking about like faith not being for her and stuff like that, I think they're supposed to be getting at her being an atheist. Without actually saying the word, because As we've learned in throughout the Life is Strange stuff so far, they tend to say things and mean things about certain stuff without blatantly saying the words. Like like for instance, Dana with having an abortion. Like they pretty much like are telling you that Dana had an abortion without actually using the word abortion. So it's one of those things where you just kind of read the words that is being said, and then you're like, oh, they mean this, but they're not explicitly telling me, the word. Um, um, Swag said, I do often wonder if Steph is a strong enough character to have her own solo game. Steph might be the only character that I'm not certain about her fan base. I think considering this novel itself and then wavelengths and then some other stuff that we're gonna get to, I think it's safe to say that Steph is one of the more popular characters within the games. Especially considering her limited screen time that she has in Before the Storm, that she left a big enough impact on people to the point that they put her in True Colors as a much more prominent character, a pretty significant character in that game. So I'm pretty sure that would not have happened if Steph was not popular enough. I'm pretty sure. Because I'm pretty sure if Steph wasn't popular, then Steph's role would have been an entirely new character. I'm pretty sure if Steph wasn't popular, then they would have just created a new like female love interest to have in that game. But since Steph was popular, then it was a very easy plug-in to just put her in there. So, and I'm thankful for it because she's really awesome in the fucking game. So, I can't really think of that game without Steph being in it. Swag said, you could say that, but you could also say Steph wasn't raised religious because Max also has a line in the original game that she never participated in religion, so it's open to interpretation. So Steph could be in the same boat as Max in that aspect. Probably, but in Steph's dialogue here, it's pretty obvious that she was like around religion, except her mother, thankfully, her mother wasn't the type of religious person that like forces it on you, cuz I have cuz I have family of my own. uh there's a part of my family who are extremely religious, like extremely religious, to the point where you cannot even watch anything that has any curse words in it. If they hear a curse word in anything that you're watching, then you have to immediately cut it off. So I've been around. like they're they were nice enough people. Like they were nice enough people, but it was like, I don't know, that being that overly religious was kind of a little like, okay, that's getting a little too much. Like, come on. But yeah. Um oh, okay. Swag can relate cuz Swag says, "Oh yeah, same here with my part of my family." Yeah, yeah. Yeah, me um like I'm not uh like extremely like an extremely religious person. Like I'm religious to a point, mainly because some real like real life this like experiences, as far as like spiritual aspect, is already like, okay, I'm fine with that. But when it comes to like being to the point of like smothering with it, and very like overbearing and stuff with it, that ain't me. Like that ain't me. Like I have friends, and stuff that are various different religions. Like I have friends that are I have Muslim friends. I have Jehovah Witness friends. Like I have friends of different religions and stuff all over. Uh, Swag said, "I think of myself free spirited. I was a Christian. I wouldn't consider myself to be a Christian anymore. Just free spirited." Exactly. Like um technically I was raised Christian. Um I do have I also do have like Catholic friends and like stuff like that. But yeah, I would mostly consider myself more like you said, Swag, more of like a like well, you say free spirited, I would say more, for me, more like spiritual, technically. But yeah.
Huh? Izzy's brows meet in a question. It means something to you. Something really special and personal. But it's also punk. You deciding to be brave with your dad, deciding to be yourself openly, and it's part of our story now, too. I reach out to hold the palette with her, quieting her fingers as they try to rub the plastic clean. What do you think? Band name? You you like it? You don't care about me being trans? Do I care? I ask, incredulous, but the word feels different on my tongue, like it means more than I thought on the surface. Of course I care, I say quietly. I care because it's part of you, because it's your history. I care because I care about you. You do. It isn't a question. But then she blinks, and her voice goes quiet. Like, in what way? That depends. A sly smile sneaks onto my lips. On what? Are you still the kind of lesbian who likes girls? A little laugh escapes her lips. Definitely. I can't wait to kiss her again. So I don't.
Okay, little bit of a thing there. One, obviously, kudos to Steph for being, for Izzy to, to say that she's trans and stuff, to feel comfortable enough to say that to Steph, especially saying that now when they're already like, okay, things are kind of moving, if we're going moving kind of fast, if we're gonna take this into a full relationship type of thing, at least it's better for something like that to be put out in the open now than going into a relationship and then something like that being found out way later, because then you add the then you compound the issue by putting in feelings of like lying and potentially like betrayal and all that stuff. um Better to nip that in the bud, like right now, before things get any more serious than they're already getting. So kudos there. And as I said to Steph, for Steph, big kudos to her for being like finding that out and being like, okay, I like that that is not gonna affect how I feel about you, because you can only imagine how someone would feel, how someone in Izzy's position would feel if you're building this relationship with somebody and you're gonna take it into actual relationship like territory, make it official pretty much, right? And you tell them this, and you get like the disgusted reaction, or the disgusted reaction, the uh like the immediate like transphobic like stuff and whatnot. like the potential of something like that is obviously gonna be on Izzy's mind. Like anytime she goes into any relationship, which I can only imagine how depressing and stressful that could go, that can definitely go. So very like obviously extremely brave of her to uh to be saying this and to Steph and all that stuff, because you never know what someone is going to do with that type of information. But luckily for Izzy, we already know that Steph is one of the greatest people around. So we know that there was most likely nothing that Izzy really needed to worry about there. But the fear and anxiety and stuff is always something there. Actually, Swag, hold on, Swag. I could actually, where is it? Uh, it should be. Hold on. Uh, where is it? Oh, it should be here. No, it's not. Okay, it's not showing that. All right, hold on. Let me make a new source real quick. No. New one. Add. Uh, there we go. There it is. There it is, Swag. It's right there. It's right here. You see it? There you go. Popped it up for you. There's Steph and Izzy right there. Let me see if I could. There we go. Make it a little bigger for you. Uh, and luckily, uh, since we already got the name of drugstore makeup, it makes sense now because they're pointing at a drugstore makeup poster there. So so it kind of fits with making the band name official to having the picture here. So yay. uh so there you go. Swag said she looks cool, definitely different from than what I originally assumed. Well, there you go. Well, at least with this, you had a visual aid. Um, but yeah, At least there was a visual aspect to be like, oh, we do know what Izzy looks like.
Summer. 6.
All right, hold on. Before we continue, ads are going to be starting soon. So I think this was a good little break point before we continue. Before we continue on. Swag said, "I see why Steph digs her." Eh? That ain't the only thing Steph is digging. You know what I'm saying? Ain't the only thing Steph is digging about her. Ayo. All right, so we got, what was it, about 3 minutes? Swag said, ads your presence are unwanted. Oh, don't worry, Swag. At the very least, we're waiting. But but yeah, it's but yeah, it's a as I said, I can only imagine with that stress. It's ad so Swag always be getting the food ads. So, Swag is like, here we go, them showing food. Well, hopefully, Swag, you don't get too hungry. No, Swag said they're showing them a wing stop. Oh, okay, good. Swag said, "Jokes on you, ad. I ate out already today already." Oh, there you go. Oh, well, there you go. at least, at least the ads are not making you hungry. uh, gonna see. Oh, oh, almost time. Almost time. Oh, excuse me. Alrighty. Let's continue. Here we go.
As the blustering spring makes way for sunshine and blooming flowers, it feels like the world around me is smiling, just like me.
Swag Shed said they're showing. They showed an electric uh axe. The handle effect. And they're showing you a shaving commercial. That's funny. Welcome back, Swag. Welcome back. Here we go. Back to the book.
I play nothing but love songs at work in the weeks following our first kiss. Jordy has threatened to fight me in a Denny's parking lot multiple times. But no amount of physical or emotional warfare can dampen my mood, because I have a girlfriend. Izzy isn't my first. I dated in college, not a lot, but enough. And even though I spent most of high school totally crushing on the beautiful but unavailable Rachel Amber, I definitely kissed my share of classmates back home in Arcadia Bay.
Do tell, Steph. Do tell. Do tell. Swag said, and yeah, I know what you mean. Steph and Izzy do a lot of digging. uh, but seriously, Steph, do tell. Like we do know that you really wanted some Rachel Amber. We do know that. But I'm more interested in what shares of classmates were you kissing in Arcadia Bay? What classmates are you talking about? That is the more interesting question. Unless, because we do know, as far as the drama club is concerned, Juliet was in the drama club. Obviously, Rachel was in the drama club. And Dana was in the drama club. So, does Dana and Juliet play for both sides or what? uh, Swag said Steph being a Mac daddy in school. And Swag also said, "Ooh, Rachel Amber name drop." Come on, you know they had to mention her at some point. Like this is literally Steph's story. So you can't really do Steph's story without mentioning Rachel at some point, right? So the perfect opportunity to mention her was gonna be if Steph was gonna be reminiscing on uh different girls that she had like crushes on and things like that. So you kind of knew it was gonna happen. I'm surprised it took this long though, for Rachel's name to be brought up. But kudos on the restraint of waiting this long to mention her.
But this just doesn't really compare to any of those experiences. There's something about not being students, about being adults, but there's also something about Izzy. Something special. Maybe it's the way she's so herself all the time, or maybe it's the way she strums her guitar, or maybe it's the way she marches into Save Point on a Thursday afternoon and declares in no uncertain terms, "Steph Gingrich, I'm taking you on a date tonight." It makes me utterly useless for the rest of the day. Poor Ollie has to pick up the slack while I play a game of mental dress-up trying to decide what to wear. "Oh my God, you have to talk to someone else about it," Ollie says as we round the 3 o'clock rush. It's been years since I've thought this much about girl clothes. Hey, just 'cause I'm a girl. Are you really about to lecture me about the gender binary? He rolls his eyes, then tosses my phone to me from the back counter. Text Leah if you're gonna be like this. I stick my tongue out, but take his advice. Date night! Leah texts back immediately, like a true friend. Oh my God, what are you gonna wear? Thank you. Ollie was making fun of me for caring about that. Ollie will make fun of anything. True. Anyway, I don't know. I feel like none of my clothes are really date material. You could always show up naked. Dude, what? I bet Izzy would like it. I can practically imagine Leah's eyebrow wiggle, exaggerated to the point of comedy.
None of your friends, Steph, are really are not helping with reinforcing my point of this relationship going too fast. Because if you're gonna just show up butt ass naked, it's like, all right, I think we're skipping a bunch of very valuable steps before we get here. By the way, uh,
I think she'd make an amazing actress. What with the faces she pulls, not to mention her absolutely stunning features. She has dark brown skin, long eyelashes, and cheekbones that could be considered a deadly weapon. But Leah was always more into the behind the scenes stuff like building sets. When we were in college, I used to spend hours in her dorm helping her sew or knit or bead costumes for the school's theater productions. Once, we were on such a tight deadline that we had to glue the seams closed instead of stitching them, and we forgot to open a window, so we ended up high as a kite, giggling incessantly at 4 in the morning over a moldy muffin we found under her bed. Leah was one of the first queer friends I met at DigiPen, besides Ollie. She walked into History 101 with a bi flag pin on her jean jacket, and I knew immediately that we had to be friends. And to our credit, we stayed friends, even after making out once. In our defense, we were being forced to watch M. Night Shyamalan's The Last Airbender, and the agony was simply too great to endure.
I am amazed that apparently Shyamalan's Last Airbender can be used to incite a makeout session. Wow. I guess that movie has to be good for something, I guess. a, a movie so bad that that you're gonna jump the bones of the person you're with, I guess. Oh man. Oh dear lord. Okay. But also, kudos to Steph and her friend though, that even though they did make out and stuff, that it didn't ruin their friendship at the very least. So kudos to both of them uh for being very adult about the situation. So yay. Um, Swag said one thing about Steph I acknowledge. She is very animated just as much, or maybe even more, than Rachel. Her personality personality alone has a gravitational pull that I can see her being a little player. Yeah, that definitely is I can definitely see that. I can definitely see that. As far as being compared to Rachel, I think I think Rachel is probably I think Rachel was probably way more of the of, as you put it, her personality having a gravitational pull. I think that's more of a better description of Rachel, especially if you're taking both Before the Storm and the original game into account. Everybody talks about Rachel, and there's so many various opinions from people on how they see Rachel and how they interpret Rachel. And even Steph herself is drawn into that. So I think that's more of a descriptor of Rachel, of having that like personality that's like a gravitational pull that attracts so many people. Steph was more of a uh not really the biggest open like person. It seems like Steph got more open as things went on. But as far as what we see in Before the Storm, she's, well, one, you don't see her around too many people because you only see her with what, Chloe and Mikey, and technically Drew, mainly because Drew is Mikey's brother, so kind of a by association type of thing, depending on the choices and actions that you make. But yeah, um, because Swag said, I thought I misheard that the last Airbender. That's hilarious. The movie was so bad. Yeah. The movie was pretty bad. The movie was pretty bad. Pretty bad. Apparently for Steph and her friend, it was so bad that they decided to suck face with each other. So yeah. Swag said, yeah, I think Steph really looks up to Rachel. Uh, Probably, yeah. There was probably some of that there. Um, but yeah, I would have. That is one of the things that I wish Before the Storm actually had, and that was Steph and Rachel actually having a scene together. Because Before the Storm didn't really have that. Like, they talk about each other, or can talk about each other depending on the certain choices, dialogue choices that you make. But they don't have an on-screen like appearance with each other, which is pretty disappointing. But then again, that's one of the consequences of having only 3 episodes to work with instead of like 5 episodes. So Swag said, yeah, the most we only get was acknowledgement of Steph being cute. And the only way you get that, the only way you get Rachel mentioning that Steph was cute is because Chloe tells her that Steph says hi. So if you don't tell Rachel that Steph says hi, then Rachel doesn't even say that. And the only other thing where Rachel will mention Steph is if you mention to Rachel that if you no, no if you mention to Steph that Rachel is single, then later Rachel will actually bring that up to Chloe later, of pretty much calling out Chloe on like, did you tell Steph that I was single? And depending on if you're like headed down the relationship route with Rachel, then that reaction and conversation can go in certain ways. Um so so yeah, like I said, Rachel only acknowledges Steph in certain dialogue uh choices. As opposed to Steph, where Steph will mention Rachel like a couple of times. Um no matter what you do. So Swag said pretty funny interactions. Yeah, yeah, the interactions are pretty hilarious. But but yeah. Um let's continue.
Afterward, we agreed it was a necessary distraction, but would be a mistake to repeat, since Leah's poly and I'm more monogamous. Ever since, Leah's been my rock, my ride or die. It's only been a month since I met Izzy, but already I'm itching to introduce them.
Okay. So at least we got confirmation as to, excuse me, even if Steph and Leah got together, Steph already knew that it was not gonna work out. Like they both knew it wasn't gonna work out because, like Steph said, Steph is monogamous, which means that her if she's gonna be in a relationship, it's gonna be purely one on one. It's gonna be a one on one relationship. And like she said, Leah is polyamorous, which means she's more open to having multiple partners at the same time. So that would be a little that could lead to issues, which obviously Steph wouldn't be comfortable with. So so that makes sense. Like at least both of them already knew that, like, yeah, we can't take this any farther because we know that this isn't going to work out even if we tried. So but Swag said wait, who was Polly? That was Steph's friend, Leah. I believe her friend's name is Leah, but yeah, her friend Leah is the one that's Polly.
You really need to meet her. She should come with us to Pride. I'll ask her on my date tonight.
Swag is funny. Swag said, "Damn, that shot my dream of Rachel, Chloe, and Steph being in the three-way. I'm hurt." To be to be fair, Swag. To be fair, if if Steph was going to try, if Steph was going to try a three-way, I'm pretty sure she would probably do it if Chloe and Rachel were involved. So, just saying that if she was open to it, she would probably only do it if it was Chloe and Rachel. Just saying. Swag said true. Yeah.
And I still don't know what to wear. Your least holy jeans and the green flannel makes your eyes pop. And no beanie. I'm gonna block you. You love me. I do, in fact, wear clothes on my date, but I feel naked without my beanie.
Swag said best of both worlds. I know, right? But the fact that Steph is talking about being naked without her beanie and having a beanie panic anxiety from being apart from her beanie. Apparently, Steph has codependency issues when it comes to her beanie. Apparently, uh, but Steph seems to be way more attached to her beanie than Chloe ever was, which is kind of hilarious. uh, well, I have news for you, Steph. You're gonna have to get used to being without your beanie eventually. So you're gonna have to get used to it at some point. Swag said that's so relatable because I can't step outside without my Walking Dead hat. That's true. That's true. My my father is the same way. Anytime he goes outside, he has to have his cap on. He always has to have his cap on. Which I used to do also when I was younger. I used to do the same thing. Like I will every time I go outside, I always have my cap on. But eventually, like as I got older, I was like, you know what? I don't really need to have this hat on my head all the time. Uh, it's, it's Swag said, in some aspects, I feel naked without a jacket in school. Well, that's fair. I would always, when I was in school, I usually always had like a little, like a hoodie sweater. I would always have like a hoodie sweater, really. But to be fair, that was mostly because, when I was in school, usually the school, like the heating in school was kind of shit. So the classrooms were pretty damn cold. So I kind of always had to have like a sweater hoodie on all the time because it's like, bruh, the heating sucks in here. And I'm cold as hell. uh, Swag said, I got my Walking Dead hat from Telltale Walking Dead definitive physical collection. Nice, 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 nice. Swag said, same here. What the fuck is up with that? Why do schools got to be so fucking cold? I know, right? Fucking, you you can't spend some of that budget on making sure the heating system fucking works. Have everyone freezing their asses off.
It's too hot for it, as it turns out. June is approaching fast, and even the Pacific Northwest is feeling the heat of summer sneaking its way into the air. Soon, Dad will have all the windows open in the evenings with fans in front of them because he refuses to get air conditioning.
First of all, Steph, that really sucks. I can't imagine being in the winter and he refuses to get an air conditioner. Like Jesus. Uh, but to Swag's little point here, Swag says, like I swear, it never felt warm in school. I know, I know. You're talking to the choir on that. Like I definitely know. I know too well. Sadly. Swag said, "Don't make, don't make no damn sense. How much fun things schools be, and it be that fucking cold every single day." I know, I know, I know, I know. Like I'm just saying, like at least put some of that funding towards making sure the school is not freezing cold. Just saying.
In true dad fashion, he insists on meeting Izzy, but at least he only manages one dad joke before we leave. Have her home by 11, he calls after us. Izzy gives me a quizzical look, and I turn to raise my eyebrows as far as they'll go in his direction.
Also, uh, to reinforce what I said with Steph's dad being being really cool dad. Also, how cool is it that Steph's dad, ooh, excuse me, is so supportive and stuff of Steph being a lesbian. So like that is hey, yet again, just like I said with Izzy, even with Steph, it's very hard to come out, especially to your parents and stuff, with well, in Steph's case, with being a lesbian, because yet again, you have no idea how the reactions are gonna be, how they're gonna take it, how how that is gonna be received. But luckily in Steph's case, as far as her dad goes, he's very supportive of it. He's still he still treats her like no different and stuff, to the point where, like like Steph said, he's even doing the normal dad things. It's like, okay, you're in a relationship with my daughter. I want to meet your girlfriend. Like I want to meet who you're in a relationship with. And then, cracking jokes, and then when they're leaving, he gives the normal like dad thing of like, make sure you're back at a certain time. So it's very nice that he treats her no different than you would treat, like you would regularly treat your child. So It's kind of funny. Uh, and very nice and nice to see. Swag said Steph has a cool dad. Exactly. Exactly. A dad that also does wear a beanie. Because I believe Steph described him earlier where he had a beanie for a minute. Yeah, yeah. Uh, yeah, swag. Same thing. That Joyce is the same thing. Where it's like obviously Joyce would know that Chloe is a lesbian too. Like, and Joyce doesn't doesn't care. So like to be fair though, to be fair, Joyce and Chloe got plenty of other problems that they need to deal with besides Chloe's sexuality, to be fair. There's a lot more serious issues going on with that family than Chloe's sexuality that needs to be heavily addressed. Because Swag said even Joyce doesn't question Chloe when she found out Chloe is growing closer to Rachel. Pretty sure Joyce reads between the lines. Yeah, yeah, that's. I'm pretty sure. It's one of those things that doesn't need to be stated. It's one of those obvious things to be that needs to that doesn't really need to be stated type of thing. Swag said, and to be honest, if Joyce did have a problem, who gonna stop Chloe? Yeah, that is fair. That is fair. Swag continues like Chloe do what the fuck she wants regardless. Yeah, yeah, that is true. Especially by that point. Like by that point, Chloe is pretty much in I don't give a fuck mode. Like at that to be fair, at that point, um as far as the original game goes, by that point, the only person that Chloe gives any sort of uh gives any fucks about is just Max at that point. So it's like at that point the only opinion that Chloe really gives a shit about is just like Max's opinion by that point. Uh
In the morning, of course. And he waves like a proud papa seeing his daughter off on prom night. Sorry I didn't get you a corsage, Izzy mutters through a laugh. It's okay. Maybe you'll still get lucky. I link our hands, smoothing my thumb along hers. He's cringe, but I get it. He wasn't there for shit like prom or anything, so he has to make up for it by being embarrassing now. Ah, Izzy says, squeezing my hand. Child of divorce? Yep. They split when I was 11. Oof. Izzy lets out a long exhale. That's rough. I just shrug. It's too hard to explain that my parents' divorce is hardly the worst thing that's ever happened to me. So instead I ask, what about you? Got any siblings or whatever? What is this? First date 20 questions? Next, I'll ask about where you went to college and if you're looking for a serious relationship. Izzy chuckles and squeezes my hand.
To be fair, Izzy, you're kind of the one that started these 20 questions. So, like, you're the one that stated like, "Oh, you're a child of divorce." So you kind of opened that door already. So, you know what they say. If you didn't want to go through that door, you shouldn't have opened it to begin with.
No siblings. My parents are still together, but just as cringe. And as for the last one, oh my god, you don't have to answer. I was just kidding. Warmth sneaks into my cheeks, and I'm sure I look beet red. But I kinda wanna know the answer anyway. With a shrug, Izzy bites her bottom lip and says, maybe if the right person came along. Then she turns to her van and opens the door for me. Milady, your chariot awaits. I climb up while she loops around the other side, and I slide my phone from my pocket to see a few texts from my friends. Leah, good luck, babe. Ollie, you got this. Jordy, we'll miss you for Critical Role night. I wince a little. I forgot to let Jordy know I wasn't coming for our Thursday night hang. But I guess Ollie told him. I'm a little disappointed to miss it this week, but hopefully they'll understand.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Is this gonna be a problem? Because you could probably already start sensing where problems might start. Because what happens when somebody in a very tight friend group starts dating somebody and then they start to miss the usual hangout days? That could lead to some problems with the friends. Because I have been well, for me personally, I haven't been in that situation, but I have had friends that have been in those situations where you have some really close friends of yours and then they get into a relationship with someone and then they start missing events and then you start hanging out less and less and this, that, and the third, and that becoming a problem where they're not balancing things appropriately. So we'll see if this doesn't become a big issue, because it can potentially become an issue. So hopefully it doesn't, but we'll see. It is nice though that some of Steph's friends are being like really supportive about it, but yeah, it's definitely one of those things where you have to tread lightly, and you do have to manage relationships in a way where it doesn't feel where your friends don't feel like you're like avoiding them, you're like disregarding them, you don't care about them anymore, and this, that, and the third. It's one of those balancing acts that you can easily fall into the trap of putting yourself in that situation, even when you necessarily don't mean to be putting yourself and your friends in that situation. But, well, let's see. Hopefully it works out well for everybody here.
Another couple of texts come in, buoying my spirits. Jordy, but have fun. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Ollie, counterpoint, do literally everything Jordy wouldn't do. It's the vote of confidence I need to reach across the space and slap my fingers together with Izzy's as she starts the van and backs out into the street. Izzy drives with the windows down, inviting a breeze to tangle her hair. It feels like laughter, like the wind is happy for us. She holds my hand the whole way. I never want to let go. She finally does, though, just as we park outside a little bistro called Alberti's. It's not what I expect from Izzy. It feels so normal, so classic. I thought a date with a punk rock goddess might involve more dancing in a dark corner of a club, or looking at weird art, or protesting the man. I feel a flicker of disappointment that Izzy doesn't want to bring me into her world. But I shove it down. This is Izzy. And I'd even be happy to watch sports ball, as long as I was doing it with her. Wow, so you're whining and dining me? I say as we get out of the van. Only the best for my girl. Your girl? I mean to tease her, but the words come out soft. Izzy tucks her hair behind her ear and smiles up at me. Yeah, if you want to be. Oh, I want. And I pull her forward into the restaurant. We're seated in a cozy corner of the restaurant. It's dark, lit with orange sconces and little tea candles on the table. It's supposed to be romantic, I think. And hey, maybe it is romantic. My name is Randall, and I'll be your server this evening. If I might draw your attention to our specials.
Woo woo woo, with the really going for the leaving a very big impression, aren't we, Izzy, on that one? So clearly Izzy has been thinking very hard about this date and wanting to really impress Steph with it, apparently. Because if she's going through all the trouble of like, we're gonna do like really like fancy restaurant and all this stuff, it's like oh, clearly somebody was putting a lot of thought into this. uh, uh, Rightfully so, though, because it's like, come on, it's Steph. Steph definitely deserves to be wined and dined. Okay, all right.
The waiter tells us something about a bisque, maybe, and I think some type of fish, but his words slide right over me. It's like Izzy's presence is too loud for me to hear anything else. She's wearing a jean jacket over a black strappy dress with a silver ring at the center of her breastbone. I just want to hook my finger in it and pull her close. It's like a beacon. Gondor calls for aid and Rohan shall answer. I inch my fingers toward hers on the table, my whole body thrumming with the overwhelming need to touch her, even just a little. The moment our index fingers touch, Izzy's demeanor changes. Something in her jaw twitches and her shoulders straighten before she draws back, placing her hand beneath the table. I'll be back with your waters in just a minute, The waiter smiles, but I barely notice. What were the specials again? I ask, scanning the menu, determined not to make a thing of whatever just happened. But when Izzy doesn't respond, doesn't even look at me, I make a thing of it anyway. Okay, what's going on? I whisper across the table. One second you're calling me your girl, and the next you're pushing my hand away. Izzy just stares unblinkingly at the place where the waiter used to stand. Earth to Izzy! I snap my fingers. I know him, she says, so quietly that if I didn't see her lips move, I might not believe the words really came from her. From middle school. She blinks a couple of times. Randy Hooper. Okay. I don't think he recognized me. That's when my brain catches up, putting the pieces together. He doesn't know about you being trans? She shakes her head. And if he's anything like he used to be, I don't want him to. We can go somewhere else, you know. We absolutely do not have to stay here. I bump her knee with mine under the table for reassurance. She eyes me, rolling her lip between her teeth. It's okay, she says finally. I think I'd feel weirder if we just left, like he'd be chasing us out of here, just like he used to chase people at recess. Are you sure? I ask. Every instinct in my body says we should get up and leave, just book it out of here before he notices. The way Izzy's body has gone rigid, the way her shoulders cave inward, it's not the Izzy I'm used to. I don't like seeing her like this. Afraid. Yeah, yes, I'm sure. She rolls her shoulders back again and picks up the menu. Just maybe don't hold my hand where he can see. I find her fingers beneath the table and don't let go until we've finished our food and Randy brings the bill. Let me get it, I say, reaching for my pocket. No, no, Izzy waves me off. I'm the one who asked you out. I bite my lip. It's always weird deciding who's going to pay when you're gay. For all the dates I've been on, we've always split the bill. It's safer that way, with no weird expectations or implications. I can tell it means something to Izzy, though, like she thinks this is her one chance. I don't want him recognizing your last name on your credit card, I say as quietly as I can. You can get the next one, okay? There's gonna be a next one? She asks, eyes widening. I grin and slide my card into the slot. Course there is. Thank you, she exhales. This isn't how I wanted it to go. It's our first real date and I should have, I don't know, picked somewhere better or more familiar or... I can't let her keep going on like that. So I lean in and touch her knee under the table. This is our date, together. I want you to be safe. If you're not having a good time, then neither am I. Oh, guess it wasn't a very fun date then. Her smile falters. I don't know. There's a lot of hours to go until 11 in the morning. There's still time to turn this around. I squeeze her hand under the table. What do you say you let me take the reins for a bit? What do you have in mind? A spark lights in her eye that wasn't there before, and my chest swells. I want to make her feel like this all night. Like she's special and worthy of a fun time without worry, without homophobia or transphobia. I want to hold her close and let our fingers bump in a shared popcorn bowl and kiss her again. Have you ever seen Blade Runner? I ask. Please, Izzy says flatly. Of course I have. Great. Then you won't mind when we don't actually watch it. When we leave the restaurant, Izzy puts her hand back in mine. And though there's an evening chill in the air, I don't feel cold at all.
Okay, I wanted that whole ending part to just play out, because that is well, like Swag said, interesting. And Swag also says again with the Blade Runner reference. I got to see that movie. I know, right? But yeah, on a lighter note, on a lighter note, it is nice that they brought back the lighter tone because things were getting very serious. And then Steph, brought everything, the mood back up with the Blade Runner reference. I do, I do like that. Um, but you can also kind of start to see where there may be certain problems with the relationship because of how it is understandable, but how Izzy is being very selective on how much she'll publicly show affection to Steph, which I get that specifically in this situation, she notices somebody that knew her before she transitioned. So she doesn't want him to like notice her and this, that, and the third, and the anxiety and stuff of him potentially noticing her and then causing a scene and all that stuff, right? Which is always something that somebody in Izzy's position would always kind of have in the back of their head is the people that knew you before you transitioned, and if you didn't really have the best relationship with those people, how are they going to react if they find out that you're trans? Like, I do, like I get that just like you said, Swag, just like you say, Swag. Uh, that's got to be scary. Uh, in those shoes. Yeah, yeah. I can totally like see how extremely scary that can be. Like I do, like that. Like I get that part, but thankfully, Steph is very understanding and stuff. Like very understanding within this situation of why Izzy is acting like the way she is, like why her attitude like took a 180. Like I get that. But it's also one of those things where it's like hopefully this doesn't become like a recurring issue as far as Izzy picking and choosing like when to show like public affection to like Steph and stuff like that. Because that could also lead to a big problem in a relationship is why are you afraid to show me like how much you love me type of thing, right? So it could lead to that type of issue. So hopefully it doesn't become a thing. It doesn't become a pattern. Um and on that note, Swag also says, I think in Before the Storm, Steph was selling Blade Runner director's cut to Chloe. Yes, Steph was doing that. That was the specific Blade Runner reference for Steph. Yes. Uh, Swag says, I think it's going to be a recurring thing. Well, we'll see. There's still plenty of book to go. Also, ads are coming up, by the way. So we're gonna take a little break while ads are going, and we'll continue from here. So if anyone needs to take a bathroom break or anything, now's the time. Which I am going to do, because I am going to take a quick bathroom break myself. So I will be right back. Hopefully ads will be almost done by the time I come back. Okay. All right, we're back, and just in time too. The ads just finished up. So, all right, all right. So uh let's continue and uh see how this goes. I'm I'm also anxiously anticipating when the big cameo is gonna happen, because we already got the Pixie cameo where Pixie showed up a couple of times. So there is one more big cameo that I'm waiting for. And I don't remember what specific chapter it happens in, but I do remember that it does happen. So I'm waiting. I'm waiting. The anticipation is killing me.
7. If pride is an explosion of rainbows, then pride with Izzy is the pot of gold at the end. It is a special kind of magic, watching her light up as we arrive at Volunteer Park. We are engulfed by expressions of queer joy. The word equality is spelled out in colorful balloons, and nearby the scent of soft pretzels fills the air. The sun is shining and there's even a disco ball at the entrance. But Izzy is still the brightest thing here. A smile bursts onto her face and her eyes twinkle as she takes it all in. You made it! Ollie and Jordy barrel toward us, bedecked in glitter paint. Ollie carries Jordy on his shoulders, and Jordy wears the black, gray, white, and purple striped asexual flag around his neck, like a cape. Their ensembles are nothing compared to Leah's intricate craftsmanship, though. She looks like a big gay maple. Strips of rainbow fabric twisted around her in overlapping patchwork, and strapped to her shoulders is a set of fairy wings, made from translucent organza, stretched in wire frame to look like stained glass. In her hair, worn naturally in springy black curls, she's twisted little pink, purple, and blue gemstones, like a bisexual flag crown. Leah, holy shit, I say, moving around to get a better look at her wings. The crafty bitch always shows us up, says Jordy with an eye roll. Yeah, I'm really putting that theater tech minor to good use, Leah mutters, reluctantly letting me get my grubby little hands all over her masterpiece.
Swag, Swag said that's flipping cute, Steph. That metaphor. Steph, a smooth talker for real. She, the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. I know, right? Also, um, Izzy. Um, a big thing to note, also about Izzy is Izzy is also the first trans character in a Life is Strange game, because her very small missable cameo in True Colors is the first time a trans character is in a Life is Strange game. So that was another big reason that I wanted to read through the novel and stuff. This novel is because it's like, oh, okay, no, so we're gonna have, since the main point of the novel is Izzy and Steph's relationship, then we're gonna get way more about Izzy. So it was like, oh, okay, so we're gonna get a lot more here. Like um even though Dex of the High Seas was the first trans character in a Life is Strange like period. Dex did not really do a lot within the comics. So it was like, yeah, he was there, but as far as a character goes, there wasn't much to him. So it's nice that even though Izzy pretty much fell into the same boat within True Colors, because she's only in that one little cameo part and that's it. And it's entirely missable. That the novel that Rosie Thor for this novel was like, okay, let's take this character and actually give her like a full character, like make her a full character. So pretty much what Rosie is doing for Izzy is what Deck 9 did for Rachel, where they took a character that wasn't really like much of a character and transformed them into a full-fledged character. And that's pretty much what's happening here. What Rosie is doing here as far as Izzy goes. And I really appreciate that she's doing that. Swag said Steph should go to the snapping turtle with those pickup lines. If you know, you know. Exactly, exactly. If you know, you know. uh you could almost say, Swag, that there is definitely a person there that Steph would definitely attract, and they are definitely a they are definitely a
I wish I had half your skill with a bedazzler. I make my way around Leah's costume, eyeing what must be a few thousand tiny rhinestones along the wings. They catch the light and send rainbows skittering across the grass. I don't even own a rainbow tank top, let alone a sparkle factory. Oh, we can dress you up, Leah begins, plucking at my green t-shirt. Then she spots Izzy and goes still. Oh my god, Steph, is this her? For a second, I think maybe they know each other. It's not all that uncommon in the lesbian community to accidentally date a friend's ex. The only thing more likely, actually, is to purposefully date a friend's ex. I just have to hope their breakup wasn't explosive or messy or... She's stunning. Leah smacks me hard across the arm. You're stunning, she says directly to Izzy. Izzy may not be flashy like Leah, but she's still showing her pride. Little rainbow crystals hang from her ears.
Swag said, "Yep, I know exactly who you are talking about. 100%. They they be compatible. They have a similar enthusiasm. That is true. And they are both willing to drink each other under the table. Now that, if you know, you know."
And she's painted her eyelids with little stripes of baby blue, pink, and white. It's elegant and subtle, and I love it. And I'm being so embarrassing. Wow, I'm Leah. It's really nice to meet you. Izzy takes her offered hand, and then Leah is grabbing mine too and jostling us forward. Come on, we need to rainbowify you. Oh, Leah, no, we don't have to. I start, but Leah raises her perfectly sculpted brows and fixes me with a capital L look. You're kidding, right? And deny me my greatest joy? She clucks her tongue like a disappointed mother hen. Nary a rainbow nor carabiner in sight. What are we gonna do with you? I mean, I start not wanting to be a bother, but Leah's eyes are already glittering with excitement. If Leah's offering her help, who am I to reject it? Yeah, okay. Leah marches us toward a blanket laid out on the grass and holds up a bag full of body paint. You'll look great with a little lesbian flag on your face. I think you'd look great with a little lesbian on your face, Izzy murmurs before planting a kiss on my cheek. We lie on the grass all afternoon.
That was a very dirty joke, by the way. a, a little lesbian on your face? Okay. I'd, as- I'd assume there would be some face sitting involved in all of that. uh Jesus. Jesus, Steph.
Eating snow cones and listening to live music of varying quality. After a few hours, Jordy finally remembers to pass around the sunscreen. Ollie is already thoroughly burned, but we all lather it on anyway. Leah's partners, Rain and Wes, show up shortly after with a pack of bottled water and the largest collection of sour candy I've ever seen. We all squish together on the blanket to make room. I've been to Pride a bunch of times, and every one is a little different. I've marched in the parades, I've listened to the charismatic speakers, I've looked at every vendor and informational booth. But my favorite thing about Pride is lazily sitting in the sun with my friends, just being queer and existing. I remember going to Portland Pride with my friends from Arcadia Bay, and how exhilarating it was to just be with other queer people. There weren't many of us in my hometown who were out and proud, but I was lucky to have a friend in Chloe Price. I haven't seen her in years. Not since I ran into her at a show for Pixie's band. But I hope she's well. I think she must be. I smile into the memory of my rival in love. Back in our school days, we were both crushing on Rachel Amber. And who wasn't? She was gorgeous and funny and full of surprises. But in the end, neither of us really got the girl. In the end, the girl was a lot more complex than the love triangle we made for her. In the end, she didn't get to decide anything for herself because some asshole with a god complex chose for her. She never saw the end because she died for a man's sick idea of art. I shiver, and Izzy twines our fingers together. Okay? She asks, concern etched into her brow. Yeah, I lie. Just felt a chill for a second. Probably a sympathetic brain freeze, says Ollie through a mouthful of snow cone. I nod and crack a smile. Today isn't for thinking about death. Today is for living, for rainbows, for kissing the girl beside me. I lean into Izzy and breathe her in. I am happy. I repeat it to myself until it's true.
Uh, let's see. Oh. Oh, swag. Swag said, I caught that reference. I got to that scene literally a couple of days ago, and I thought I was hearing things. I was flabbergasted so bad. I tried to record the 30 seconds, but Nintendo doesn't allow you to record uh, cutscenes, which is so dumb. So I had to look at the scene again on YouTube. Yeah, exactly. The drink you under the table line. Yeah. Swag was like, Swag said, I was like, did she really say that? Yep. Yeah, she did. Yep, she did. She was caught in 4K with that one. Actually, She wasn't just caught in 4K, she was caught in like 8K. uh, but yeah, this mention of Chloe and Rachel and being in and how Steph feels about Rachel's like fate and whatnot. And obviously we got a Jefferson reference because that's who Steph is talking about, of some asshole with a god complex. She's she's referring to Rachel. I mean to Jefferson. Or she could be also referring to Nathan. You could probably take it as Jefferson or Nathan, to be honest. It all depends on if Steph even knows that Nathan is the one that actually killed Rachel. Because if she knows that detail, then she's most likely talking about Nathan then. But if she doesn't know, then she's probably just thinking of Jefferson at that point. Um, Swag said, "Yep, 8K for sure, exactly." Swag, Swag said, "I don't know about Nathan, but I don't know." Well, Swag's like Jefferson, yeah. I'm just saying that Jefferson is like the most likely option. But to be fair, Steph wasn't very specific. All she said was some asshole with a god complex. So I think Rosie left it ambiguous enough that you could probably take it either way. That you could take it as referring to like either Nathan or Jefferson, probably. But yeah, like you said, Swag, maybe. But you know.
I hope somewhere Chloe is happy too.
Uh, oh, Swag said it's hard to tell how much Steph knows. Exactly. I'm pretty sure they're intentionally leaving that vague. Cuz they're giving you just enough details but not too specific of details. But I do also enjoy that Steph does mention that the last time she saw Chloe was at one of Pixie's performances, one of Pixie's like little concerts. So Rosie is keeping the whole high seas and Max and Chloe being like good friends. That Rosie is keeping that whole aspect, which is nice that they're keeping that. Um, Swag said, but on the flip side, Steph is close to Chloe, so maybe they talked about that topic. Probably, cause um, cause technically, technically Chloe would not know that technically only Max knows that. Because Jefferson is the one that tells Max that. About Nathan giving Rachel an overdose and all that. So Max is the only one that knows that. You could logically assume, though, logically, you can assume that after Max and Chloe leave Arcadia Bay, that Max probably would have told Chloe everything that happened. And then she most likely would have told Chloe that, like, yeah, Nathan was the one that killed Rachel, like, by an overdose and stuff, like Jefferson told me, and, like, stuff like that. So, you could logically assume that Max would have told Chloe in detail, like, all the stuff that happened. But if you're just going by what's in the original game, then Chloe wouldn't know. Max would be the only one that knows. Uh,
Me with Izzy, Chloe with Max. I met Chloe's girlfriend a few years ago at a show. The High Seas were playing, and I was helping to run things backstage.
before we get the fan service moment again of Steph talking about meeting Max. Hold on. I think we need some cameos for that one. if if they're gonna have cameos, then so am I. I'm gonna have my own cameos right now.
Max was cool, quiet and artsy. Not at all the kind of girl I thought Chloe would go for. But they worked. Max knows the Chloe of before. Before Rachel, before Chloe's dad died, before the storm. Chloe found love by looking to her past. But me? I'm fully focused on the future. Let's go on a food mission. I say, I need to move. I need to eat. I need to think about something else.
Okay, now the cameo is over. let me put these three back where they back where they were. And yes, Swag. That is another great point. uh, that is another great point, though. Swag. Drop the mic. She said the name of the game before the storm. Exactly. But yeah, I was exactly Swag. Oh, the trio. Hey, like I said, if they were gonna have the cameo here, then I was gonna have my cameo on camera myself and have Chloe, Rachel, and Max make their own cameos on camera. uh, if they're gonna have a cameo, so am I. but uh, but yeah, I was definitely trying very hard. I was trying very hard not to start tearing up again with uh with Steph talking about like, well, besides the whole Rachel part and then the part of like Chloe and then meeting Max and stuff and then knowing Rachel before the storm, before Rachel and all that stuff, and then I do like how Swag said the more cameos the merrier. Yeah, but I do love how Steph phrased Chloe finding love, saying that Chloe was able to find love by looking to her past, which I think is pretty fitting. That line is pretty fitting. Like that is kind of true that Chloe was able to find love by looking to her past instead, which I think is pretty poetic in a way. To be fair, like that's pretty poetic, technically. Um, Swag said Katie Benz is cooking with these audios. Yeah, this is why I said that it's not that Katie is not she's not really reading the novel to you. She's acting the novel to you. Because if you can't tell by now from the audiobook how she's reading it, you could very easily imagine her like acting all of this out. Cause how she sounds definitely comes off like she's acting this. And she's not just reading. Because like I said earlier, you could have easily just got somebody to just come in and just read the novel and read it very like blandly and as a matter of fact type of thing. But it's a whole other thing to literally get Katie herself to come in and act out this novel pretty much. Like obviously as far as her like voice acting goes, like it's really good. And also, not to discredit Rosie Thor in any way either, because you gotta always remember Rosie Thor is the one that wrote all these words. She's the one that wrote these words for Katie to even read. So when you have great writing and you have a great performer, then you're gonna then you know then you're gonna have like magic just happen. Um, Swag said I subscribed to her YouTube channel for many years. I love the variety games she plays, and I did watch her interview on her channel with Rihanna. Yes, she does. She's done several interviews with a lot of the different Life is Strange voice actors. She did a lot of those interviews. I think I probably like watched all of. Ooh, excuse me. Probably watched all of the interviews that she's done. And even Life is Strange voice actors that she was never in video games with. So it's not like she only shows favoritism to the voice actors that she worked with. She even she even does stuff with the other voice actors that she was never in the video games with. So always kudos to her. She does amazing work. So it's always nice when you have a character that is really good, that you really like get attached to, and you really love that character, and then you have the person that plays that character is just as awesome of a person, if not more awesome, than the character that they play. For me, that's always like a really amazing thing to have happen. Swag said I gotta watch her again. It's been a few years. I haven't tuned into since I've tuned into her channel. Yeah. Totally understandable. Totally understandable. It's definitely always something to see.
I turned to the others. Any requests? Cake! Jordy wails an imitation of the current musical act's unfortunate falsetto.
Also, just to get everyone's expectations uh to appropriate levels. What we just went through was the only cameo that Chloe and Max get in this novel. It's the only cameo that Chloe and Max get. So we just got it, and that's pretty much it. That's it. So don't expect Chloe and Max to show up again in this novel. Swag said this audiobook isn't free, right? Well, technically it's not free because you have to subscribe. You have to sign up for Audible to even get the audiobook. So you have to sign up for Audible to even get it. So technically it's not free. And depending on what you're doing, with Audible, you might be able to you probably might have to buy the book once you're even in Audible. You might have to buy the audiobook. Or if you're patient, like I am, Audible gives you they give you credit points every month. Like every month I believe you get like at the very least like 1 credit point or something, right? So you'll get like a point, and then you could use that point to get any audiobook for free. Like you could just spend it and get like an audiobook for free. And that is exactly what I did. Is I was like, ooh, I got a point. I got a credit point. And then I just used the credit point to get the audiobook. And you pretty much keep the audiobook. So it's not like if you spend the credit point, then it like expires after a while. It's like, no, once you spend the credit point, it's pretty much like you spent money on the book. So you pretty much have it as long as you keep your Audible subscription active. So I believe you could also download the audiobook too once you have it. So you could also download it also. Swag said that is a useful tip. I never heard of that website before. Well, it's a Amazon. It's connected. It's connected to Amazon. The only thing though, it doesn't count towards your Amazon subscription. Even though they're the same company, because yeah, even though they're the same company, you have to pay a different subscription than your Amazon. It's pretty annoying. It's pretty annoying, to be honest. So, but that's how they get extra money out of you. Yeah, exactly. Swag said, that's ridiculous. Same company but separate subscription. Yeah, as I said, that's how they get extra money out of you. That's how they get extra money out of you. Cause I use the same I believe I use the same like email and everything that I use for Amazon itself, and I still have to pay the Audible subscription. So it's like, whatever. But yeah, hey, what can you do? The only reason I even got Audible to begin with is because I was gonna buy this novel, and then when I was gonna buy it, I also found out about the audiobook and the fact that Katie was gonna be doing the audiobook herself. I was immediately like, okay, where do I get the audiobook? What do I have to do? I want it. That's pretty much what I did. That's the only reason I even have it to begin with. Is because of this novel. And the good thing about it is because of the whole credit thing, because of the whole credit thing, I was able to use those credits, like just stack up the credits and use them to just get a bunch of different audiobooks. And I just listen to different like audiobooks and stuff while I'm doing like other stuff. Like whether I'm like doing stuff around the house and I just need like something in the background like playing, I'll just use a credit, get an audiobook, and I'll just have it playing in the background. So it kind of works out. Anyway, so Swag said Katie Ben's involved. Say less. Exactly. Yeah, sold. All right, let's continue.
I'll see what we can do. I take Izzy's hand and begin the process of extracting us from the maze of other blankets spread across the lawn. Izzy sighs, relief cascading across her shoulders as we step away from the crowded space. Maybe I wasn't the only one in need of an escape. Too much peopling? I ask once we're out of earshot. Izzy nods and leans into me as we walk, her head tilted slightly toward mine. There's this period of time in any relationship, romantic, platonic, or otherwise, when you begin to learn the other person's nonverbal cues. The little glances that mean they're uncomfortable, the mannerisms that mean they're nervous, the silences that fill with unsaid anxieties. I realize with a jolt that I'm beginning to know Izzy's.
Steph is 100% correct. She is not lying on that one. I am extremely aware of a lot of my close friends by very obvious to me because I've been around them for as long as I have, of their like visual cues and stuff about like how they're feeling and what their mood is. So Steph is 100% correct cuz I can see that clear as day with a lot of people that I'm close to. So that is so true.
We haven't been dating for long, but already I can tell that there's something hanging in the space between us. That if I stay quiet for long enough, she'll say it. We get lemonades from a nearby food cart and clink our plastic cups together. Cheers, I say, grinning. You look happy. Izzy takes a sip, rolling her straw between her teeth. Just thinking about last week, when the waiter came over and we stopped holding hands just in case. I twine my fingers with hers and look down at our clasped hands. Fuck, it feels good not to worry about shit like that. Even just for one weekend. Izzy nods and leans her head on my shoulder. Yeah, one little oasis in the year when you don't have to feel like it's you versus the world. I turn my head so I can see her face. Calm and quiet, like all the thoughts that are normally storming in her brain have taken today off. Clear skies only. Hey, I tug on her waist. Who says we can't take a little of the oasis with us? You mean I gesture at the vendor booths lining the side of the festival. Let's each pick one thing, okay? That way we'll always have a little bit of pride, even when June is over. We make our way through the stalls. There's jewelry, t-shirts, and all kinds of art. I can't even begin to decide what sort of thing I might want. Really, I just want it all. And Izzy finally suggests that we should pick for each other instead. Ta-da! She exclaims, presenting me with a large wooden block with the word pride spelled out in sequins. It's sparkly and bright and so pride. For your kitchen table or something. I take it and hold it up so sunlight bounces off the sequins. I love it, I say. Never mind that I don't have a kitchen table. Dad and I usually eat separately, but that's fine. I'll put it in my room and maybe that will liven the place up. My turn. I grab her hand and we take off, continuing down the row of stalls. I consider a pair of rainbow earrings, but decide they aren't really right for Izzy, so I keep going until we find a booth with rainbow-painted wooden sculptures and accessories. What do you think of these? I ask, but Izzy's expression has sort of glazed over. Sorry, what? I trace the curve of her jaw with my finger, and I can see in her eyes that she wants to just skip back to gift giving, wall herself back up and forget whatever's bothering her. Where'd you go? I ask. Did you tell Leah? Her eyes are unfocused as she crosses over to the table and picks up a barrette with a watercolor effect, swirling together the white, blue, and pink colors of the trans flag. That we're dating? Yeah, she knows. She turns the barrette over in her hands, brushing her fingertips along the curl of the maple. No. About me being trans? No. Why? Oh, just usually when people are that complimentary about my appearance, it's because they're trying to, like, I don't know, prove to me that they're not a transphobe. Like if they say the trans girl is pretty enough times, it'll make up for their feminist activism starting and ending with people who have uteruses. Izzy. I lightly cup her elbow and wait for her eyes to find mine. I know there are people out there who absolutely do that. And I know that's probably really hard to swallow. Dealing with that kind of stuff all the time is so shitty. But you also have to know you are really pretty. Yeah? She looks up at me through long dark lashes, eyes quivering like she doesn't quite believe me. I've always thought that, and I'll keep telling you so as long as you still want to hear it. I pass the vendor a crumpled $20 bill for the barrette and brush Izzy's hair back into a half-up, half-down pony. For example, I like your hair, I say, running my fingers through it. And I don't know if you've noticed, but you have these incredible eyeballs. Izzy chokes on a laugh. I ruined it with the word eyeballs, huh?
I do want to say real quick, mad respect to Steph for not telling her friends about Izzy's about Izzy being trans. Mad respect for Steph for not doing that, because that is something that Izzy told Steph in confidence, and shows that she was trusting enough to tell Steph that. So if Izzy wants Steph's friends to know about her being trans, then that is something that Izzy should tell them herself. It's a mad mad respect for Steph for knowing, the that it's not her place to uh to just give that information to everybody. Even if like those people are like her closest friends, it's still not her place to do that. So, and also shows how much respect that Steph has for Izzy, that Steph would not do that to her. So, on a lighter note, uh Swag said eyeballs. That is an interesting feature to to admire, to whatever floats her boat. Yeah, exactly. Hey, whatever floats Steph boat, it's fine. Hey, Steph ain't hurting nobody, so hey, whatever Steph's kinks are, as long as Izzy's okay with it, who are we to judge? To each their own. As long as everyone's consenting, as long as everyone's consenting adults, I think it's whatever, right?
A little bit. But she smiles up at me anyway, and I see my opportunity for redemption. Oh, you've got something on your face. I point to my own, waving my finger around my mouth. She wipes at her lip and says, "Did I get it?" "Nah, here. Let me." I swoop down to kiss her. "Got it." "Are you sure? Maybe you should double check." And she leans in for another. Laughter bubbles up between us, and the moment feels so light and happy, like nothing can ruin it for us. The stark contrast between this and our date, when a homophobe seeing us share affection was dangerous, to this, where queer love is all around, makes me nearly burst, like skin alone cannot contain my euphoria. But Izzy stalls halfway to my lips and rests back on her heels. Her spine goes rigid and her grip on my waist goes limp. "Izzy, didn't expect to see you here." I turn around to see a familiar trio, a blonde, a brunette, and a redhead. The remaining members of Vinyl Resting Place bracket us. Why not? Still gay. Izzy growls under her breath. Kicking me out of the band didn't change my sexuality. Astrid raises one eyebrow, plucked to early 2000s levels of thin, just like my patience for her passive aggression. "Right," she sneers.
Also, nice to confirm that Steph is also on the same page as I am, confirming Astrid's passive aggressiveness. Thank you. Thank you, Steph, for confirming that I was correct on that one. Thank you. Uh, Swag said I should hit up my exes. Did I? And asked, did I have incredible eyeballs? I'm curious about their responses. Hey, if you're comfortable with hitting them up to ask that question, why not, right? uh, Also, it's going to be interesting to see what type of problem this is going to have having a vinyl resting place show up here. Hopefully, it's not going to be too bad.
But you're not competing in Battle of the Bands, are you? There's no way you have a new band already. I step forward. Chin up, jaw hard. Actually, she does. The mean girls give me a once-over, recognition sparking all at once. With the groupie, hey, I'm the first to admit I'm the #1 Izzy fan, but leave it, Steph, Izzy mutters. We're not playing, just here to watch. Too bad, says Astrid as they back away. Would have been fun to battle.
All right, where ads are going to be starting in a few, so we'll pause it here, and then we'll continue when ads finish. Also, we could definitely tell where this plot line is going to start going. Because we got, what is it? Because we got him talking about like the battle of the bands and stuff. And like, oh, you can't have had uh like started a new band already, this that and the third. So we're already setting up what the conflict is gonna be. uh I'm all for it though. Like I said, like I said earlier, I really like the band. Oh, excuse me, the band aspect of uh of this story. I really like the band aspect of it. So having competing bands with Steph and Izzy's band, Drugstore Makeup, and Astrid and Vinyl Resting Place. That's interesting. There's like have like a little like band rivalry and stuff. Like I dig it. I dig it. All right, so we got what was it? 30 seconds. And now we got like 15. Swag said no food ads yet. I'm surprised. Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it for yourself. Don't jinx it. Alrighty. Alright, we should be back from ads. Yep. Welcome back, Swag. Alright, so let's continue and see uh see how confrontational this interaction with Vinyl Resting Place is gonna be.
She points at the stage where our friends are camped out. We'll see if you still think that when you lose, I shout after them. But Izzy is tugging on my shirt, so I settle back and try to extinguish my anger. Sorry, I say, though it doesn't really feel true. It's okay, just, still raw. Izzy trails a hand along my side, a soothing motion. Astrid's always known exactly how to hurt me. I was really looking forward to playing Battle of the Bands, and they know it. Fuck. I hate that they get to lord this over you. We should totally be playing. Imagine how good it would feel to beat them with that new song. The one they didn't want. Izzy's nodding, but I can tell her head isn't here with me. I don't know. It probably isn't good enough. Hey! I shake her lightly by the shoulders. It's a great song. And we're gonna practice a lot, okay? We'll get so good by this time next year, Vinyl Resting Place won't know what hit 'em. And you think we can beat them? She asks it so earnestly, so breathlessly. It takes everything in me not to just kiss her. I take her chin in my hand and I look directly into her warm brown eyes before I say, I think we can win.
Okay, so we got, well, the setup for what a majority of the rest of the book is pretty much going to be, which is the preparation and stuff for the Battle of the Bands, and then obviously the Battle of the Bands itself, and everything that's going to happen like after that and stuff. So, which was pretty obvious where that was going to go, because it's like Izzy uh, leaves Vinyl Resting Place for whatever reason, right? Besides the fact that her bandmates were assholes. And then she starts drugstore makeup with Steph, right? You were gonna need to have them confront each other at some point. Like, there was gonna be a point where they were gonna have to uh, do some sort of head to head like battle of the bands situation, because it was like, what better way to do that, right? Because it's not like they're gonna like actually like fight each other or anything like that. So it's like having the two bands compete in a competition setting would be appropriate for all this. So Swag said, "Oh, this confrontation." I told you, what confrontation were you thinking of that I was talking about?
8. It's one thing to say we'll rock, and another thing entirely to actually do it. I pace like I'm trying to hit a steps goal in the back room of Mugshot, the boozy cafe we're playing for our first show. It's nowhere near as big as Bar None. The stage is a little raised platform in the corner with barely enough room for my drum set and Izzy's amp. Tables and chairs fan out in a semicircle, full of friends and even some strangers. I can't decide which makes me more nervous. We've got this, Izzy says, squeezing my shoulder a little too tight. Remember, don't speed up. I am become a metronome. I chant and rub my drumsticks together. I want to say more. Or maybe I just want to avoid the audience longer. But then our name is announced and applause sweeps us forward onto the stage, where a big poster with our new logo is taped up like a banner. A red lipstick mark on a black background with vibrant violet text. I tried to get as close to the purple eyeshadow as I could with my colored pencils on short notice. I'll do another draft soon, with better supplies. But for now, it's cool to see my art up there. like I get to have a contribution to the band beyond just keeping time. I don't even make it all the way behind the drum set before I screw up, crashing into the ride cymbal head first. A loud clanging sound punctuates my entrance, but luckily, I avoid any major injuries. Jordy and Ollie are in the very front, both wearing matching grins. Jordy's sporting an I'm with the band t-shirt, and Ollie has a little red kiss mark on his cheek to match our new logo. We didn't have time to make merch for the gig, but I'm glad to see they made do anyway. A few rows behind them are Leah and Rain, and by the door, my dad is craning his neck to see over the crowd. He's got one of those goofy, proud dad smiles, and he flashes me a thumbs up when I catch his eye. "We're drugstore makeup," Izzy says into the mic. Her amplified voice soothes my nerves. My heartbeat slows and I loosen my grip on the drumsticks.
I would just like to say real quick how awesome it is that Steph's dad is there to watch her perform. So extremely supportive. I love to see it.
Don't forget to tip your barista and get ready to rock. And we do. Playing with Izzy on stage is a totally different experience from practicing in her garage. It takes me a minute to adjust to the acoustics in the cafe. It's bigger, and there are no sound-absorbing pads on the walls, but the energy of the audience is electrifying. As Izzy sings, and sometimes shouts, into the mic, people whoop and cheer. It's almost otherworldly, this collaborative moment between us all. It isn't just mine. It isn't just Izzy's. It's all of ours. Together. We play mostly covers. Gore Gore Girls, Paramore, Bikini Kill. Izzy insists we should fill our set list with mostly female vocalists, since they're so underrepresented in punk.
It's interesting that they're starting as a cover band for one. I'm pretty sure that's going to change as the book goes on. I'm pretty sure some original songs are going to be written. Obviously, Izzy is going to write them because they already set that up earlier when uh, Izzy sung Steph the song earlier. So clearly, she's going to be writing some original music as we go on. But the big specific thing, which I know was not intentional, like at all, it's purely coincidental because considering this book came out in 2023 and Lost Records Bloom and Rage came out in 2025. But the fact that what was it? Bikini Kill specifically being mentioned here and also being heavily mentioned in Lost Records is a fun coincidental connection here, which is which I just found pretty awesome in a way.
But she makes an exception for good Charlottes, girls and boys, because, as she explains to the audience, if anyone's going to sing about how girls don't like boys, it should be lesbians. For our last song, we play Izzy's Riot Pride. Izzy thanks the audience, and when she announces we're closing with an original, the crowd goes wild. How much of that is just Jordy and Ollie being the best groupies imaginable? I don't know, but I don't really care at this point. I'm having such a great time that even if some rando told us we sucked after the show, I don't think I'd believe them.
So we're gonna mix in an original song as a surprise. Nice play, girls. Nice play. You work them into a false sense of like, okay, it's only gonna be cover songs. And then right at the end, you hit them with original music. Word.
When it's over, I barely make it down from the stage before I'm engulfed by friends. Steph, that was so cool! Jordy shouts into my ear at an entirely unnecessary volume. Wait, is it supremely uncool to say so? I don't know the rules. I shrug and grin into his embrace. I don't know the rules either. Great, okay, let's not tell anyone. Ollie elbows in to get his turn too. Cannot believe you were this talented and you what, forgot to tell me? Forgot? I hug him back. I withhold that information on purpose. How else am I supposed to create a sense of mystery? Drinkies? Jordy suggests. Our treat. Don't you have the morning shift? I ask. Sure you want to stay out late? He had some kind of vanilla coffee and Kahlua drink about an hour ago. I think it's going to be a late night either way. Ollie pinches Jordy's cheek affectionately and adds, This one's a little caffeined. Oh, that's a great name for a new drink at the cafe. While Jordy and Ollie argue about the recipe for their invention, I greet Leah and Rain, who've made their way over to squeeze me from both sides. Leah apologizes for Wes's absence, though it's not necessary. They have a noise sensitivity. Rock concerts isn't exactly their scene. Rain scrunches up their face, little wrinkles rippling over their rosy brown skin. They wanted to send flowers for you, but they trail off, exchanging a knowing glance with Leah. Leah jumps in to finish for them. It's not a ballet recital, you know? That certainly doesn't stop Dad from presenting me with a handful of wildflowers. Lupins and poppies and Queen Anne's lace. I'm so proud of you, sweetie, he says, squeezing my shoulder. It's an awkward exchange. We're still not practiced at physical affection, or even just conversational affection. I almost expected him to slip out of the cafe before the end and email me his congratulations on a gig well played. Did you pick these? I ask, half aghast, half impressed. The stems are untidy and the foliage still wild. A florist wouldn't be so sloppy, but honestly, I prefer a collection of thoughtfully plucked weeds to any pristine store-bought bouquet.
It is nice. Well, it's also kind of sad that one of the main reasons that Steph's dad is probably as supportive as he is with Steph is probably because of the fact that Steph's parents are divorced and that he wasn't around a lot because like I said earlier, like Steph said earlier, she lived with her mother in Arcadia Bay for like a while, obviously before the tornado came and said fuck your life. Fuck everybody's life. Uh and his and her dad, like obviously since Steph's mom is dead because of the tornado, and Steph is, had no other choice but to go live with her father. Her dad is probably like has some, some guilt and stuff that he probably feels, and that's also probably why he's like as supportive and stuff as he is, because there's probably a little bit of guilt there. Not saying that he does feel that way, but you can probably interpret it that way if you want to, unless, unless like Steph's dad is going to blatantly like say something himself, but you can kind of like read it. You can read it that way if you want to. So something to think about. Like a like Swag said, I never thought about it like that. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where you're like, when you actually think about it, it's like that could be a reason.
They're beautiful, if not exactly appropriate. You know me, I haven't been outside in a century. Dad laughs. It's our little joke that he's secretly a vampire, since he's such a hermit. No, these are from Renee. You remember that coworker I was telling you about? Hello. A white woman about my dad's age with curly brown hair and treble clef earrings waves at me over his shoulder. When your dad told me you had a gig, I insisted on tagging along.
Oh boy, here we go. Are we gonna get all of the Chloe similarities with Steph going on over here? Because now we got her dad's girlfriend. So now we're entering the point where it's like, oh, you're potentially entering into a new relationship, which is not mom. Oh boy. Whoo. This this also can potentially like have problems because we all know how Chloe's situation was handled when Joyce was getting a new boyfriend with David. So we've seen how badly that can go. So now Steph kind of finds herself in that situation. So, well, in a similar situation. We don't know how the lady is, though, yet. So, we don't know how the lady is yet. So, hey, no problem, Charlie. No problem, Charlie. No problem. Say hi to C for all of us. All right? Say hi to C for all of us. Um Swag said, unless I missed it. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you. Thank you. Charlie said, will do. Thank you. Um, Swag said, unless I missed it, Steph hasn't mentioned Mikey uh, yet. Yeah, exactly. With no, no, she hasn't mentioned Mikey yet. So there's potentially a reason for that, but we'll see if she address it later. because there's still plenty of book left. So there's still plenty of time for her to bring that up and address it. So we'll see. Swag said, "Let's see how Steph deals with this." Yes, yes. Let's see how this goes for her.
Music is a joy to share, and your band has such a fun energy. Thanks. I point to the flowers and nod. For these, and for coming. You got plans after? Dad asks eagerly. Maybe we could get a bite. Sorry. I glance at Jordy and Ollie, who are lurking nearby. I think my friends want to get drinks somewhere. Rain check? I told you, George, leave the young people to their partying, Renee says, tugging on his arm. I watch them go with narrowed eyes, suspicion sneaking into my chest, but no. My dad.
Big thing to bring up here. Steph's dad, Steph's dad, if you noticed, he's doing he's doing the thing where he wants he wants Steph to meet his girlfriend because he wants to know if Steph is gonna approve of her. Like how is my daughter gonna like my girlfriend? Which is also disappointing that Steph uh is not going to um to do the little get together with her dad and his girlfriend to try to like get a feel for his girlfriend and stuff and see if Steph would like approve pretty much, cuz it's very obvious that her dad wants like Steph's approval of of the girlfriend. Um, Swag said, I think Steph going to have a different reaction than Chloe. That's how I imagine Steph in my head, not to be aggressive if the relationship displease her. And we also have to take into account that this is happening to a much mature mindset in comparison with Chloe. But let's see how this plays out. Plus, Swag, first impressions with the new girlfriend is that she's very nice and she's very respectful. So she's already putting out a very positive um, first impression. And she is and Steph's dad is already doing is already doing what Joyce did not do. And that is take your daughter's feelings into consideration when you're entering a new relationship with somebody, when you're bringing in somebody into a pre-established family, because that is something Joyce did not do. Because Joyce's mindset was pretty much, I just care about my own happiness, so fuck everything else. Which was not the right mindset to be in. Swag said, oh, that is also something David did not do. Well, David has extremely horrible social skills. His social skills suck ass. And that is not taking Chloe into account. Like David's social skills with Chloe are absolute ass, but he has shitty social skills with everybody. Everybody. With Max, with with the principal to a certain degree, with the teachers, because he has like shitty manners when it comes to like Miss Grant and stuff too. So David's attitude is not entirely exclusive to Chloe. Like he treats like a lot of people like shit. So it's not just a Chloe thing. The reason why the Chloe thing is a lot worse is because they all live together. They all live in the same house. Swag said, even though we may not seen the first David's person impressions towards Chloe, we can get the gist of it. Pretty much from his attitude, we could have a pretty good feeling how that first impression was right out the gate. But yeah. But as I said, already doing something that Joyce did not do. And that's that is take your child's feelings into consideration. Which is especially bad when your child is making it abundantly clear what the problem is and what the problems are. And you just ignore it. So that's like, I'm not the biggest fan of ignoring your problems. If I can help it, I'm usually the type of person that would like to confront my problems sooner rather than later, before they get worse, and potentially before they get to the point of no return, pretty much. So, but then again, that's just me. um Swag said, if David's first impressions were good, which they highly doubt, it was not genuine uh, to last a lengthy amount of time. Pretty much, yeah. Because we also get that impression in Before the Storm anyway. Because even if you get like the most positive relationship that you can get with David, you can already tell that David was gonna fuck it up anyway. Because there are times, even in Before the Storm, when you do positive things to David, and then he just says like the stupidest bullshit just to try to start a problem. And it's like, bruh, there was nothing there to start a problem with, and then now you're just trying to make a problem. So it's very easy to see that wasn't gonna be that it wasn't gonna last anyway. Because Before the Storm already demonstrates that. Um, Swag said eventually Chloe sees right through the bullshit. Pretty much, yeah. Uh, Swag said David takes one step forward and F's it up taking 12 steps back. Probably more than 12. I would say probably like 50 steps back at this point. All right, let's continue.
Dad's too awkward to get a girlfriend. But then I thought that about myself too. And look at me, all girlfriended up. I scan the room for Izzy, but she's nowhere in sight. Maybe she's with some of her friends in the back room or outside. I definitely saw Saturn in the crowd with a few people, but there were plenty more I didn't recognize that have to be people Izzy knows. Well, since you just rocked, ready to roll? Jordy asks with an exaggerated eyebrow wiggle. It's like you try to be cringe, Ollie groans. I crane my neck to scan the dispersing crowd, but still don't see Izzy. Hang on, I say. I have to pack up first. We'll help. Jordy jumps into action, beginning to dismantle my drum set, and Ollie leans into me to murmur, "It's okay, go find her. We got this." I don't even get my thanks out before Ollie joins Jordy, and they fumble their way through taking the drums apart. Even this silly little task is fun for them together. I love that for them. The simple joy of just doing mundane things with the person you care about the most. It's nice. It's less familiar than I want it to be. When I do find Izzy, she's already done packing up her guitar and is sitting inside the van with her legs propped up in the frame of the back door, notepad in hand. "What you're writing?" I ask, tossing my drumsticks into the cup holder in front. She doesn't respond right away, scribbling furiously. "New song?" "Same song." Her voice is clipped, her brow pinched in concentration. I thought it sounded good. I place my fingers lightly on her knee. "Yeah?" Her eyes flick up to mine, uncertainty embedded deep in her irises. "I think the third verse needs some work, and maybe we should add a guitar solo?" I nod and smile. "Okay, sure. That could be fun. Maybe we work on it tomorrow? My friends want to go out and celebrate." "It's okay, you can go. I'll do this myself." My chest constricts painfully. "Are you sure? You're invited, you know. Plus, I think I saw your housemates waiting out there for you." She sets the pen down and sighs. "Yeah, okay. Guess I should check in with them. Do you want to invite them along, maybe? We could all go out together." "Nah." She swings her legs down from the van and lands beside me. "I want to work on this some more." She won't meet my eyes, and her avoidance hurts almost more than her words. "Did I do something wrong? Do you not want me to hang out with your friends?" I ask, the words soft on my tongue.
Uh, Swag said, "Oh, and I like to add, Steph is effing grown up, and her dad looking for her approval. That is something Joyce failed to understand. So kudos to Steph's dad. Exactly, exactly. That's exactly what I was saying earlier. Like it's one thing if your child is not making their feelings like known. Like it's one thing for your child not to make their feelings like known and very obvious. That is not what Chloe was doing. Chloe was making her feelings very loud and very clear. So the fact that Joyce wasn't like understanding it or just avoiding it or whatnot is my biggest problem when it comes to Joyce. Um, and Swag said, because her dad could have easily uh, been live my life and you live your life. Exactly. And then Swag says, I give him mad props to him. Yes. And from, like I said, from what we've seen of the girlfriend so far, Steph kind of lucked out on her dad probably finding a good woman, like a woman that's actually like really good. Like especially somebody that is not only going to be good for you, but also is going to be good for the people around you, which is key. Which is the key, though, is generally if you want like a good, healthy relationship overall, you generally would want your partner, whether it's like a girlfriend, a boyfriend, or whatnot, right? You would generally want that partner to be um to be not just good for you, but good for the other people around you also. And not like alienate the shit out of the people around you in general. Cause I've seen situations with friends and stuff of mine that would not necessarily be the case for them, and they would be in a relationship, and the relationship in general would be good for them, but it would also cause problems to the point where you would be alienating your friends, like even really close friends. And then it's like, are you really, is it really worth being in that relationship if that relationship is alienating the closest people around you? So that's also something that you also have to really take into consideration. is if a relationship is worth that. Cause I've been in situations where my friends, like really close friends of mine, would get into relationships, right? And then in private, they would come to me, like they would bring like their boyfriend, their girlfriend or whatnot. They would bring them around us, right? And we would all hang out. And then in private, they would come to me and they would literally ask me, "What do you think of them? Like, what's your opinion of them?" And like stuff like that. Like they would blatantly ask me what my opinion of their boyfriend or their girlfriend is. And I would give them a straight answer. Like I have enough love and respect for my friends that I'm not gonna sugarcoat like how I would feel about them and what I like what my impressions are. So Swag said, and that's not a good relationship. Your partner, whoever it may be, has to respect the people in your life uh, that is there before you. Exactly, exactly. Like I said, I've had friends that deal with that situation too when they enter relationships with people that already have kids, that have already had families, that have already had like divorces and things like that. I've had friends that have experienced those things and have like told me like the things they had to deal with and the boundaries and stuff that they would need to like respect and know, of like lines that they shouldn't be crossing and things like that. So yeah, it's it's what it's a very it's one of those things, depending on the situation that you find yourself in, can be a very um tricky situation to navigate yourself through um in the best way. So
I know I'm still new to this, but I will get better at drumming and stuff. I promise you can bring me to your cool punk parties and I'll be chill. What? Oh no, Steph, no, no. Her hand finds my waist and she pulls me closer. You were great, I just want to get this right. I feel like I'm in a creative groove and I don't want to lose that. I promise we'll hang with my friends another time, okay? Are you sure? My fingers seek hers, hoping that her touch will ground me, reassure me. Yeah, you go have fun. She gives my hand a perfunctory squeeze. It's almost enough. Izzy makes good on her promise a few weeks later. Party at my place, 8 p.m. Her text comes through while I'm still at save point, so I finish my shift and hurry home to scarf down some boxed mac and cheese and change. I go against Leah's advice for tonight, wearing my most torn jeans and a tight t-shirt proclaiming my love for the Smashing Pumpkins. For a finishing touch, I throw on the leather bracelets Izzy dressed me in on the night of our first kiss. I forgot to give them back that night, and I've just been hanging on to them ever since. I wonder if she's noticed. Bruce, Izzy's housemate, greets me at the door when I arrive. He's a weird guy, very buttoned up with a slightly too thin mustache. He's not usually home when I'm around, since he works more hours than he doesn't. But on the few occasions I've passed him in the kitchen or the living room, he's always been pleasant. "Welcome to the party," he shouts over the music and hands me an empty plastic cup and a Sharpie. "Reduce, reuse, recycle." I give him an off-kilter salute and scribble my name on the outside of my cup before heading inside. The living room has been transformed into a dance floor. Neon lights crisscross through the space, and the seating has been carted off somewhere to make room for a DJ table, behind which Saturn is spinning tunes. I give them a quick wave before ducking into the kitchen to fill my cup. "You made it!" Izzy captures my lips with hers. She tastes like sharp mint and raspberry.
Swag said, mac and box mac and cheese, yum. uh, and you didn't even need to wait for an ad for that one.
"Come on, got people I want you to meet." She drags me out to the backyard, fingers laced with mine, and over to a group clustered by the fence. "Everyone, this is Steph." Izzy points at me with a big grin on her face. "Girlfriend, drummer, coffee connoisseur?" "Hey," I nod to the group, eyes sweeping over them. There's about a dozen people out here enjoying the Seattle summer evening, not to mention the crowd inside. It strikes me all at once how many people Izzy must know. I'm pretty savvy when it comes to socializing, and even I couldn't come up with a guest list this extensive. There's so much of Izzy I still don't know, so much of her that exists outside of us, outside of me. I glance over to see her expression awash with pride. Her eyes are trained on me, bright and brilliant, like she's actually excited to show me off, like I'm special. And damn it, under her gaze with her hand in mine, maybe I am. The myth, the legend. A tall white guy with gauges in his ears and a t-shirt that says pro-union reaches across the gap to shake my hand. "Heard you drummed up quite the audience for your first gig." "Jerry, I swear to God." The girl beside him smacks his arm. "Ignore him. He makes puns instead of having a personality." "I'm Ronnie, guitarist for Attack-O-Lanterns." The rest of the group introduce themselves one by one. They all have names and bands, only half of which I remember an hour later, once I've been thoroughly paraded around what seems like every person in Seattle. Izzy pulls me onto the dance floor and tucks her face into the crook of my neck. The music is fast and hard, but Izzy's energy is quiet and soft as she leans into me. I run my fingers through her hair and sway to her beat. It's counterintuitive to all my drummer training, but I'd rather be attuned to Izzy's rhythm than some 41's. We stay like that for a few songs, wrapped up in each other. Then Izzy slides from my grip and gestures to her empty cup. I can't hear her over the music, but I understand her meaning well enough. After she slips away to the kitchen, I find myself shuffled into a conversation with Jerry, the guy from outside, who is patiently explaining to Bruce the many types of unions for which he is pro. All of them, really, man. Obviously, I'm pro-labor union, pro-marital union, pro-union army, I suggest. See, Steph gets it. Jerry gives my arm a soft punch. Bruce shakes his head, eyes a little unfocused. Okay, I promise I'm not that dense. I just thought your shirt said pro-onion. Oh man, yeah, I'm pro-onion too. Blooming, caramelized, satire publication. I'm ushered from conversation to conversation. Ronnie grabs me to talk about the best coffee in Seattle, a debate for which I'm highly qualified, and Saturn asks me to DJ while they take a bathroom break for just a few minutes. It's way longer than that, and pretty soon I'm picking songs myself. I watch the room carefully, but people don't leave the dance floor. In fact, a few cheer me on and I feel somehow like maybe I actually belong here at this party, with this music, with these people. When Saturn returns, I relinquish their seat and go in search of Izzy, following her path to the drink station. It's been at least a half hour since she disappeared, and after a quick glance around, she's still nowhere to be seen. Maybe she went back outside. I reach for a bottle of rum. The taste of Izzy's mojito is still lingering on my lips. But my hand collides with someone else's. Good taste. I look up to see a familiar face framed with cropped brown hair, an eyebrow piercing, and an expression verging on sour. It's one of the other girls from Vinyl Resting Place. Oh, hey, I trail off, realizing I don't actually know her name. Bellamy, she supplies. Ah, I was close. I was gonna guess something starting with the letter B. It's way meaner than I intend, and I wince immediately. An apology she doesn't really deserve, but I probably owe suspended on my lips.
She was gonna go with bitch. She technically would not be wrong. Her name might as well be bitch at this point, right?
That is fair, honestly, she says before I can take it back. Sorry about all the drama. Astrid and Izzy have always been a bit radioactive, and the blast radius is brutal. Yeah, sounds like it. I take the rum bottle from her when she's done, but don't pour. Have you seen her? Astrid, are you kidding? She's not here. Tara and I got the invite from Mariana, but we're not stupid enough to bring Astrid. Oh, no, I meant Izzy. I cast my gaze about again. Think she went to the garage, Bellamy says with a shrug. Hope you find her. See you around. Sophie? I don't bother correcting her. My heart beats high in my throat and my eyes flit to the garage. The house thrums with energy and loud bass, but my brain feels muffled. I put down the rum and instead fill my cup with tap water.
She said Sophie. uh at least it's a lot closer than Carrie. At least it sounds similar enough. Sophie. uh yeah, if you know, you know with the Carrie reference.
Something tells me I'm going to want to err on the side of sober once I open the door. Izzy's inside, lying on her back in the middle of her bed, knees tucked up to her chest. She rolls to the side when I move the divider. Found ya, I say, crossing over to put my cup down on the bedside table. Does that mean it's my turn to hide? Izzy smiles, but it doesn't quite reach her eyes. I wasn't hiding. You sure about that? I settle onto the edge of the bed next to her and pull my legs up under me. Maybe you should be a magician instead of a rock star. You've got the disappearing act down. I could get a rabbit. I nod sagely. Girls just want to have fun. She throws a pillow at me. But really, what's up? I scoot closer, pulling her legs over my lap. You just kind of left there. It's your party, you know? Izzy blinks at me and I see it in her eyes for just a flash. The instinct to make a joke, to lie, to brush me off. It's what I would do in her shoes. No, that's not true. I wouldn't have left the party to begin with. I was having too much fun. Did you see Bellamy and Tara? Probably weird that they showed up, huh? I ask, prompting. Oh, I mean, yeah, I guess. She sighs and lets her head fall back, hair splayed out around her like a crown. I just don't really feel like being around people tonight. Weird day to throw a party then. Well, it's not really for me. Huh? I cock my head. What do you mean? Izzy sits up and places a hand on my arm. You wanted to party with my friends. You said so after our show. The party's for me? To hang out with your friends? She shrugs, but doesn't meet my eyes. Yeah, sort of. A hollow feeling fills my stomach. It is what I wanted. Izzy is this incredibly cool punk rocker, and I wanted to see her world. I wanted to be deemed worthy of it. I wanted to belong there. But out in the garage where the music struggles through the soundproof walls, it feels like maybe Izzy's the one who doesn't really belong. Let me ask you something, I say, the words slow on my tongue as I wrap my head around this feeling of being just slightly askew. All those people you introduced me to, do you actually like any of them?
And with that question that Steph is asking, it is about time for ads. For ads coming up in a few seconds. But Swag said, "Where is this heading?" uh, I don't know. Maybe not where you're thinking it's heading, judging from the question that's being asked. So the mood is definitely getting a little more serious here. But we will continue as the once the ads are done. Let's see if Swag gets any more food ads. Because it was talking about mac and cheese earlier, so maybe they'll get a food commercial that has mac and cheese in it. Prop that will be actually a pretty funny coincidence if that's the case. In any case, I will be right back. I need to take a quick bathroom break while the ads are playing. Be right back. Okay, we're back. Uh, so what do we got? We got about 30 seconds here. Ooh, ow. But we'll see. What's interesting is Izzy is just kind of not around any of her friends. So it's going to be interesting to see what Izzy's response is going to be, because she kind of just left Steph there and kind of just went off to be by herself. So it is a valid question for Steph to ask. It's like, do you even like any of these people that you say are your friends? So, because If they were my friends, like really my friends, I don't think I would be by myself away from everybody.
What? The word comes too quick, too hard. It's just, you invited a lot of people, and I know you're not friends with some of them. Like, come on, Bellamy and Tara? You caught me, Steph. Izzy falls back onto the bed, her torso bouncing as a laugh breaks from her chest. You sounded really excited to do the whole party thing. Like you thought I had this alternative life to show you. I don't know, I like that you saw me as some punk princess, punk rock Barbie or whatever. But I don't really even know half the people here. Most of them are just people from bands I've played with. People I know from the scene because I gave them a bloody nose in a mosh pit. The only reason I know any of these people is because of Astrid and Vinyl Resting Place. Those girls, they were my friends. And without them, I don't really know how to be the girl you want me to be. I'm just Izzy. There's absolutely nothing just about this girl before me. Izzy's eyes are closed, her mouth a little open. Her shirt is slipping down off one shoulder, revealing a bra strap cinched too tight, digging into her skin. She looks peaceful and serene. She isn't just Izzy, because she is everything. Izzy. I say her name softly as I lie down next to her. The syllables catch in my throat, and all the other words I want to say dissolve on my tongue. There is only her. It's okay. You can go back in. Enjoy the party. She pulls her hands back to her stomach, knotting her fingers together just above her navel where her shirt rides up. I don't mind hanging by myself. And maybe in another life I would do just that. Maybe I'd return to the noise and lights and crowd of bodies. I'd drink and I'd dance and I'd soak up the energy of these people I was so eager to meet. But it feels empty, knowing Izzy is here feeling friendless, feeling like a disappointment. I curl my body to fit against hers and trail my fingers along the bare skin of her shoulder. Not a chance, I whisper against her lips just before I kiss her. Tonight, I'm hosting a party for two.
All right. Well, Swag said Steph and Izzy turning into a fan fiction. But okay, so on Izzy's part, that was the wrong thing to do. Is instead of Izzy showing Steph herself, instead of showing Steph like herself, like who she truly is, this, that, and the third, right? Instead, she was trying to show Steph what Steph thinks she is and not who she truly is. Which, again, is not the best thing to do for a healthy relationship. Because if you're trying to have a relationship based on what the other person perceives you to be instead of who you actually are, then the relationship is just destined to fail. Because at that point, you're pretty much lying by omission. And then that's just gonna lead to you like actually just lying and then just having lies on top of lies, and that is nowhere to go for a healthy relationship of any kind. So yeah, Izzy definitely fucking up here. So, but Steph over here, like, turning it around and giving Izzy the reverse Uno card, and is like, nope, I'm gonna turn this into a positive. uh
9. Dad finally corners me for a family dinner in the most George Gingrich way possible. He sends me an Evite. It's fireman themed, and I can't tell if he picked it to be funny or if he couldn't figure out how to select different options.
okay, at least now we can give Steph's dad a name. His Steph's dad's name is George. So at least we can give him a name now. Okay, George. We got uh so now we got the actual family dinner thing, where now Steph is going to have to be around George's girlfriend. So let's see how this is gonna go, cause the first impression was a good one, but it was a very quick one. So this will be a more prolonged interaction. So let's see. Unless George is gonna talk to her, talk to Steph about the girlfriend. So we'll see if the girlfriend is there for it. You would think she would be, because if we're trying to get Steph's acceptance, then a little group having some alone time in for the group would definitely be a good way of trying to see how Steph is gonna feel about the whole situation.
He promises a home cooked meal and suggests I bring Izzy. I show it to her, thinking we'll have a good laugh and I'll tell him we're too busy. But to my surprise, she just says, I'd love to, and doesn't even make a fire truck joke. I write back, home cooked? By whomst? Dad's email comes shortly after, as though he's been waiting for my reply. Don't worry, I promise not to burn the salad. And to my surprise, he doesn't. I still remember the time we melted the waffle maker trying to make breakfast in bed on Mother's Day.
So Steph and George are horrible at cooking, apparently. if if they're burning salad and almost burning down the house with a fucking waffle maker, so apparently they're not good at cooking. So that's that's not the best. they they must be the takeout food type of family. Either that or they're the TV dinner family. Or maybe a little bit of both. Swag said, I hope Izzy knows how to cook. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll actually find out.
Mom had to open all the windows and take the batteries out of the smoke alarm, muttering curses under her breath the whole time. Dad was banned from the kitchen after that. From what I can tell, he's mostly subsisted on takeout since the divorce, a lifestyle I'm more than happy to take advantage of while living with him.
What did I tell you? Thank you for the confirmation, Steph. Thank you. And I would ban George from the kitchen too. If if you nearly burn down the house while trying to cook, I would ban you from the fucking kitchen also. So so I can't fault your mom for that one, okay? Swag said, if dad was banned from the kitchen, you need to be banned from the kitchen too, Steph. Hey, Steph said that she's perfectly fine ordering takeout all the time, so I don't think Steph would mind.
Seeing him in the kitchen wearing an apron is almost enough to send me running back out the door. It's a fairly untouched space. The only appliance that gets any sort of regular traffic is the microwave above the stove. The light gray marble countertops are practically spotless, and there's even a bowl of fake fruit on the center island. It looks straight out of a catalog. In fact, I bet he didn't change a thing from the day he moved in.
Also, thank you for the confirmation again, Steph, about probably being a microwave family. So there you go. Probably microwaving a bunch of TV dinners along with any leftovers that you get from takeout.
Check me out, Steph, I'm boiling water. Dad points to the burner where he is, in fact, successfully boiling water. With a flourish, he removes the lid from the pot and pours pasta from a cardboard box like he's been doing it for years. Next, you'll tell me you've learned how to turn on the oven. I start to roll my eyes, but then a second head appears from behind him, curly hair pulled into a loose ponytail and sporting a painfully genuine smile. For a moment, my heart drops through the floor. A memory surfaces, gasping and flailing like a drowning victim, bursting to the surface of my brain. My parents, together, laughing over a pot of soup, Mom feeding him some with a big spoon, Dad yelping and frantically fanning his mouth when he burns it on the too hot liquid. I can't even place the memory. Maybe it's not even real, but it hits me like a sneaker wave, and I can barely stay afloat long enough for it to pass. I blink, and the memory fades. In its wake, I see reality. Renee, the woman from the gig.
Oh boy, here we go. That is. Ooh, that was some heavy stuff there. Also, the name of George's girlfriend is Renee. So now we have a name for Renee. So that's good. See how long it takes for me to keep remembering her name. I'll probably start calling her George's girlfriend all over again. So we'll see.
His coworker. Renee waves at me, an oven mitt that definitely doesn't belong to us covering her hand. We've got homemade garlic bread baking. She inhales deeply. Smells amazing, right? Those cooking classes are really paying off. When she returns to watching the oven, I mouth the words, cooking classes, at Dad, trying to recapture our usual dynamic. But he's too busy to be mocked by his daughter, watching his pasta boil with an expression of shocked glee. Rude, really, as that's the number one duty of a dad. Izzy takes off her shoes behind me and nudges me forward. Where should I put these? She holds up the box of pastries we picked up from Save Point. I usher her over to the kitchen table, where there are already place settings laid out, dishes I don't think I've ever seen before, with a gold floral pattern around the edges. I didn't know we had any matching dishware, let alone 4 sets. I've been washing the same ceramic plate and bowl every day, since Dad doesn't have very many, and all of Mom's nice china was destroyed in the storm. In the center of the table is a bouquet of wildflowers, heather and a pretty dark dusty rose-colored flower I don't recognize. Hellebore, says Renee, as she circles over to us to take Izzy's box of pastries. It can be tough to find wildflowers this late in the summer, but I grow these specially in my yard so I can have beauty at my table through the year. I didn't ask, and I'm about to say so when Dad interrupts my thoughts. Isn't it nice to have nature in the house? He asks, leaving his pot of noodles unattended to step out from behind the counter and admire the centerpiece. If you can't go to nature, nature will come to you. Renee smiles up at Dad, blue eyes twinkling with something oh so very much more than casual coworkerness. I'm working on getting him to go outside at least once a day, but this little introvert is as stubborn as he is sweet. Dad giggles. Giggles. And that's about enough for me. I want to vomit, I want to yell, I want to stomp my foot and throw a tantrum like I'm 12 again. In some ways, I never stopped being that kid whose dad left during the summer between 6th and 7th grade. It doesn't matter that Mom wanted him to. Because I didn't. Dad blinks down at me, waiting for a smile I can't give. I won't ruin tonight. Not for him. Not for Izzy. Not even for Renee. I will swallow this feeling, wash it down with garlic bread, and hope it stays down. Izzy, let me show you the rest of the house. I turn on my heel and grab her arm a little rougher than I mean to. I don't let go. She's the only thing grounding me right now, and I'm afraid if I do, I'll be lost in a choppy sea. Or maybe even a storm. I'm a terrible tour guide. I point and grunt like a Neanderthal, saying things like bathroom, and bedroom, and hallway. My brain is moving through sludge, trying to process what just happened. Thankfully, Izzy seems to pick up on that and drags me into my room, sits me down on the bed, and kicks the door shut. Okay, you need to do some breathing. She places the heel of her hand on my back and rubs in slow circles. I don't want her to see me like this. And I don't want to be like this. I want to be fun and breezy, Steph. She's a guest here, but she's the one trying to make me feel at home. Good old oxygen will do wonders for you, she says into my ear. I take a ragged breath and, well, she's not wrong. My head begins to clear almost instantly. You want to talk about it? She asks. I shake my head. Talking about it implies there is anything to talk about. Dad got a girlfriend. So what? He's allowed. He's divorced. And besides that, Mom, well, she's not a factor. She should be a factor. Talk to me about something else then. Izzy kisses the top of my head, then pushes off the bed to examine my room. It doesn't look that different from when I moved in. The pride sign Izzy bought me is on top of my dresser. I've taped some drawings to the walls, sketches for the drugstore makeup logo, a new villain for the campaign I'm running, a rough doodle of Izzy I did while she was in the zone writing a new song last week.
Okay, so that's one that is not a very healthy way of addressing the whole dad getting a new girl type of thing. Cause she is bottling up her feelings and not making them known. Like, I'm not saying that she should like make a scene, because that's how Steph is kind of justifying not expressing how she's feeling. She she should be like talking to her dad about this. Like, you could express yourself in a very like, in a respectful way, but it's definitely something that she should like talk about and not repress it, because that's technically what she's trying to do. She's trying to repress her feelings instead of expressing them. So, and I do appreciate that Izzy, like, obviously is like picking up on like that something's wrong, and immediately is like taking Steph somewhere private and is like trying to address the issue. Like, I do appreciate that Izzy is able to read the room and is like, okay, let me take you somewhere private and let's see if we could if I could get you to express what you're feeling, instead of just keeping it bottled up and not talking about it. Um, Swag said, that is good insight from Steph's perspective of her dad relationship. That to clarify the point, uh, uh, is earlier in the stream of how Steph deals with this situation compared to how Chloe deals with the situation. Yeah, exactly. Because this also shows the a big difference between Chloe and Steph, where Chloe Chloe wears her heart on her sleeve. So she is not afraid to express how she's feeling. As opposed to Steph, in this situation, she rather bottle up how she's feeling instead, which is not the healthiest way to deal with it. And that also goes to my point earlier, where you're avoiding the issue instead of confronting the issue and dealing with it. Cause all Steph is doing is avoiding it and pushing it to the side. And like I said, if you keep doing that long enough, you're gonna make the situation, you're probably gonna find yourself in an even worse situation than you probably would have been if you would have addressed it a lot sooner. And thankfully, like I said, Izzy is trying to get Steph to express her feelings.
Her fingers trail over the portrait of her, then land on the vinyl resting place poster. The one she gave me the first time we met. Well, this can go in the trash. She tugs it from its thumbtack, tearing the top. Why do you even have this? Oh, sorry, I say without thinking, the apologies stumbling out of me before I have time to decide if it's warranted. It was the first thing you ever gave me. Felt significant. I shrug. Izzy stares down at the poster, a mix of emotions flashing across her eyes. I think at first she's going to tear it up or storm out.
But at least she's also not like, she attempted to try to get her to open up, but also not forcing her into it, right? Which is really good. Because you also want somebody in Steph's position. You want, like, yeah, you want them to express themselves of how they feel, but you also don't want to force them to do it. You want to try to guide them there, like, naturally, so that way they'll naturally express, as opposed to trying to get you to, like, to force them to express themselves. Like, try to get them to feel, like, comfortable enough to try to get there on their own, in a way. Swag said, fun fact, anything that is bottled up will eventually overflow and burst, like mints mixed with Pepsi. Like Mentos mixed with Pepsi. Yeah, that old trick. I remember that old trick. That is that is very messy.
Or something else equally dramatic. But then her shoulders fall and she sighs. Guess I better give you some better stuff. I'm not really much for stuff these days, as you can tell. I gesture around at the room. My suitcase in the corner is propped open, with a pile of clothes still laying in it, and I've barely even attempted to fill the bookshelf. Yeah, why is that? Izzy asks, plopping down on the bed beside me. The truth fizzles on my tongue. Her fingers slide between mine and she gives my hand an encouraging squeeze. But I still can't give voice to the real reason this room is mostly empty.
That is, Swag said, that don't bottle up your emotions. That goes for anyone. Yeah, that is true. Like I said earlier, there's healthy ways of expressing yourself. You, especially expressing, like, feelings that are troubling you, or anything that's, like really affecting you. You can express those things in like healthy ways. You don't have to you don't have to express them in like destructive manners. There are healthy ways that you can express them. So it doesn't always have to be like a like purely a confrontational way of doing it. Um all right.
Why I haven't unpacked. Maybe it's because I don't really know why myself. Instead, I shrug and say, stuff is just stuff, right? Izzy gives me a quizzical look. I guess I just thought because you have so much personality it would show more in your space. But this room is like, it barely even scratches the surface of who you are.
Yeah, Swag said me saying uh let your emotion out is not me telling you to crash out. That's too uh uh two different things. Just to be clear. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's an example of what I mean by it you it doesn't always have to be you don't always have to express yourself in destructive like negative ways. Like like Swag said by crashing out. Like there are positive like outlets and stuff that you can express like the feelings and stuff that you're having. So that is definitely, an example there.
More like you're just staying here instead of actually living here. And there it is. She's hit the nail on the head. I flop onto my back and stare up at the bare ceiling. Suddenly very interested in the bumpy texture. It's like a topographical map with ridges and valleys and little towns near the ocean that can be swept away in a storm. Tears prickle at the edge of my eyes, but I can't cry. Not in front of Izzy. Not about this. So I plaster a smile onto my face, tugging Izzy down next to me, cushioning her fall with my arm. Okay, I'll play consumerist. What kind of stuff do you think I should get, Miss Interior Decorator? Well, some more Pride shit for a start. She snuggles in close, her hair falling across my chest. The home of Steph Gingrich should be colorful and loud. Describe it to me. My fingers trail down her arm, tracing a constellation of her freckles. Paint me a word picture, Izzy Margolis. Her hand finds purchase on my stomach, and she whispers against my throat, each word a kiss. Steph's house is a happy place. She has a lesbian flag hanging on the door and a welcome mat that says, "You're here, I'm queer." Inside, there's a big comfy couch in the living room and a record player. She's got one of those antique arcade machines that only takes quarters. And she definitely collects when her friends come over to party. Her hand inches up my body as she travels from the living room to the kitchen. She has an espresso machine and too many mugs, all with cute little sayings on them like T-Rex or Live, Laugh, Lesbian. On the kitchen table, she has a big centerpiece, not flowers. It's rainbow, and it says pride in rainbow letters, just in case anyone missed the other really subtle hints that she's gay. What about her bedroom?
Very subtle there, Izzy. Very subtle. I don't think anyone would notice. uh, but also very descriptive. Very descriptive of maybe Izzy has a future as an interior decorator at this point. Maybe instead of a band, she could be an interior decorator. Um. Uh. Swag said the reason Chloe crashed out is because she has been repeatedly shut down and disregarded time and time again. Her crash out was justified because her feelings already been established openly. Uh, there are levels to this. Yeah, exactly. There are, like, obviously, like, you take things. You have to take things on a case by case basis. One thing that is um that is something that I um always remember in any situation is context is key. You cannot properly assess a situation if you do not have proper context. Because having proper context can completely change how you're going to assess any given situation. So I always try, like, to the best of my abilities with you know any available information that I can have available to me, is get the appropriate context for whatever situation that I'm looking at, that I'm trying to figure out, right? So you gotta always remember, context is very important. Very important. And a lot of people fail to understand that very, very frequently, which is which is very sad. And then they find themselves in situations where, once they get the proper context that they did not have, it makes them look really bad. And it's one of those things where it's like, maybe if you went to get the proper context before making rash judgments and rash decisions, then you probably wouldn't have found yourself in the situation that you're in. So always make sure to try to find the proper context to the best of your ability.
I ask quietly as her hand finds my face and she strokes a finger along my jaw. What does it look like in there? Well, there's a big cozy throw rug on the ground, purple, the kind that feels like a cloud on bare feet. And there's a desk where she can sketch, with all her colored pencils and a vase like a bouquet of flowers. The bookshelf is covered in little glass apothecary jars filled with dice. There's a basket for her drumsticks near the door, and a beanie on every surface.
Again with the beanies. Um, it's almost like an obsession of Steph's. But thank you, Swag. Cause Swag saying true to what I was saying before as far as like context and stuff goes. Thank you, Swag. Cause that's another thing as to why I don't generally give because you've seen me because if you're around me long enough, um even within like the games and stuff that we've covered, the comics, the novels and all that stuff, I don't give my full judgment on like a character or anything until I am completely done with the story that's being told. Because the story that's being told is what is going to give you the context that you need to make an educated decision and to make an educated assessment. Swag said that this is a fun question to think on. Which Life is Strange game worn the first beanie? Life is Strange character, I mean. If we're going by when the game was created, if we're going by from when the game being created, then obviously that would be the original game with Chloe. If we're going by timeline, if we're going by timeline rules, then that would be Steph. Then that would be Steph then. If you don't want to count like Steph's hat as a beanie, because I think the hat that she wears in Before the Storm can kind of be like up in the air if it even counts as a beanie. But if you want it to, it I guess. But if you don't count it, then it would still technically be Chloe, because you could find Chloe's beanie in the truck when you're in the junkyard and you're trying to fix up the truck, and then you take a break inside the truck and you're getting ready to smoke your cigarette, right? You can find the beanie in the glove box. So either way, it's probably gonna be Chloe. So Yeah, exactly. Because Swag said they're going by release order. So yeah, if you're going by when the games were released, then it's gonna be Chloe. Because Chloe is the, I believe she's the only one in that entire game that even wears a beanie. I believe. So so who else is it gonna be? uh
Izzy nuzzles closer into the hollow of my throat, fingers trailing across my clavicles and sliding just under the edge of collar. The bedside table has a vintage stained glass lamp and a book of Sappho's poetry, and the bed is made up with black and purple bedding. And oh, what's this? There's a girl in there. Huh. I manage, my breath catching as her lips tickle my skin. Tell me more about her. Is she hot? You tell me. Izzy pushes herself up on her elbows and rolls above me, catching my gaze and holding it. Her voice is quiet, but her eyes are loud. Like every time she looks at me, a party starts inside her irises. I rise up to catch her mouth with mine, too overcome to think about this imaginary room. If Izzy's with me, I don't really care about my surroundings. I don't care about a lot of things. Like the fact that my dad's finally moved on while I still can't. Or the fact that the last time I had stuff in my room, it all got swept away by a storm. Izzy pulls away and presses our foreheads together, breath heavy between us. Yeah. Okay. I say, eyes still closed. Pretty damn hot. More importantly, Izzy eases off me and pulls me up with her. This girl.
I like Swag's like, her what? What the fuck is clavicles? uh Swag says Steph with the anatomy. Yeah, I know. Steph is very descriptive when it comes to the anatomy of somebody. We got clavicles, we got irises, we got like everything. uh but there's a point that she said earlier, said Steph just said a little bit ago, that having an empty room of the last time she had stuff in her room, it got swept away by a storm. So it's almost like, a little bit of like it's it's like a version of like PTSD in a way, where she doesn't want to have a bunch of stuff in her room because subconsciously she's afraid that it's just going to get swept away by another storm, and she's like, why waste my time doing that? So it's like one of those things that's like lingering in the back of her mind. Swag said that's sad. Yeah, exactly. What did we say before? That this entire franchise should be called Life is Depression? Uh,
Really likes you. She thinks you're cool and that you deserve to have stuff you like, even if you don't think so. I blink my eyes open to see her smoothing out the wrinkles in her shirt and running a finger along her lipstick line. I want to pull her back down, wreck both our faces with smudged makeup, and ruin her shirt. So when we finally feel like putting clothes on again, she has to wear one of mine. But Izzy's already opening the door and waving me forward. Come on, I can smell meatballs. I follow, pausing at the threshold to look back at my room, trying to see it through Izzy's eyes. The room she imagined for me seems so perfect, like she somehow knows me better than I know myself. Or maybe I'm just a fraud, pretending to be the kind of girl Izzy likes. And sooner or later, she'll realize I'm just like my room. A blank canvas. I'm taking down a string of paper sunflowers at save point when the door swings open and the victory theme music nearly knocks me off my feet. It's nothing to the shock I feel when I turn around to see who's arrived. Renee stands in the doorframe holding a bouquet of chrysanthemums and a card. "Oh good, I caught you," she says with a smile that lights up her eyes like she's genuinely glad to see me, like nothing could make her gladder. This place is so fun, very you. I want to say she doesn't know me well enough to say that, but she's not wrong. Instead, I head for the counter to take her order. The sooner I make her a drink, the sooner she'll leave. What can I get started for you? Renee glances at the menu, then back at me. What do you like? I shrug and point to the list of lattes we offer. The vicious mokery is good, or expeditious treat. What's your favorite? Probably Tasha's hideous latte. Renee nods. Great, I'll have a dexterity for now. And I've got your next latte. As hideous as you want. Something gums up inside of me at that gesture. Oh, that's really nice of you, but you don't have to. Please. Renee holds up a hand. I want to, if it's okay with you. And I'd really like to talk, but again, only if you do. There's no pressure. But of course, there is pressure. Whether she means there to be or not. Dad isn't here in the coffee shop with us, and honestly, if he was, maybe it would be easier to laugh this off and shoo her away.
Swag said to my earlier comment that about sums up Life is Strange. So if anyone knew that shows interest in playing the game and asked you to describe it to be the selling point, life is depression is an accurate description. Now, I wouldn't say that the depression part is a selling point necessarily. I would more accurately describe it as a side effect. Not really a selling point. The, the selling point for me would be more of like the fun, like happy moments. Really. Like that would be more of like the selling point for me. Like the time powers, the fun jokey characters, like that type of like the fun little, like even with Chloe with like the back talk thing, like the fun little like dialogue stuff that you can do. Uh as far as Before the Storm goes, the Tempest play that you could be in, like I would most the fun little romances that you can kind of get into, like I would use that mostly as a selling point. The depression part is a side effect of all of that stuff. But you know what they say, with the good, there's always usually some bad that goes along with it. So you can't have it good 100% of the time, unfortunately. Uh,
If there's one thing my dad and I can almost always agree on, it's the value of not talking about our feelings.
okay, so on that note, um, it is ad break time. So ads are going to be starting in a couple of seconds. So take a little break and then we'll continue. We'll continue after the ads are done. And I am going to take another bathroom break because apparently my drinks are going right through me. So I will be right back. Exactly, Swag. Swag said, "Going to grab me a tasty beverage." Exactly. Be right back. Okay. Ah, well, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. So what do we got? We got a minute, about a minute left of ads. So ooh, all right, here we go. All right, let's continue.
It's cool, we're not busy. You can take a break. Ollie gives me a thumbs up and a smile. I glower at him the whole time I'm making my latte. But he doesn't seem to notice he's made it to my shit list. Without a good excuse to blow her off, I finally make my way over to Renee and sit down opposite her, spilling a little of my latte over the edge of the mug. So, I say, a little more brusquely than I intend. What's up? Renee carefully removes the tea bag from her mug, squeezing out the excess water and depositing it on the saucer before she answers me. First, I wanted to say thank you for welcoming me into your home the other night. I had such a lovely time, and it was great to get some FaceTime with you and Izzy. A knot pulls taut in my stomach at her words, because I wasn't welcoming. I wasn't lovely. I was barely present at all. And if anyone was welcoming and lovely, it was her, with her garlic bread and her floral arrangements. An apology sticks in my throat, even though it's not my fault. I didn't know she was going to be there. I didn't know that was even a possibility. I didn't know, and it's because Dad didn't tell me. I know it meant a lot to your dad, too. Renee continues, seemingly unaware of the impact her words are having on me. He hasn't stopped talking about how proud he is of you. Really? I look up from my mug. That's, surprising, doubtful, weird. Nice. Renee catches my eye and peers at me thoughtfully. You and your dad don't talk much, do you? I shake my head, afraid if I tell her exactly how much, it will be some breach of the social contract between fathers and daughters who haven't had a substantive conversation since before the last Game of Thrones book came out. In fact, I could probably find a way to blame our strained relationship on media.
That is also a amazingly nerdy way that Steph is judging the amount of time. That is hilarious. Uh Steph is such a nerd. I love it though. I love her so much for it, but that is that is an amazing judge of time. Uh exactly, Swag said Game of Thrones reference. And hopefully you're enjoying your Minute Maid, Swag. Hopefully your Minute Maid is delicious.
Books and films are really the only things we have to enjoy together. And I bet without them, we'd have to actually talk about shit. Well, I don't mean to meddle, but I get the impression he wishes that was different. My whole body tenses. Yeah? Well, maybe he should try giving me a heads up next time he decides to invite his girlfriend to dinner instead of springing it on me like we live in a fucking haunted house. It's so much more than I mean to say, but the floodgates are open and I can't stop. I didn't even know he was dating again. I didn't know he wanted to.
What did what were we saying before about bottling up your feelings for too long and not addressing the problem before it potentially gets worse? Here you go. uh, Swag said, "Yep, exactly." Because not because this is also what happened. This is the risk that you run when you're bottling up your feelings for too long. Is when you set when something sets you off, you start letting it out, letting all of it out. And most likely what's going to tend to happen is you're going to let it out in potentially the worst way you can. and it's most likely not gonna come out the way you would want it, want to intend it to be, and that is not great. Swag says, "Yeah, you make it worse," and that this is exactly potentially the situation that Steph finds herself in right here, because she even says it. The floodgates are open, and she even said, like, now I can't, like, now there's no stopping it at this point.
So maybe instead of sending you here to make nice with me, he should do it himself. That is incredibly fair. Renee wears her surprise well, leaning back in her chair, brows raised, eyes wide. She takes a slow sip of her tea, wiping her mouth on a paper napkin before she speaks again. I don't want to interfere with something that's not my business, so I'll just say this. I have a complex family dynamic myself, and I know how strange it can be when someone new comes into the mix. I'm seeing your dad, and I know that might be weird, but I hope we can get to know each other too. Yeah, sure, I say, voice tight. We don't have to be best friends or anything. She adds quickly, sensing my hesitance. I'm definitely too old for all that partying you kids do. I know she's trying, and I know I should try right back, because that's what Dad would want me to do. But Dad's not here, and he hasn't told me what he wants, so instead I do what I want. I'm not a kid, and I'm not looking for a new mom. Of course not. You already have a mom, and I would never try to replace her. She pushes the flowers and the card toward me on the table. Think about it, okay? Okay. I do. I think about it as I pull shots and wash dishes and wipe down tables. I think about it as I lock up and trudge back up the hill to Dad's house. I think about it as I pass Dad's room and hear the sounds of the opening score for Game of Thrones. And maybe if I wasn't thinking about it so much, I would knock on the door with a bowl full of popcorn and watch TV with my dad. But I can't help but wonder if Dad told Renee about Mom. If he's talked about Mom with Renee, more than with me. So instead, I drift into my own room and let the door click shut behind me. I shiver a little and pull on a sweatshirt. Everyone in Westeros is always so worried about winter. Fools don't realize they have to contend with fall first.
Ooh, holy shit, that was ooh, that was getting pretty heavy there. But uh oh, there you go. I forgot I forgot her name. But Steph's dad's girlfriend, to her credit, she handled that situation amazingly. She was very calm, collected, and exactly knew the exact right things to say. Exactly the right things to say. And immediately established boundaries and lines that she's not going to cross immediately, which is which is obviously in contrast to everything that David was doing. Because instead of trying to present yourself as being a replacement for the absent parent. However, the parent is absent, where in both Chloe and Steph's case here, it's dead parents, right? It's parents that are dead. You're immediately acknowledging and presenting yourself as not a replacement, because she immediately said, you already had a mom. I am not replacing your mom in any way. That is not my intention. That is not what I'm doing. So she's immediately like wiping away, like, that is not my intention. That is not what how I'm presenting myself, like, at all. As opposed to what David was presenting himself as like, okay, this family is lacking a father figure, so I am going to insert myself as the father role, the father figure role. And I'm going to force myself into that position. And that is obviously not the appropriate way of handling that. This and Swag Swag said earlier that yep, with the whole how the girlfriend handled Steph here. And Swag says to the David point of Anne trying to enforce stability. Exactly. Because the problem with David is one of the many problems that David has is, like you said, like you're enforcing stability. You're trying to force stability into a situation. And if you want stability, right? You have to acknowledge the problems, and you have to work to solving those problems. And solving those problems in a effective, like, manner. And by effective manner, I mean understanding what the problem is and figuring out the best solution to fixing those problems that is not, at the same time, going to make the situation worse. Because then you're not getting any stability at all.
Fall. 10.
See, hold on. Uh, Okay, what we're gonna do is, at the very least, we're gonna finish off this chapter, and then we're gonna pick this up in the next Life is Strange video. So when we do the next Life is Strange video, we'll pick this up after. So let's at least get through this this chapter here, so that way we're at least in the double digits of chapters here.
Ask almost anyone from the Pacific Northwest what they like about living here, and they'll tell you it's the mild winters, or the wildflowers in spring, or the summer hiking. But they're all lying. Fall is the season of Seattle. When the temperature drops, out come the cozy sweaters. Coffee drinkers flock to cafes to get their pumpkin-flavored beverages, and scones, and muffins, and bread. The leaves begin changing color in October, a sunset of orange and yellow along every street. There's plenty to like about fall, like how I can wear a beanie every day and no one bats an eye. And, of course, Halloween, the second gayest holiday after Pride Month. But there are a lot of rainy days to get through before it's officially spooky season. One day in particular, actually.
Oh my god, I already know where she's going. I already know where she's going with this. First of all, before I address where she's going with this, Halloween, the second gayest gayest holiday. I could see kind of where she's coming from with that, but still, like, wow. uh but but where Steph is going with this is, if you couldn't tell, she's saying we're October, right? What else happened in October? It couldn't be a certain tornado that wiped out a certain town, now could it? Because that also happened in October. October 11th, to be specific, if we're getting exact about it. So we're reaching the anniversary of the storm. So that's probably going to be a touchy time of year for Steph to deal with here. So here we go. Swag said that is a phrase I never imagined. Yeah, I know. Steph referring to Halloween as like the second gayest holiday. I know. uh, but in any case, let's see Let's see how she's gonna handle this. I say let's see how she's gonna handle this. But there's also the possibility that she's not gonna handle it at all. So, let's see. Swag said the storm is the real Halloween. Yeah, I know, that's the real horror show right there.
Actually, October 11th begins as so many fall days do in Seattle, with gray skies. I muddle my way through my morning routine, trying to brush my teeth with the wrong end of the toothbrush and toasting my Pop-Tart on the bagel setting so all the icing melts off.
Wow, so we're literally just immediately on anniversary day. Wow, that did not take long. It's like bam, we're immediately like it's October 11th. Bam. Okay. That happened that definitely happened real quick.
But I still don't realize what day it is until Dad makes an appearance. Expression serious, eyes searching. "Want to play hooky today and watch movies?" he asks. I bought a jumbo pack of popcorn and I've got The Lord of the Rings queued up. All 3, extended editions. Make a day of it? What do you think? I freeze, hand halfway to my keys on the counter. There's an audible thunderclap overhead and a deluge of rain crashes down onto the roof, a whole percussion section on its own. And maybe I should just stay home.
What are the fucking odds? Like like literally, it's anniversary day and it's like, "Oh no, there's going to be like rain and and like extreme cloudy and whatnot." It was like, "We are going to do everything in our power to make you remember your traumatic feelings and everything. We're gonna force this on you." The world is not kind. Oh Lord.
My raincoat and boots will be a poor defense against the misery, both outside and inside. Dad's offered me such a tempting olive branch, and I know how the day will go. We'll fill up on junk food, swap trivia we both already know, and take turns shouting our favorite lines along with the actors. There will be a race to share the tidbit about Viggo Mortensen, breaking his toe when he kicks the orc helmet. Dad will remind me to cover my eyes before Denethor eats those cursed cherry tomatoes. For a pretty violent movie, that's gotta be the most gruesome part. And we'll get misty-eyed at each of the many endings of Return of the King. We'll have fun. It will be a good day. But there will still be the truth hanging over us. That Mom isn't here to enjoy it with us. And that even if she was, Dad would rather spend it with Renee. We still haven't talked about it. The Renee of it all. I definitely won't be the one to bring it up. I wouldn't really know what to say if I did. I'm almost 23, and that's old enough that I shouldn't care that my divorced dad is a new girlfriend.
Also, thank you, Steph, for confirming how old you are in this. So 23. Uh and also thank you for reminding me of your dad's girlfriend's name, Renee. Uh Say it a couple of more times, Steph. I think it'll start sinking in after a while finally for me. Uh um but the main point that I was gonna say was, Steph, that is the problem. You are not You and your dad are not really addressing the Renee topic, because I wouldn't necessarily call her a problem, because she hasn't really done anything really to be a problem. But and I wouldn't call it an issue because she hasn't really done anything to be an issue either. But it is a topic that you do want to bring up and you want to address, because yet again, it could turn into a problem if you don't address it. If you don't bring it up and you don't talk about it, it's going to become a problem. And you don't want that. Neither you want that, and neither your dad wants that. So it would be a good idea to bring it up and address it before it becomes a problem.
I'm not about to ruin this for him with my big feelings. Not today, anyway. Besides, that's just how we Gingriches do things. We wait until it's too late to do it in a normal way and just hope each other picks up on the context clues. It's worked for us so far. If by work do you mean we know next to nothing about each other and still vastly prefer email to face, and today promises to be full of face-to-face.
Steph, acknowledging that there's a problem and not doing anything to address it is not working. What Steph just described is that is a very unhealthy way of dealing with things. And that goes for your entire family. Cause she's generalizing her family itself, that this is how her family does things. But not the most healthiest way of dealing with these things, at all. And the fact that she acknowledges this stuff is yeah, it's, but you're not doing anything to make it better. You're not doing anything to change that. That's like somebody is repeatedly what was it? Running into a closed door. Just repeatedly running into the closed door. And it's not like the door is locked or anything. But you refuse to just open the door and walk through it. But you just keep running into the door over and over and over again. It's like you're not doing anything to address the problem. You know that the door is there and you can open it, but you're just not doing anything about it. You just keep running into the door. If any of that analogy made any sense.
Nah, I say, averting my eyes. I've gotta work. You have fun without me. Full of a took, Dad shouts after me, and I almost want to turn around. But I don't. I brace my shoulders against the storm and step out into the rain. I try to drown out the storm the rest of the day, with music at the cafe and with drumming after work in Izzy's garage. But even noise-canceling headphones aren't enough. My rhythm becomes erratic and sloppy until I'm no longer keeping time. I'm chasing it. Memories of Arcadia Bay slip through the cracks with each thunderclap. Wet wind whips my face as I run. I'm slow against such powerful gusts, and I can't even remember why I'm running. When I pause to look around, I barely recognize the street. I know it, but it's obscured by debris flying through the air. An entire bush is uprooted nearby and flies into the air, spinning and swirling toward a massive gray vortex moving toward me from the bay. For a moment, I just stand there, waiting to be swept away too. A hand lands on my shoulder and pulls me in the opposite direction. Come on, we have to get to the basement. Pleading eyes stare at me from a familiar brown face. Mikey's only 16, but he feels so much older than me in this moment. Like he knows we will survive it. And we do.
Hey, hey, there you go, Swag. You wanted your Mikey cameo. You wanted Mikey to be mentioned. So here he is in the little in Steph's little flashback of remembering what happened. So there you go. You get your Mikey cameo here. So Swag's like, yay. uh
We do. I remind myself of this until my heartbeat settles, until my drumsticks fall back under my control, the wood in my hands grounding me. I'm behind the drums in Izzy's garage. I'm not in Arcadia Bay. No one is anymore. Not really. There's a ripple of static, and then Izzy's hands are on my cymbals, quieting them with her fingertips. She moves her mouth, words lost to the ripping winds in my mind. What? I say. But
Mikey, as quickly as Mikey came, Mikey immediately left. What did he get? Like one line of like dialogue and then it was gone? Swag said, I waited almost 9 hours for Mikey. But but he's finally got mentioned. I know, right? To be fair, it does make sense as Swag said, no, come back, Mikey. To be fair, it does make sense as to why Steph doesn't talk about him. Is because he reminds her of the storm. So it does make sense as to why she hasn't mentioned him up until this point. But now, since it's the anniversary of the storm, then those memories are gonna be forced back up to the surface instead of what Steph kind of has been doing is keeping them bottled up and off to the side. But now, since it's the anniversary, those things are going to be coming up no matter what she does, as she's demonstrating here. So uh Swag said, yeah, because of the pain. Yeah, exactly. Because it has nothing to do with Mikey. Like it's not a knock uh against Mikey themselves. It's just one of those things where it's like, just seeing the person or being like around them or mentioning them is just gonna bring those feelings like back up. Especially in Steph's case, where she's not addressing her feelings. Like, she's not dealing with it. She's just avoiding it, pushing it to the side, and trying to lock her feelings away. Maybe if she was able to like address it and learn like how to deal with it in a healthy way, then maybe she wouldn't need to like avoid Mikey so much. Just a thought.
My own voice sounds so far away. I think if I close my eyes, I'll find myself back in the basement with Mikey, rolling dice to keep our minds off the storm outside. Izzy reaches over and pulls the headphones off my ears. "What's going on with you?" she asks. "You sped up like triple time during the bridge and then you forgot about the kick." "Guess I'm just off my game," I say, gritting my teeth. It's an understatement of epic proportions, but I'm not about to tell her that. Since our gig, she's been a real perfectionist at practice. I know she just wants us to be good, and I want us to be good too. I want her to think we're good. I want her to think I'm good. "Well, get it together. We've got 2 weeks to get this right before our next show." She turns back to her amp to fiddle with the dials, giving me a second to breathe.
Also, case in point for this situation right now, Steph is doing Steph is doing a similar thing to what Izzy was doing earlier. And that is, she is trying to put up a perception of what she wants Izzy to see instead of what she really feels. Just like how Izzy was trying to put up the perception of what of how she thinks like Steph sees her. Steph is trying to do the same thing with Izzy, of trying to uh put up a perception for Izzy to see instead of what Steph actually feels.
But breath doesn't come. The rain takes this moment to double its intensity, hammering against the roof. I hold the phone close to my face, finger jammed in my other ear, trying to hear if it's even ringing. "Pick up, pick up, pick up," I chant. Mikey's sitting opposite me, lying on the couch and staring at his phone, waiting for Drew to call back. It's been an hour, and still nothing from his brother. There's a shallow pool of water on the floor, so my boots splash a little as I pace back and forth. The only thing giving me hope is that I still have service.
Hey, swag. They, you, you asked for Mikey to come back, and they gave you Mikey right back. uh, Ask and you shall receive the return of Mikey. At least for the rest of this flashback, at the very least. So,
Which means Mom does too. Steph, Mom's voice crackles to life on the speaker. Mom? I yell, relief making jelly of my limbs. The whole town is in rubble. It'll hit our house soon. I'm taking shelter, but her words grow steadier, louder, like it's this next bit that matters most. I love you, okay? Mom. Mom, I love you too. Steph? Steph. Izzy's tone matches my own, and I don't realize until she grasps my shoulders and hauls me back up, eyes wild with worry, that I must have collapsed. Hey, are you okay? I gulp down oxygen and try to shake her off. Yeah, yeah, but I can't even get the word out. What the fuck is going on with you? Izzy asks, but her voice isn't angry so much as scared.
Swag said yes. The truest saying, ask and you shall receive. uh, oh boy. We gotta we gotta take some amount of laughter from the pretty serious and heavy situation that is currently happening in the book right now.
There's a tremor in her words and her forehead pinches as she peers down at me. Are you feeling okay? She presses the back of her hand to my forehead to feel for fever. And for all I know, I might have one. I feel hot and cold at the same time, hungry and nauseated, painfully alive and as numb as a ghost. When was the last time you ate? Izzy asks. Could be a blood sugar thing, or I don't know, are you like anemic or something? I shake my head, but the motion just makes me feel more out of sorts and dizzy. I think I'm just tired.
Swag said, as my mother would say, a closed mouth doesn't get fed. That too. That is definitely true. That's definitely true. But also, unless you have an IV, then you can get fed with a closed mouth. So think about that one. Ah. Aha. uh
I say, trying to shrug it off. I push up to my feet and set my drumsticks on the snare. Maybe I should walk home. In this rain, Izzy gives me a withering look. Absolutely not. You'll get soaked through. Okay, well, you drive me then. The words come out harsher than I intend, but I'm too tense to be polite. I need to go home. I need to be there with her. Izzy's gaze softens as she searches my face. I think for a minute she's going to ask me who I'm talking about, and my stomach bottoms out. Because the home I'm talking about isn't the one at the top of the hill in Queen Anne. It's the one in Arcadia Bay. The one that's nothing more than a pile of splinters and shattered glass, roof shingles scattered around the street like flower petals. But Izzy doesn't ask me anything. She just squeezes my arm and says, I'll get my keys. Thank you, I whisper as she turns to go. But before she can so much as open the garage door, there's a loud click, and the amp, the space heater, the lights, they all go out, plunging us into darkness. It's easier to grieve in the dark. No one can see if there are tears on my face, if my eyes slide out of focus, if my lip quivers each time thunder sounds overhead. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Izzy breathes beside me. Guess practice is definitely over then. I can tell she's trying to joke. Probably she's cracked a smile. I can't see it in the dark. Sorry, Steph. She rubs a hand up my arm. The streets are going to be a mess with the lights out. I think we should stay put. And she's right. Rational thought rushes back to me in a wave, and I feel heat creep up my neck at the thought of my outburst. It's stupid to go home. Yeah, Dad's there, but it's not like last time. This isn't the same kind of storm. Seattle's a rainy place. He'll be fine. I'll be fine. We'll all be fine. I whip out my phone and turn on the flashlight. It's not much, but I can see Izzy's face in the ghostly glow, contorted halfway between concern and panic. With my other hand, I reach for her waist and give her a squeeze. You're totally right. Let's just camp out here. I nod along with my words, trying to sell myself as much as her on the concept. We can have a good old-fashioned slumber party. Yeah? Izzy relaxes in my grip. I never really had one of those growing up. You know, parents are sometimes weird about gender and sleepovers. Okay, well now we have to. I throw my hand up to cast the beam of light a little wider, revealing a path through all our stuff to the door. We're gonna need a few things, though. Do you have any candles? A smile sneaks onto Izzy's face. She's still hesitant, probably totally weirded out by how I was acting before, but there's also a spark in her eye, illuminated by my flashlight, that makes me want to pull out all the stops. She deserves to know what it's like to stay up until a ridiculous hour, talking about silly shit and sharing secrets and eating the weirdest combinations of junk food imaginable. I'm gonna make this the best slumber party ever. And maybe I'll even forget about the storm. We cobble together a passable blanket fort in the garage, held up by my cymbals and a few dining room chairs. We fill the inside with throw pillows and the big comforter from Izzy's bed. We paint our nails in the light of a Lady Gaga votive candle. And after trying all the snacks, we determine that a barbecue potato chip sandwich with a peach gummy ring in the middle is the ultimate combo. What else do people do at sleepovers? Izzy asks. She sits cross-legged, holding her newly painted toes, alternating black and purple. The light flickers over her face, an orange glow that matches our new culinary invention. You said something about secrets? Yeah, like sometimes you play games like Truth or Dare? I run my finger along the bottom of the chip bag, searching for crumbs. Okay. Truth or Dare? I ask. Izzy's practically bouncing. It's cute. So cute. I hope she picks Dare. Truth. I narrow my eyes in thought before asking. Who was your cringiest childhood crush?
Swag said Steph, a Lady Gaga fan, of course. That's that's fair. Also, yet again, I know these two things are years apart, and this is like purely a coincidence. But yet again, this book, 2023 it came out. Izzy and Steph are playing Truth or Dare. And then I'm being reminded of fucking Lost Records, which came out in 2025. And there is also a Truth or Dare scene in that game too. And it's like, bro, the similarities. First, we get Bikini Kill earlier with the similarities. And then now with the Truth or Dare game. Are we sure that nobody is looking at each other's homework in any of this stuff? Because we're starting to get into very creepy territory with all of these coincidences. I'm kidding. Or am I? But seriously, I'm kidding. I'm just joking. It's just these funny similarities just strike me like as we're just going through this. Uh Swag said, I'm gonna be on the lookout for the Truth or Dare scene. Uh when playing Lost Records. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know, Swag. You and Automod having issues again. But yeah, it's also a scene in Lost Records that is not, it's not an optional thing. Like, it happens as part of the main story. So it's not like you're going to be able to miss it.
No. Izzy hides her face behind her hands. What if I don't want to say? You could always pick Dare. I waggle my eyebrows suggestively. Or you could be like me and have no shame whatsoever.
Steph, as thirsty as you were for Izzy, we already know that you have no shame. So that's kind of a given. uh, Swag, Swag said, "Oh, that's good. That that the Truth or Dare in Lost Records is not missable." Mm. Exactly, Swag. Steph has zero shame. Exactly. See, me and you are on the same page on that one.
What do you mean? Who was your cringy childhood crush? That is so not how the game works. But I'll give you this one as a freebie. You know The Incredibles? Did you like Violet? She flips her hair back. She kind of looks like me. I could do a cosplay if you're into that. Oh, I'd be very into that. But no, not her. Okay, well, the mom is hot too. She has an absolute dump truck. And also not the mom.
Why? Oh my god. We went from Violet to Elastigirl. Uh, well, the mom's name was Helen, wasn't it? I believe the mom's name was Helen, right? But Izzy isn't wrong about the mom having a fat ass, but Jesus. What? Where are we? Where also, where is Steph going with this? Like, what character is she going with this? Swag said, "What the fuck are these movie references? Just left and right, The Incredibles." No, not only are they referring to The Incredibles, they're talking about having a crush on one of the characters from Incredibles. So we are going deep diving into these references at this point.
Oh my god, who? Edna Mode, fashion icon and short queen. I give a little flourish with my hand and say in my best Edna voice, "No capes!" Izzy burst out laughing. Okay, taste. She's amazing. Your turn. Ugh, fine. She gives me a sheepish look, a little embarrassed but mostly excited, like she's actually having a good time. Sarah Michelle Gellar. Are you kidding? Buffy?
Hey, hey. That is fair stuff. That is fair. Don't fuck with Buffy. Don't fuck with Buffy. And thank you, Swag. Swag confirming that, like, yes, Elastigirl is Helen. Okay, thank you. I haven't seen Incredibles in a while, so kind of amazing that I remember that off memory. But I kind of surprised myself on that one. But uh, but back to the point here. Sarah Michelle Gellar, especially in Buffy, do not get me started. Izzy isn't the only one that was like, oh, Sarah can get it. Sarah can definitely get it. Okay? So, me and Izzy do have that in common.
That's not cringe, I start to say, but Izzy holds up a finger to stop me. You didn't let me finish. Sarah Michelle Gellar, specifically as Daphne in the Scooby Doo movies. Now it's my turn to laugh. I flop back onto the pillows and throw my hands over my face.
Also, reinforcing my statement, Sarah Michelle Gellar in general can definitely get it. And Izzy liking her specifically as Daphne in the Scooby Doo movies is also fair. I will definitely give her that one. That is also very fair.
Those purple outfits, though? Iconic. It sure was a look. I guess you're not super into femmes anymore, though. I ask. I can't remember the last time I wore a dress, and Izzy or Leah always had to do my makeup for me. Anxiety pulls in my stomach as I glance over at her, worried I'll see a lie behind her eyes when she reassures me. Izzy tilts her head and lets out a hum. I don't think I was ever really into femmes, actually. It was more of a do I want her or do I want to be her thing, if that makes sense. Like, speaking of Buffy, Cordelia was a little bit of a trans awakening for me. Another amazing choice. Although I was always more of a Willow girl myself. Okay, my turn. Truth or dare? Dare. I sit up eagerly, but her face falls a little, clearly disappointed I didn't pick truth. Oh, okay,
Swag, Swag says life is strange, surprising me with these nostalgic movies from my childhood. Yeah, what also it speaks to is also technically like the generation that a lot of the people that write for the various Life is Strange stuff, like the generation that they come from, to be honest. Like what they like grew up with and things like that. So if anything, a lot of the references and stuff that they're bringing up here, you can pretty much take it as these are probably Rosie Thor's uh like favorite movies or like favorite shows and things like that. So you could also take it that way of like the writer inserting some of their favorite things into the characters within the story, because that's generally what ends up happening, is that they are projecting themselves within the story in various different ways.
what do I even dare you to do? Something stupid, something gross, something sexy. I shimmy my shoulders. In the end, she dares me to eat a spoonful of mayonnaise. So, something gross for sure. We volley back and forth, her always picking truth, me always picking dare, until finally she groans and flops over on her stomach. When are you going to pick truth? I'm running out of weird stuff to make you eat. I'll pick truth when you pick dare, I say with a mischievous grin. Okay, fine, I'll pick dare, I promise. But it's your turn. I cross my arms and pull my knees up to my chest. Okay, truth. The word rushes out of me heavy and hard.
Okay. The fact that Steph keeps choosing Dare, well, yeah, choosing Dare, and having Izzy eat a bunch of like different things, I'm pretty sure there is no subtext there with Steph wanting Izzy to eat certain thing or a certain thing. Specifically on Steph's body. But anyway. uh
Because I know what she's going to ask. And sure enough, why don't you like storms? It's not that I don't like storms, it's more that they don't like me. I say, but the attempt at humor falls flat, and Izzy's silent patience weighs me down until I feel as though I'll never rise from the floor until I tell her. There was a storm back home in Arcadia Bay, where I'm from. And not like a little one, a really big one, like apocalyptic. The whole town got destroyed. A lot of people died. And then, in a voice so small I almost don't believe it's my own, I add, my mom died. Usually when I tell people about my mom, they say they're sorry. I hate it. It's not their fault she died. And honestly, it's hard to tell if they're sorry it happened or if they're sorry they asked. But it's the only thing they can say, really. What else is there? Izzy doesn't say anything, just moves closer until her body is pressed against mine. She wraps her arms around me and tucks her face into my neck. She holds me like I haven't been held in a long time.
Swag said, take the hint, Izzy. Take the hint. Make a move. I'm pretty sure she would, but obviously this is not the appropriate time to do that. And mostly, Steph was mostly doing it as a way to avoid what's currently happening. And that is actually talking about what she's feeling. So, but obviously, Izzy knows what's like what's going on, and is like, now's not the time or the place. There's clearly something that you're dealing with that we need to address. That needs to be talked about. So
Maybe like I haven't been held ever. Today is the anniversary, I say, after a long silence. It was 3 years ago. Most of the time I can just, you know, not think about it. But
okay, so confirmation from Steph where she said it was 3 years ago. So confirmation that this story is taking place in 2016. Because the original game took place in 2013. So there you go. A nice little tidbit on where we're at in the time frame of things. So there you go. So some added confirmation of where we're at.
sometimes it catches up to me, especially when it rains. Thank you for telling me, Izzy says against the nape of my neck. And it's so much better than sorry. To be thanked, like what I've said matters, like it's a part of me instead of some tragic backstory to be hidden away. I turn over in her arms and press our noses together. Your turn. Dare. I dare you to kiss me. And she does. Her mouth is warm, and her hands pull at my shirt, at my hair, at my heart. We tangle ourselves in each other until I forget the storm. Eventually, Izzy blows out the candle and settles against me to sleep. I close my eyes and let the press of her body lull me towards slumber. My limbs are heavy, my mind heavier. But then she whispers my name, and when I don't respond, she rises up on her elbows and runs a hand down my side. Truth, she whispers, and she leans in close. I love you. I should feel happy, I think. I should feel light as air. I should feel like saying it back. But the last person I said it to died right after. So I keep my eyes shut and let my breathing slow. Maybe in the morning, when the rain has stopped, I'll be able to tell Izzy how she makes me feel. Maybe by then I'll know.
Okay. All right, I think that was a. I think that was a good way to end the audiobook for now. Um, we'll save our thoughts so far for a minute because ads are gonna start playing. So once ads are done, we can talk about everything. We could talk about what we think so far about everything that's happened so far, and then we could start doing the wrap up and everything. So we will be right back with that once the ads are over. And then also, I am going to um, go to the bathroom real quick. Again, I'm telling you, my drink has literally just gone right through me this whole time. Jesus. But I will be right back. All right. Ah. All right, just in time too. Yes, exactly, Swag. We are back in business. Okay, so right out the gate, we already can see where a problem is going to come into play with Izzy and Steph's relationship. The I love you problem already. Izzy said I love you, and Steph did not say it back. Oh boy, that is the potential for that to be a big problem is definitely felt. Oh boy. So we'll see how they're gonna address that next time. Well, in the next Life is Strange video. But so right out the gate, also we got some pretty fun characters, which is good. Swag said, this book is pretty lengthy. I think this is the longest you've ever streamed. For a Life is Strange video, no. Because I believe the double length episodes that we did were longer. Because we did the farewell episode and we did the first episode of Before the Storm in one video. And that one was pretty long. And we did the Captain Spirit episode and the first episode of Life is Strange 2 in one video. And that was also pretty long. So I think those two videos, I think, are the longest videos that we've done. As far as the Life is Strange stuff goes, I believe. That those two are probably the longest. But yeah. But technically, let me see. I could actually look that up right now. So let me see. Life is Strange 2. Where are you? So Life is Strange 2 was 10 hours and 8 minutes and 38 seconds. And then Before the Storm was about 9 hours and about 19 minutes and 20 seconds. So yeah. So Life is Strange 2 is definitely the longest one so far. But let me bookmark this. So bookmark that. And then we can go to bookmarks. We'll get rid of this bookmark. There we go. And then now we got, there we go. So now we got that bookmark there. So that now we know. So now we know exactly where we are when we come back to this. So now we got immediately a jumping on point. Swag said, okay, so this stream, your second longest. Yeah, so far. But for the Life is Strange stuff, specifically. Because I believe the longest stream that I've done was 11 hours and like 30 minutes. I believe that's the longest stream that I've done. And that's not even like a Life is Strange stream. I mean the longest stream I've done like ever was like 11 hours and 30 minutes. Um Swag said gotta love the bookmark, pretty useful feature. Exactly. Exactly. Plus, even if the even if it didn't have like the bookmark feature, even if it didn't have the bookmark feature, I have the physical book. And I also have some bookmarks on my bottom of the bookshelf over here. So I would have immediately just went to chapter 11 and just put a bookmark in it and call it a day. So, but yeah. Swag said I grew up in a time where bookmark wasn't a feature on websites. I grew up in a time where the specific Swag continues, specifically computers. I I grew up in a time where this wasn't even a thing. Where like none of this was a thing. Like there was no YouTube, there was like none of this. None of this was a thing. Websites themselves was barely a thing. So 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 I'm pretty old. I am pretty old. But in any case, um like like you got to understand for me the internet for me my earliest interaction with the internet was when it was connected to your phone line. And if someone called you, or if you had to make a phone call, you would get kicked off of the internet immediately. You could not do the internet and use the phone at the same exact time. That is the earliest interactions of the internet for me was dial up. Cuz that's what you called it for internet back then. It was dial up. And you get that very like annoying like sound because it's like it was a very annoying sound when you had to connect to the internet. Like Jesus, that sound was atrociously bad. But thankfully that none of that exists now, so yay. Uh thankfully technology has moved long past that. But as far as the book goes here, back to the book. As far as the book goes, amazing. Swag said I didn't know that, but I believe it. There wouldn't be no multitasking. Exactly. You could not multitask at all. Swag said 10 out of 10 books so far. I'm glad. I'm glad you're really enjoying it, Swag. I'm glad you're really enjoying it. Um, cause I was also pretty. I was actually pretty confident that I was gonna enjoy the book when I first went through it because I enjoy Steph. Like as a character, I really enjoyed her, so I was like, okay, a book all about Steph. I'm cool with that. So so I was pretty confident I was going to enjoy it. I was not entirely prepared for how much I was going to enjoy it from the great use of like cameos and stuff that they had between Max and Chloe and Mikey and and specifically the big surprising one for me was the fact that they were using Pixie, that Pixie was showing up, that they were actually going to follow through with what the comics set up with Steph, and that's Steph's relationship with Pixie. Like how Steph knows Pixie and all of that stuff. The fact that they carried that on and carried that forward was amazing. Like I really liked it. Swag said, I don't normally listen to audiobooks because it is harder to retain information. I'm so used to captions and subtitles in Texas. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. That is fair. That is understandable. That you're cuz usually, you know, when you read something, you're usually going to retain it a lot easier because you're not only like reading it out loud, that you're probably going to read it out loud to yourself or whatnot, but you're also looking at it and you're following along with your like eyes and stuff, so it's going uh uh Swag said the fact I'm uh following well amazingly and retaining quite a bit. It also probably helps that we're also and Swag continues as a big thumbs up. Yeah, hey, congratulations. I'm happy that it's working for you. Um but it also probably helps that we're also like talking about it, we're discussing it, we're talking about like the issues in the book and stuff as it's going on. So probably what's also helping is we're discussing the issues and stuff. So that's probably what's also helping like with the with retaining what's happening is because we're kind of making it a point of discussion as we're going through it. So that probably helps. But but yeah. So this has been great, but Swag said, yeah, discussing helps and taking intermissions instead of consistently letting it play out. Yes, exactly. That is also true because using the ad breaks as the as like a break point and letting you like think about and digest like the information that the book has been giving you is probably also a really good thing to help with retaining it because now you're not getting overloaded with so much information at once. So you could kind of sit on it for a minute, for a couple of minutes, and like think about what you just heard. Yeah, Swag said because if you let the audiobook continually play without stopping, it's like bam 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 with no breathing room. Exactly. You're being overloaded with so much information that that you're not going to be able to process everything that's happening because it's happening all at once. So that is fair. That is fair cuz not everybody is going to be able to retain information the same way and at the same at the same pace as others. So that's also another thing that that is something to be aware of is just because for example, just because I can uh process things quicker than other people doesn't necessarily mean that everybody's going to be able to do the same thing. So you gotta be aware to pace yourself accordingly, pretty much. Ooh, excuse me. But uh, but yeah, so Swag said, so I'm glad you introduced me to it because if I was able to do it by myself, I just let it continuously play from the beginning to end with no discussion or intermission. Yeah, yeah, that's I could see that. And Swag continues, and I make that mistake every single time. That's yeah, that is understandable because also it's also the thing of if you just keep doing it consistent, like continuously, right? Information is probably gonna start getting lost, and something that you were interested in, like earlier in the book, is gonna get buried within a bunch of new information that you're getting, and then you're just gonna forget about it, and it's gonna be like it's just gonna be completely missed and passed over at that point. So at least it's giving doing it the way we're doing it is giving it the appropriate time to to give the certain situations and topics that are coming up throughout the book, to give it some time to address it and be and like discuss it and give it some appropriate attention, pretty much. Swag said, so me and you bouncing back and forth really is uh, vital. So thank you, my friend. Well, thank you for the thank you for the discussion, because that's the whole reason I'm like I'm bringing up these points and bringing up these like similarities and all of these like uh discussions, is so that way, if you have a if you have a thought and stuff, we can have those like back and forth talks about it. Because it's like, okay, I'm throwing the idea out there, and it's like, if anyone wants to like has a perspective or has like a point or has like an additional point to add on to it, then feel free. So oh, so in any case, oh boy. So in any case, uh that will do it for excuse me again, for this one. So we will pick up with this in the next in the next Life is Strange video. Swag said the birds are chirping. Yeah, yeah, the birds are out and they're singing, which kind of gives you an idea of how long we've been going. Well, thank you, Swag. Thank you, Swag. Good Swag. Swag said good stream. Thank you, thank you. I'm happy that you enjoyed it, but obviously I enjoy it, because I wouldn't be I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't enjoy it. But in any case, um, so uh, thank you all for watching, and Swag said definitely go and watch the VOD back from the beginning. uh, let's see. Um, Swag said, "I love the cameos." Yeah, exactly. I love the cameos too. especially when it's done right. When it's done right. uh, but in any case, as always, I've been Jr. Thank thank you all for watching. Thank you all for watching for the discussions, for the insight to everyone's from the various experiences and stuff that you all have with some of these topics. I know sometimes some of these topics can get a little heavy and stuff, but thank you for for sharing and whatnot. And by all means, if you're not comfortable with talking about it, that's also fine. So you don't have to talk about some of these topics if you don't want to. Absolutely no pressure. But Swag said yes, absolutely. Hey, life is heavy sometimes. Yeah, life is definitely is. But in any case, hopefully I will catch you all in the next one. Later, everybody.